Futures trying to hold on to gains here as we head towards a brand new week and a brand new month and heck, even a brand new quarter coming off of another negative performance heading into the weekend. Futures back higher here. It was pretty ugly right across the board for all three U.S. markets. In Q3, the Dow fell 6.6%. The S&P down 5.28%. The NASDAQ faring a little bit better, and the best, actually, of the three, down 4.1%. All three, though, recording their third consecutive losing quarters on the first time since 2009, three in a row on the quarterly negative post there for U.S. equities. We're having a look at some of the EV makers this morning. Tesla leading right now, downside after deliveries came in lighter than expected for their current quarter. They also pointed to more possible supply chain issues to come for Tesla. We'll talk about NIO here because NIO, XPeng, and Li Auto also all out with delivery numbers over the weekend, all kind of in line with expectations, but not really doing a heck of a lot here in the pre-market. So is it a kind of ho-hum event today for EV makers? Chip makers back on watch. We'll have a look at some big tech as well moving around here in the pre-market. Brand new month and a brand new quarter to get started here. It's Monday, October 3rd, 2022. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Basically at session highs right now. Nice look right across all three U.S. markets. 0.7 for both the Dow and the S&P. 0.34 of the NASDAQ, lagging ever so slightly right now. Big move down here, however. Crude oil, 4.6% right now. Got as high as 5% there just a few moments ago. OPEC considering, apparently, a 1 million barrel per day cut as soon as its next meeting. So big move higher here for crude. That has some of the energy makers moving higher. Bitcoin, Ethereum back downside after pretty ugly end to the week for cryptocurrencies last week as well. Good morning, guys. Here we go. It's Q4, if you can believe it. Bit of a blur as far as this year has been concerned, but very eventful. As I said, all three U.S. markets coming off a third straight negative quarter, first time since 2009.
Yeah, welcome. It should be an action-packed week, I think, at least to be sure. We might not have a lot in terms of earnings, but the delivery numbers already giving you some interesting moves. Tesla, obviously. I was sort of impressed by some of what they had to show off with Optimus. I don't think that's going to move the stock. The delivery's a bit of a disappointment. But I think the bigger story is going to be, we're so close enough to the June lows that there's always that chance that you could have sort of a reclaim of some of that support and then get a little bit of a relief. And there's so many names that are on big support levels. Amazon, Meta, or a couple that I'm watching this morning. Tesla 250 is going to stand out, obviously. But there's enough on support levels, NVIDIA's on one as well, that you could see a little bit of a relief rally. Now, Raider Trader said that on Tuesday was going to be the bottom, so we get to find that one out this week as well. He just said, trust me, bro, and we'll see about that. I'm not trying to make that prediction. To me, you long in front of support, and when it breaks, you look for some short opportunities, and that's the way as a trader I like to go about it. CCL opens above $7, so not all is bad in the world.
Yeah, no, all is really well in the world, man. I mean, every day you get to wake up, it's a good day here. So, yeah, welcome once again to tradertv.live. Look, I mean, we love Andrew Raider, but I mean, that's whatever. I mean, the guy just makes a call, whatever. I'll make a call too. It doesn't really matter. I gave absolutely no basis for that. So
he said, trust me, bro.
Right. So absolutely no basis
That's
whatsoever.
That's the greatest basis of all time.
For that one. So yeah, no, I won't trust him on that one. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting day again here. I think Apple's going to be great. I think you got to go long today for sure in this market. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for everything to happen out. But you're up now 0.5%. Seems like it's good. There's a lot of key levels running through today. So should be another big day here. We're ready to rock and roll after a great month of September. Let's see if we can kick it off here with October. I mean, we just want volatility, and the volatility is here every single day. So it's going to be another fantastic week, fantastic month, and a great end of the year. Again, here, I know obviously, you know, long-term wise, some of these accounts are getting hit pretty good. But let's just see if we can battle back a little bit now. Apple trying to test that 140 is what I'm looking at. Tesla to go down through set 250, I think, is inevitable as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun day today for sure. Lots of news coming through as well. So I like that crude oil move as well, back up to 83. We've been buying some of that.
Yeah, on that production note from OPEC, we'll see if that actually does come through or not coming up later in the week. But a lot to get to before we get through that. Let's talk about the overall market. I just saw this pop up as well. We were looking at this back on Friday, but Mark Wahlberg's F45, that gym, that personal training gym, apparently buyout offer, it was up huge on Friday, if you remember, some volume coming back into that. But overall, markets kind of are trying to at least hold on to something that resembles strength here, guys. But brand new month, same old sell-off, possibly, I put on the watch list this morning because we were basically flat when I sat down this morning. But a lot of attention, a lot of eyes going back to what's going to happen in the next few weeks as far as inflation is concerned. Marked down the 13th of the month. We'll get the next CPI reading. We do get a couple of indicators towards that end coming up this week. In fact, with non-farm payrolls coming up on Friday, that's going to be a big number. Also, ISM manufacturing coming this morning at 10 a.m. So kind of bookending the week here with some key economic data as we head towards the next Fed, if you're wondering, not until November as well.
No, certainly. And look, we're going to get some interesting numbers. There was a bit of a bounce in we'll always talk about currency, but there was a bit of bounce in the pound as they backed away from those tax cuts, which were, not taken all that positively. And I think one of the clearest signs, I shouldn't say one of the clearest signs, but one of the signs I came in and looked at this morning when thinking about where we might be headed this week is on my quote board. We always talk about raising interest rates and higher costs of borrowing and that being bad for growth stocks, and some of the beaten up names have been further beaten up. And I looked at something like a Peloton, which, no need to truckle on that one, but something like a Peloton, which, like so many other names, this is sort of, it's not to specifically say Peloton is going up here today, but if you look at so many of the charts this morning, I just come in and see you had big falls last week, you had some pretty decent double bottoms or significant bottoms made, and this one in particular sort of holding 680, now trying to break out. You see, and it was up 5% at one point this morning, and one of the leaders in terms of my quote board in terms of percentage up that wasn't some kind of a gapper. So you see little things like that, and when support doesn't break, there's usually only one place for a stock to go. I think that's going to be the number one thing on my mind. There is definitely going to be some cover out there in terms of some of the big cap names where I feel like Apple as well, it had a bit of a bottom. It hasn't quite made as good of a consolidation bottom. You'll see Amazon's will look a little bit better. So there are a few names that still on the chart look pretty momentum bearish. We haven't had that solidified support yet, but there's enough out there that I think we could be, at least in terms of the next couple of days, have a chance at a bounce. The support's there for a reason, I do think, and I really do like oil today. We're probably going to be looking at some Oxy as well. I think that's going to be a big trade this week, to be able to get some of the energy names bouncing and trying to break some next levels out there. And you got me to look at that Mark Wahlberg company. I remember that one from last week. Not doing a heck of a lot today, but we'll keep it on the radar.
I don't even know what we're talking about. Apple, whatever, oil, yeah, Peloton, yeah. I think Peloton has a chance to go back up to the upside here today. But again, it's already had its nice little move this morning. We'll see if it can hold it. It's already back down off the Hilton Worldwide story there for Peloton. I don't know if it's much of a story. Just keep watching out for that one. I still think Apple breaking through 140 is going to be pretty key. That's something to look at. And then Tesla today as well, bouncing off some of that 250 love here. I don't think it does bounce. I think it cranks right through, and we get a nice little short opportunity here for this name. Remember, it just split 3-1, right? So you're back down to 750 again. So we talked about some of those levels there for Tesla. So not looking very good for the EV space one more time here today. So yeah, I mean, look, the market's only up 0.4 right now as it dances around. I still feel like you have some more downside to come overall in this market, but today I feel like it's a little bit of a rally day. Well, obviously, we saw what happened there, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of last week, and now we'll wait to see if there's any follow through on the destruction to the downside as that looks like it wants to continue here today. But we'll see. It's only 0.4% right now for the NASDAQ. I'm pretty bullish. I got some decent names on here. If they hold, like I said, if Tesla can hold this 250, that's going to be a great sign for the market. AMD down there at 63 is another name that I'm looking at to see if that can hold here at 63. And I just wrote down, if we don't don't hold 63, which is Friday's bottom, well, it's back in here, I guess, right back here, then I don't think that we have much of a chance for AMD today, and we'll flip it over to go the other way. But again, I just feel like if a lot of these names can hold, then then maybe we do have a little bit of an up day. So I feel like you're going to test some bottoms, then we hold, and then we see from there as we await more Fed news. I don't know. They're speaking all the time now, so we'll just have to wait to see if there's anything sort of bullish, bearish, hawkish, dovish for the market coming out, and then we just trade off of whatever they say. I mean, the EU seems to be in a mess still. Gazprom, there's tons of news about that, and then oil being back down to or being back up now to $84. Also pretty interesting as the winter months come rolling through. So should be a very, very fun day to trade again, and I don't see any reason why you can't get some money to work here today.
Yeah, Bostic coming up. I think it is the first one. Fed's Bostic coming up before 10 o'clock. So making some comments today. So that'll kind of be the first indication. We get that ISM number at 10 o'clock this morning as well. So watch out for that. There's another one at 9:45. I'll let you know if it does make the market move. 5,400. Here's the note on Peloton. 5,400 U.S. Hilton hotels going to get a Peloton in their fitness center. As Sean said, not sure if that's a story at all, but did move the stock this morning here in the pre-market. Markdown Wednesday this week, because that's when the next OPEC meeting is, and we could get as much as a 1 million barrel per day cut coming from OPEC on Wednesday. Just the rumor of such a thing has oil up huge here in the pre-market this morning. If it goes the other direction as well, and they decide not to, obviously could be a negative for the price for oil back to the downside. Thursday this week as well, guys. Want to get your thoughts on Google, because Google has its Apple-esque launch event coming up on Thursday this week, where we'll get the Pixel 7, we'll get the 7 Pro, we'll get the Watch as well. There's a whole bunch of new Nest products that are going to be included in this Google event. That's going to come Thursday at 10 a.m. So it'll be during market hours as well for Google.
Yeah, to be sure. And just one note on oil. I'm going to look at Oxy. I like Oxy for trading purposes. It's not a stock. It seems relatively high priced, but for trading purposes, I'm definitely going to like some Oxy. But I wish I could say that Alphabet looked as interesting, at least for the trade, as some of the other big tech names. When it was close to 100, I think it was pretty much a gold zone. It's trying to reestablish this 96 level, and we kind of remember what happened when Apple had their event. You saw some strength go into it in a couple of days coming out of that, and then there was a turn. It ended up being a recent high. So I'd like to hope that we can push higher, because if I look at one stock that I know if it gets to X price, I'm looking for a short. Alphabet, 99 to 100 is pretty much near the top of that list, and it's just because of what it did last week. It was just an obvious high. You try to reestablish the bottoms. I don't like the long as much as I do in some of the other, I guess, bigger tech names, because they have really clear and defined sort of support levels in there. But Alphabet, yeah, I'll fade that if we get to 100 this week, and hopefully we can get taken to that level by the event here. We'll see. We'll keep our ear to the ground for it, but I don't really want to be trading this one at these particular prices. It either has to get up close to that 99 to 100, maybe show a little bit more support down at this 95, 96. 96 isn't that bad, but this one has been off my radar outside of one particular price for the last little bit there. And yeah, I'll probably have to wait around for this. There's too many other things to be looking at. That Tesla 250, it's already bounced exactly off of that price once. And then you look at like that Amazon, that 112 bottom, that looks a little more juicy. And Meta's been relatively strong as well. That's the other problem with Alphabet. It's not like it's in that relatively strong group. It doesn't carry the markets when we have up days. That's what Apple's been doing. That's what Tesla can do. That's what Meta has had some pretty strong days, relatively speaking. So Google, probably a little bit of a nothing burger for me.
Yeah, yeah, it's nothing about the event. I mean, it's just the releasing of new phones and that watch and stuff like that. But yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be good, man. I mean, the Google Pixel is such a hot phone that, I've obviously I love that Google phone, and I think they're going to sell a ton of them, and they always come out pretty cheap. So I like that name. I like what they're doing down here, and I think that Google is one of the best names you can buy, and you should be buying some and taking advantage of this move to the downside. So that's about all that I can say right now. Whether or not it rips or not today, you're up again, more aggressive than the market. I don't feel like there's too many better names that you could be investing in right now if you have a long-term portfolio. So for me, I still think you want to respect some of these bottoms, 95, 96 bucks here on Google. And then we'll just wait to see, like the minute chart here, $99. I mean, that's, that was a great top there from Friday, so you might be able to see that again. But like I said, it was a pretty destructive close all the way down, and we started making new lows there, 95.60. So I think if you want to test that, then it's a no-brainer long on there. But like I said, the largest trade for the month P&L-wise was made there on Friday, and it was just trying to be patient and waiting for some of those bottoms. So like right there, you got that Apple bottom down there at 140. We waited for it, we hit it, and then took it all the way up to the upside. So if we could do that again here on a name like Google, then that's probably what we'll do. Like, just wait to see if it comes down to this 95.50 area, and if it does, then you have that bottom, and it's kind of like either go long, like you go long there if you like the long, or you just wait for it to come through and then smash the bottom. I mean, there's basically just two trades when a stock gets to 52-week lows or key levels, and that is you go short. Like in this situation, you just go short when it breaks, or you believe it's going to hold and you go long a little earlier in front of it, right? So I believe today that Google will hold that bottom. If it even looks at it, you could get a nice little dump here early. And again, it's just another name. Like I treat Google the same way as I treat Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, AMD, everything. You get a bias one way or the other. You try to figure it out, and then you go with it. So that's the best way for me that I've been trading. So if you see here on Amazon, you still have this 112 bottom as well. So you just want to pick your poison, see what's relatively strong, relatively weak. And today it looks like Google, Amazon 0.73. The thing is, there's not too much volume right now, and the spreads can be a little bit misleading when they move a little bit, but it does look like Google's going to be a little more aggressive than the market today. So that's a good sign. Let's wait to see if 95.50 holds.
If you remember last week, we also had the Elon deposition that ended up getting canceled, along with the Twitter CEO's deposition in this trial. We're supposed to get both of those coming up this week as well. This is Twitter going back the past couple of days anyways. Was pretty volatile again on Friday on more rumors of possible deal negotiations. Bit of a downtick right now. But if you go back to last Tuesday when Elon was supposed to give that deposition, and then it came out that he was not going to, there was a huge move higher. This thing was pretty volatile the rest of the week going into the weekend. Again, that's supposed to be coming up. Today, apparently, he requested even more documents after being denied of such a request back on Friday for the third straight time. This kind of interesting as well on DWAC today, guys. Apparently, they've asked to extend the timeline and date, essentially, for a shareholder vote for this Trump media combination with DWAC. So not really doing much, but that was out over the weekend for DWAC. Twitter back on watch as well.
Yeah, look, I think the problems with Twitter, trading it at least, they're not really going anywhere, because you're sitting there with like all this, like any single headline can come in any moment. And normally speaking, for a lot of day traders, this would be a pretty solid stock, just in terms of what it's been doing. It's had this pretty great support initially at like 41. We could just go long on every single dip and be scalping it. And now it does feel like 42-ish is bound to be that thing. It's actually breaking above that, but every single time there's a piece of news that jumps out, which the last couple spikes have been to the upside, so I guess the longs have been a little bit better. The speculation of any kind of a deal or whatnot, that tends to give it some upside push, and then you can play it off those levels. So I think it's a scalpable trade. The support isn't as clear now as it would have been at that 41 area. I think you're probably looking at 42, 43. I just tend to think I'm going to stay away from it. And the problem with DWAC lately has been volume, even on the days where I feel like there's something to be done here, which usually to me is like short every single pop. When it gets to these pretty big levels like 18 or whatnot, DWAC doesn't have a lot of liquidity. So it'll break 18 and the spread is much larger than you would anticipate for a stock that you'd think would, $18 stock, like how big is the spread going to be? The spread will widen up, and then risk to reward isn't that fantastic. So I'm just looking for volume to be a bit better in this name. Usually any key price level, today I'd be looking at $18. I always think it's a bit of a sell, and that's just been true. Like if you look at every single significant spike that you've been able to find on a higher time frame, it's just been fadeable or sellable, and the stock seems headed down toward that $10 level. But it's doing it too slowly. That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, so for Tesla here, Tesla's up now. It's starting to go pretty good now as the market's up 0.7 right here. Just looking at some of that 250 level, it's bounced off that almost exactly. If you look here at the split adjusted chart for Tesla, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. And that is that you're right back down into that 750. You guys know I've been selling some Tesla. 878, I think, was my best price that I sold, and we were talking about that. Now you're falling back in. There it is right here. That's 260, this line. So you bump it down. You're actually starting to be just at the top of this level right here, 250 for Tesla. So yeah, it's been a pretty disastrous couple weeks for Tesla, as well as it has the whole market. So, this one has held up relatively well, but they're going to miss on deliveries. Plus, you have all this Twitter stuff trying to settle itself out. So I feel like you don't really want to trade Tesla in here because, I think we're going to see a 200 print, something like that, down here for Tesla to at least test these bottoms right now, unless the bottom is in the market, which we could find out here coming into earnings season, which is right now. So, if the bottom wants to be in, then I think you can probably pick up some Tesla. But remember, you're right here right now. So this is the open down here to 250. So I feel like, you're into some areas. You're well below. If you can get anything like around a 260, something like that, that might be a decent short for this name. But for me, I'd be looking to go short on Tesla today rather than long. So I like a 250 break there. But again, you have to make sure that the market is with you. I mean, if this market wants to continue to rally like it's doing right now, I've already turned the bear into a bull there, no pull necessary. But, right there off that 250 bounce, it's a nice move. It's back up to the upside. I want to see it back up here near 260, 265 before I short anything. Or we have to break through 250 to go short. So you're only $4 away. Once this market opens, it should be an exciting one for Tesla here today off of missed deliveries.
With a quick note here, guys, Nike trying to get back to the upside here, red to green or possibly going red to green. A few more, 2 or 3 anyways, that I saw negative analyst moves this morning on Nike after the disastrous day we had back on Friday, but trying to hold this low from that initial move down on Friday. For NKE, here are a few more analyst moves for you this morning. Pinterest, top of the list this morning, upgrade from Piper Sandler, Wells Fargo getting some love from across the street at Goldman Sachs. Box on here, Morgan Stanley with a positive note there. DocuSign, Citi, BRP, and Logitech downside.
The pins is actually a little bit interesting today. It's been, most of what's been propping it up has been this deal speculation. So if you're looking for a reason why everything else is making lows and Pinterest isn't doing it with the rest of the market, or at least the rest of tech and rest of its peers, and that's because of all that speculation they could get bought out. When you get the prices that they are, and that's going to be the case for sure. You're getting this nice little convergence to 50 and the 200, but this $24 level just kind of sits out there, and it's probably going to run into some resistance at 26. The thing about a name like this, when it doesn't go down toward its lows, when everything else did, is that on moves to the upside, there's probably a few people out there that are going to be looking to take some profit. The people that have exited other names on the way down, but haven't exited this one, might be looking for that opportunity, at least might be taking that chance if you get a bit of a bump to the upside. But you can see this 24 level is standing out there on pins. Volume not fantastic. The fact that it has a floor on it because of a buyer probably not going to help you when you're taking a breakout trade in the morning. But this is at least something which has been relatively strong the last couple of weeks. Not booming or anything to the upside, but has been relatively strong. The upgrade, downgrade, whatever, those I tend not to care about them too much. Usually it's good if they give you a little bit of an extra volume bump. This would have been on the radar at 24 anyways, so I'm going to be looking for some pins. 10-cent spread, yeah, this has to happen after the open because right now 100,000 volume, 10-cent spread, not much interest in it. I need to see that come in at the open. But I like Pinterest in terms of where the chart's telling you you can get for a bit of a breakout. I just need to see some volume as well for it to leap some of the other more interesting names on the list.
Yeah, I saw DocuSign up on there. It's down there near the bottom as well. So you're looking at a nice little round level of $50 again for DocuSign. So I think there's lots of levels that you can be able to play off of. DocuSign's been getting killed again and again. I mean, nice little bump up there, earnings, then just filled the whole gap again back to the downside there. So we'll have to wait to see. It's been pretty disastrous for a lot of these names. It was just $92 back in early June. Now you're down to 50. I mean, that's cut in half in 2 months or 2.5 months here for DocuSign. And it's not half, but it's, if I just zoom back in here, now you're half, all the way back to April, May. Even it was $100 back in April right there. Now you're going to crack that exactly into half. So I'd be able to watch out for this one again. I just think that if you do think that the bottom is not that it's in, but that we maybe have seen a temporary bottom or something, there are going to be names like DocuSign, like Roblox, things like that just get bought up when the market rallies. So I know Roblox, there's a negative note today on it, but DocuSign right there off this bottom of 50.51. I mean, this could rally. You could get 10% today, right? Like, whoa, it's relatively aggressive.
Yo, what did you
Rob just knocked out something there, okay, but it's back now. No, you hit some. There's a wire.
Okay,
there
I think it's
something happened to Neil's computer, but it's all good now. There it is down there, 51 at the bottom for DocuSign. I kind of like that call. I think if you're going to be more aggressive than anything else, you might want to look at DocuSign to the north side.
All right, first segment of the show, as always, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. We thank them for coming on board once again this week. Check them out, QR code on screen right now. Shout out to True Trading Group. VSAT halted here on a news pending halt, so heads up for Viasat, I believe that is, VSAT. Here's a look at what's happening over in Europe. Worth a note, these are well off the lows here so far. England, there was tax cuts, and then there were not tax cuts any longer this morning. So negative 0.3 right now. That was down way more than 0.5% at one point. Germany back to the upside. France as well, still negative on the day, but back to the upside. 0.7 there for Italy. Spain 0.45. Nice look for Sweden. Swiss bouncing a little bit. Currently, Turkey doing its own thing as it typically does, 4% higher. Here's a look at the social sentiment board to kick things off. New month, but very similar look as far as this board is concerned. This AVCT we've been discussing over the past few days, red right now, but what a move that thing has had. Little penny stock that does better part of 200 million shares a day, pretty much 150 at least on the volume scale. AMC here, negative. I saw APE on here earlier. There it is. APE also negative so far. Tesla negative, obviously, on the delivery note. APRN back to the upside. Been a while. This thing was red pretty much every single day last week. Up here, tough to see, but that's Livewire. I noticed LVWR doing a little more volume this morning, if you remember. That was a de-SPAC last week, Harley Davidson's EV division.
Yeah, we talked about that one last week. Just one note on AVCT, because our charts, actually, our percentages and changes actually reflect the split now, but there was a reverse split on this thing. So the volume, relatively speaking, it's still going to maybe do decent volume, but 1 to 15, so that would be like 15 cents, I think it closed at, so like $3 or whatever, and it's already to the downside, 22%, actually falling off rather heavily. I mean, not even like subtle moves to the downside here. So it looks like the volume's still okay because it's done almost 1 million shares, but that's why it's going to end up falling. Obviously a reverse stock split so you can regain compliance and stay above $1 so you can stay listed, but usually that only happens to you if you're in a bit of pain. So AVCT, nothing crazy. And then a couple of people have already asked me about this one, so I'll just say it for everybody watching. If you're trading or looking at this gapper, LOGC, I know it's up an absolute ton. It's being offered to be bought for $2.07 a share. So that's why it's gapped up this far. There's a very limited amount of upside unless there's another deal that comes through or short-term traders get squeezed or something like that. So, really, it's more for spread trading and that kind of a thing and adding liquidity. That's the kind of trade that's there. So if you see it pop in and out for me, that's all I'm trying to do with it. You're not going to see, unless someone comes in saying when they have a higher offer, I think it's AstraZeneca buying them, you're not going to see too much movement there. But it's going to be the top of everybody's gap list, and it has good volume, but there's no further potential breakout. It also isn't going to fall apart and go to $1.50, so that kind of a short trade isn't going to be working either because it has a floor on it based on the cash deal.
You mentioned AMC today, yeah, down 2.5%. So it's not good again for AMC shareholders. But again, remember, if you are looking at this, you also have Ape shares in your pocket as well. But here it is on the daily. You're taking down those levels that we sort of bounced off of on Friday. Let's just go over to a minute chart here for AMC. Don't know if you guys are going to have to pay for shorts or not, but I mean, this is the move down. It's already, I said bouncing off, but I guess we just bounced off to the downside there. 685 was that bottom that was made early on Friday, rallied all the way to 730. I mean, you got a huge rally there, honestly, like just from a percentage-wise, almost 10% up there, instantly for AMC. And then at about midday, as the rest of the market fell back down. So I don't know, man, whether or not you're going to watch out for that 670 or not level there, that could be a good bottom play. Remember, you did have a rally off the bottom, there on Friday. So looking at AMC, you are down there. And then if you want to look at Ape again, just because it was on the hot board there, you got to add 2 and 2 together to get the actual price of AMC. But, since that this name has come to market, it's been chopped in more than half. So Ape came to market here around 6, let's call it 7, I think it must have been. That day was a wild one when it came out. And then all the way back down here now to 250. So, AMC, Ape, et cetera, just continue to get killed every single day. And like I keep saying, that until retail comes back and there's more money in traders' pockets, you're not going to see a huge rally in any of these names from what I can see. So Bed Bath & Beyond already came close, man. I mean, they said they lost $366 million last quarter, and they only have $850 more to go, and that's after already raising capital. So I don't think they're going to be, well, I mean, they'd be able to do it again. At what price is the question. That bottom of 450, I feel like that's at some point going to get tested. So we'll have to watch out for that bottom as well, 450 here for Bed Bath & Beyond. And that might not seem like a big move, but that's still $9 back on September 14th. So you're talking about like 3 weeks of trading, and you're almost down 30% or so on that name in just a couple weeks, right? So watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC. It doesn't look like they're like really crazy movers today, but you could get some relatively nice returns, especially if you bottom pick and they start to go up with the market up 0.7.
Just reading this note on VSAT. It looks like L3 Harris. There was rumors over the weekend I saw that they could buy the entire company, but so definitive agreement here to buy the tactical data links from Viasat. So still halted here, news pending, but $1.96 billion for Viasat's tactical data links. So heads up on that. I'll keep my eye on more headlines just coming out on that note right now. It's L3 Harris Technology that's going to pick that up. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we head towards the open. Under 30 minutes to go here, brand new month. Arun, what do we need to know today?
Brand new month, also a brand new quarter. On Friday, we were clearly force-fed this 3,600 break with the quarter ending, so a lot of volume coming in. They clearly took it out. Stops also gone now. We're putting in a low of 30, just above 35.70, but a nice little bounce back, typical of a quarter beginning. A decent amount of buying left to be done. Based on what was done on Friday. They were selling then. Now they're doing some buying here on some of those names that were sold off on Friday. So here we are, kind of decent strength above, just above. Now we're just underneath, actually, 1% on the S&P. Good strength, respect the strength, right? What is going to be very important here is what happens exactly at the open. Now, if we get some more buying at the open, clearly it's going to be one of those days where you respect this current trend and you go for the long, as long as it can keep going, and we're waiting for the open to give you that direction. If it keep going, then the long is there. But the issue is, if there was some selling coming in off the open, we're in an area which was acting as previous support, now could be resistance. If there's some selling coming in, this could really fall off fairly quickly because it's at the spot to do that. So I'm going to wait for the open. If I get some buy strength that clears to the upside, there we're going to do a reversal of whatever Friday's breakdown point was, and we're going to go back to the upside. If we get some selling at the open, that's something to keep an eye on, because that could go, it could get very dangerous very quickly if we just slip right back down because we're at that spot. So upsides and downsides, I've got 35.65. It's a potential bottom area to look at. It's just below the overnight low. It's not that big of a level. It's just something to keep an eye on. Up top, we've still got 37.25. Obviously, the top end level is just above that, but 37.25 is one to watch. Also, 36.65 is another one to watch. So if you keep going up and you can't get any strength to the upside, well, you may have an option to kind of fade this move as well if there's enough to work with. And this is all going to be done after the open. So there's a couple options here, but I would keep an eye on 36.65 to the top end. And then if we were to come back down and we lose below 36.20, it could become a problem, as we may take a look at that low. So keep an eye on those two areas, and we'll just wait for the open and let the market tell us which direction it wants to choose.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's jump into everything else you need to know so far this morning. We're under 30 minutes to go here before we get the market open. Make sure you grab that every single day. And come and join us for the first hour in the pre-market. We get you set every single day for the open. Big milestone coming up as well. We're under 500 subs away from 350,000 subscribers. So make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so. We do this every single day, guys. Welcome. Hit the like as well to kick things off. Let's talk about Tesla to start things off. Delivery's a little bit light as far as Q3 is concerned, but I mean, let's be honest, they're still lapping the field here, guys, for what they delivered in Q3 and last month.
Yeah, like the raw numbers aren't comparable to the other EV makers, right? Like you guys got to get that one out of the way. Because when you see like tens of thousands for the Chinese EVs, and then a disappointment when you have 343,000, which was 100,000 more than last year for Tesla, right? Like it's all things aren't equal in this. I was about to say all things being equal, but all things in this case are not equal at all. Ultimately, Tesla's been in a bit of a bear run. I had the non-split adjusted because there's one level that if we get to the upside, gets pretty interesting, because the most recent support on the last breakout Tesla had was at about 768 to 768 to about 780 in here. So that's like a little bit of a target area, because that's like 256, and then sort of getting all the way from like that 56 into 260. So that feels like a shortable area to me. It does take a pretty big breakout off of that 250 to get you there. I think that's going to be an interesting level. Somewhere, whether it's 56 itself or actually closer to that 260, that feels like it would be like it's coming too far. The 250 level, support till it's not, as far as I'm concerned. So, you know, that could be one of those situations where I'm on the bid and it lasts like 5 seconds. We've seen it before, but those breaks have been, when these levels hold, they can be nice scalp trade bounces, to be sure, and that's a significant enough level that I'm very likely to be on it. The short breakdowns were fantastic last week on Tesla, so I don't think you can get away from that. And as I say this, all of this, it's now through 55 and headed right into that 56 area. So my guess is it's not going to be that 56. It is going to likely be somewhere in there, but like that 60 level, to me, is going to be a short. I just looked at that daily chart and picked out previous support to catch a little bit of a turn. The market does seem to want to go to the upside, but it also feels to me that you're going to have sellers on the way up for a lot of these moves to take some profit. And if you want to get the trend, maybe better to like dip buy trends than chase highs. At least in this market, that's been the better way to do it.
263 open on Tesla on Friday, goes all the way up to 275 and then stops at a key level of 275. Then today you come down and you stop again at another key level of 250. So, I mean, Tesla seems to want to just play around these like highly optionable levels here again. And then we closed, I mean, the close wasn't super crazy, closed at 265 almost flat. So you travel up $10 and down $10. That's it on Friday. So it wasn't like it's a super violent kind of a move here for Tesla. I think that a lot of this has already been taken out of Tesla. You know, and whenever there's numbers released, I mean, people always sort of know the numbers before they come out. But you could see here Tesla's over the last little bit, it's been pretty okay. I mean, obviously you get some dip downs, and I've been talking about this was the next shoe to drop. It feels like it already has a little bit down there back into some of those levels. Like I said, this is like a 750 price. I mean, now it's more like 765 because we just 3-to-1. But you know, you can look down here at that 250 and look for support. I would say that, you know, the resistance is up here to 265. Unless you are a super bull, I mean, I don't think we're going to get back to 265. But like I just said, off the open on Friday, you did make so let's just call it like it is. We opened there at 265. We went up to about 269, 270. So we went up $5, then fell another $5 from that open down there to 263. Then about 10 to $12 upside, and then faded all after. So if you're going to say the same kind of thing again, maybe we come back down that $3 or $4 into this area of 250, 251. And then if the market goes up, then you can rip, you know, that $10 or so like we did on Friday right there. You could rip up into this 260, 262 area. which I believe is a fade off of this 264, 265. So, if you can get into this area, then we definitely want to go short on Tesla. But I still want to go short through 250, but it looks like now with the market starting to head to the north side right now, not even looking back, that, it would seem to me that it might not break that 250. And again, if the market's strong and Tesla's weak, I don't know if I want to take that 250 break, but we'll judge that when it gets down there. I'm not bidding anywhere near there. Right now I'm trying to short CCL. I'm trying to buy Google. I'm trying to buy NEO. Other than that, man, on here we have Apple longs written down. We have NEO longs. We have AMD longs. We have Meta long. So today I'm looking long, Brendo.
Into some of these Chinese EV makers as well. First weekend of the month, that means we get over the weekend delivery numbers from them as well. XPeng, NIO, Li Auto, all, let's go to the watch list actually. I'll show you straight off the watch list. Make sure you're grabbing this every single day. Down here, Chinese EV makers. The numbers, nothing exciting here. 29.3%. It was 5.6% was Li Auto. That was the lowest as far as the year-over-year increase on the deliveries, guys. Is there a trade in any of these today?
I think there's going to be a trade, and I think it has more to do with how it's setting up than maybe the deliveries. Now, Li Auto was the only, I want to say was the only of the three to slightly miss expectations, despite the fact that year over year, I think they did the best, but NEO was they were inside the expectation range, maybe in the lower end of that, but ultimately, all three of them made significant lows. I know the market did as well, but significant wick bottoms, and then in NEO's case, broke out. Yes, in Friday's trade. So very different from what was going on in the overall market. Wick bottom into $15. There's you breaking out of the bottom channel where last resistance 60s, 1560 turned into your support. So that's what the support is. Now you've got a double top right here, right now at 1615. The way I want to play this is, I said a second ago, if you get a trend to the upside, it's easier in a bear market to try to get some dip buys in there rather than try to chase some tops. So I do like to structure this. Beneath that 1560, I think you've got obvious gap room to the downside, but if you can catch a bid in here, got a good solid risk reward. The breakout trade is there. It seems almost obvious. We have 20 minutes to go, and it's trying to break the highs right now. I don't like the breakout at this time when you're sort of chasing the market into the upside. And all of these look pretty much the same. Li Auto's got that same wick bottom, broke out, holds that recent support there. Like that's going to be $22.80. So you could be making the same trade on Li Auto. It's not quite as strong, breaking out to those highs. And then you look at XPeng, which, last I checked was lagging a bit, but very similar name. Now, the difference between XPeng, NEO, and NEO is XPeng actually spent some time looking like it wanted to break below and hold negative on yesterday's close. Like it's being dragged back into positive territory. And overall, it just feels like the much weaker name, but the wick bottoms are in. I like NEO in front of 1560. And that breakout trade, if it still presents itself at a more reasonable time, I don't mind jumping into that one either, but I feel like it's going to be NEO for me here today.
Oil stocks, guys, here. Let's go to some of these energy producers. I'm just reading through this note once again. 1 million barrel per day cut, potentially coming from OPEC. That would be the largest since 2020 from OPEC going into COVID. So here is the list. It's tough to see there on the screen, but a ton of energy names, all up anywhere basically from 2% up through about 4.5% to 5% for oil stocks.
A good group, and we've seen this before where you get the gap up and it doesn't always follow through, but I just feel like it's easier to sort of go with the momentum than anything else. And Oxy's the one I'm looking at. It's already bounced off that. It's like a moving support that's been up there like 54, 55, 56 in there. So you get this bounce, and we're not quite at the 50 period, which typically, like the last time it closed below the 50 period, it did reject it several times before eventually making a break and a run. So I think you got to at least somewhat respect that $65 level. I think it's going to be out there and definitely hittable. I don't really want to be buying the top because it's sitting there off that 50 period. So I'm looking for the dip buy. I want in front of Friday's range. Friday's top, 62.5. That's where I'm trying to sit here on the bid. If there's a flush, I might have to think about the 63 level clean because that was last week's high. And if it comes back in, maybe now that it's through 64, as a matter of fact, I should be jumping in front of the 63 and playing off of the pre-market lows because now we're starting to get out of the range. Like when I sit down and it's sitting at 63.30, 63.40, yeah, it makes some sense to try the dip buy down at 62.5. But things are starting to press almost 5% to the upside on Oxy. Maybe it needs to get to 65 before it gets that pullback. I'm looking to see if I can catch a long before then. So I'm going to get my bid out in front of that pre-market bottom here at 63 even. I want a part of this long. Usually when we get a breakout like this of a channel in Oxy, it's a couple of good days, strong trading, and you want to get part of that long. Even if it doesn't work the first day, usually when I see it like this, you go like 2 for 3 on the week going with the longs, and that's more than good enough here. So I don't want to miss out on what looks like day one, breaking out of yet another channel in Occidental.
Yeah, I also don't want to miss out on getting the opportunity to grab some fruit salad right now. No kiwis, but grapes. Yeah, I mean, I've got a little bit of a green, right there, a little bit of a green situation today. Grapes, blueberries, cantaloupe, and honeydew melon in there. So I like it.
They like the honeydew melon.
I like it, yeah. I mean, I like the cantaloupe is really sweet. It's really nice today, so I'm really happy with that one. And then it's like, I can't even feel my hand, so that's a little bit rough. So
it's cold.
We get a nice little coffee here.
That's why it's sweater day, because it
one.
is cold here. Like it was 2 degrees when I left the house.
Yeah. Wow, golf was amazing, by the way. It was like, I don't know what temperature it was on Saturday. It was like so super. It was way better than golfing in the blazing heat. It was like amazing. People were in shorts though. I don't think that was a good idea, but it was like, maybe it was like 66, like low 60s, I think, Saturday morning. It was a lot of fun. It was about like 14, 15 degrees. Yeah, so it was really nice for that. So, look, I've been talking about, you can find it on, and thanks again to everybody. That it was nice comments there on Twitter as well. Follow me at TraderTV Sean. I posted up some stuff there about golf. All right, so we've been talking about XLE, buying some of these dips as well. In this name, I just like oil here going into the winter months. I feel like it's just one of those equities, and it's not an equity, one of those commodities that's been beat down a little bit over the last couple of days here. You could see it now today up almost 6%. Starting to go back through $84. That was sort of a gift down there, sub 80. But again, like you're always taking risk, right? And we talked about this little level back here in February, March, of 66, 67. We've always talked about these dips. Didn't quite get into there, but I've been picking up some XLE and the Canadian equivalent of ZEO, sort of anyways, in Canada. So it's been pretty good. I like a lot of these names. I've been talking about buying some CVX, Chevron, XOM. I know we just talked about Oxy as well. Oxy has that sort of floor because of Sir Warren Buffett coming through. He's not knighted or anything, but down there, down to 135, 140. So these have been good levels. Like I said, you want to try to buy these companies, big buybacks, big dividend, and your capital is a little. I don't want to say it's safe here because it had big moves. Like if you went short, you might not thought that there was a double up there from August to May, but that is what happened. So I don't know. I like the cover of the dividend and everything here. So I like Chevron, I like Oxy, I like XOM, I like all the majors here. If you're going to go to refining, I mean, I've really been a big fan of Valero. I know that's pulled back as well here recently, but some of these names have really continued to work. There's Valero's, there's that high, and there's the pullback as well for VLO. So looks very similar to that XLE kind of chart where you have some protection down here at 85.90. Like this is a refiner. At some points they have too much oil, they can't even refine it fast enough, and vice versa. So Valero, you definitely have to watch supply and demand there to see where that's going, but it's nice to see them up 3.5%. Again, another dividend that you might want to hold on to. So Valero, CVX, XOM, the ETFs, I mean, I like them all. I like the energy space.
More information on Friday after the close on Intel's self-driving unit that is apparently going to come to market at some point before the end of the year. Mobileye filing their prospectus anyways after the close on Friday. So a couple of interesting numbers here. 154 billion was the total value excluding SPACs of offerings the entire year last year. So far this year, remember, it's the first day of Q4, $7 billion worth of offerings have come to market. Down here, Mobileye reported $854 million in first half revenue. So it looks like we're going to get Mobileye at some point before the end of the year, guys, for Intel. Anyways, I mean, a minor story, kind of side note, but what do we do with the chips today?
Well, that deal, I think they're now valuing 30 instead of 50 billion. And I got to check for when they bought it, because when they bought that company, it was like 15, and that was a while ago. So I don't know. I don't know if the double up will end up being a good investment for them, considering the time, the time value, because the market's been up an absolute ton since they bought Mobileye. But Intel's been the one name that maybe I don't trade necessarily enough, but the last couple of days, 26, forget about it, we're above 26, but 26.50 to 26.60. If we get up there, and I'll be looking for shorts on Intel. You break out from that price, reestablish support, fair enough. But I feel like I want to go back to that well at least one more time here. At the open, that's always been a tricky show. Like shorting the chip names right at the open, you almost want to let it get to a level and then start showing like it wants to reverse. Very similarly, if we got to 128 on NVIDIA, that's another one I'm going to be looking for. Big level from last week. I think the support has been fantastic in this name, down around $120. So I want to bounce off of that one here today. So I want to be buying dips in NVIDIA. But I'll take, the market looks like we're heading into that upside. But I'll take one, I don't want to say final swing, but I'll take one more shot at Intel at that 2660 area. To go longs on NVIDIA, I'm probably going to have to get a little bit of a dip there. It is setting up like it could go 123.5 for a breakout. I just do not like chasing it. Like, we've already gone $3 in the pre-market. I don't like punching a top in this situation going into the open when you've just run $3. So, if it wants to break out clean from here, you can sort of leave me out of that one. The risk to reward, I'm not really sure how to make that one work, but dip buys in front of that 120 makes some sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always looking. I keep saying the same thing, man. Stick with what's been working, and for me, that's just been AMD. I mean, I can go over and trade Intel and NVIDIA. I mean, it's not a big deal, but if I'm going to trade one of them, they kind of all trade together. You got to watch out for the market as well. So obviously, Micron came out last week. Not great, but that didn't get destroyed or anything. Down there near 70 here for AMD. I do like that little bottom tick that we had there on AMD. We talked about it down here to 63 right there. I mean, it's 62. It's at the close on Friday, so that's, on Thursday is the levels that we're looking at. That was a disastrous day. That very bottom there is 62.80, so 62.70, let's call it that. It's too bad that none of my trades are showing up, but we were long off those bottoms as well, just like we were on Apple bottoms for that as well. So we'll wait to see here. 63 and change. It was already down to 63 earlier. I feel like you want to take that long if you come back in. But the note that I have on the sticky note today, it's pretty, for me, it's pretty clear. I don't necessarily want to take it if it doesn't go. So that's it, right? Always worth a trade. 63. Will it hold? I mean, that's the whole thing. I want to short any pops if we break through 63. So I really feel like now that the market's starting to go back up to the upside, you do have a shot down there at 63. So this could come in. We go long against that level. Now that we're up on the day, this is up almost 1%. The market's up 1%. So seems like it wants to dance today. So that's fine. So we're going to go long around 63.30 to start with. That's the bottom of the day. And then we will just respect this bottom of 62.85 or whatever it is. If that breaks, then we can get out of there without a problem, and we'll lose a little bit. We'll start a small trade down here at 63.30 and then average in when we get closer to 63 and then use that bottom as our out. But again, we have to make sure that we see the trade come through first. I mean, I don't want to just sit there and then take the long as the market is screaming back down. So let's just try to be as patient as we can. We've got some good cover here on NEO in case the market goes to the downside. So I like NEO here on a move to the downside into 1570 or so. We'll see if that comes through. So there's lots of dip buy opportunities here, and I like Apple to break the top. There's CCL with a buy after a horrible report there on Friday. We'll see what CCL is going to do. That's $1 million. But look on here, man. I mean, I already turned the bull over, or the bear over to a bull. But again, you don't have any sell side here. You have Blue Apron, Taiwan Semi. So those are the two ones. And then we're going to get NASDAQ in 2 minutes. But so far, it's looking like it's a pretty big buy day. But again, there's some oil names down here. Ford's there. I mean, there's not IPOF. I mean, there's a lot of kind of BS companies on here. So we'll have to wait to see if the NASDAQ turns that around. So right now, I'm not super influenced here by these imbalances.
Just having a look at this note from Peloton, if you missed it. Again, 5,400 Peloton's going to be in Hilton hotels right across the U.S. This kind of caught my eye, though. Hilton, I guess they're going to offer, Peloton's going to offer Hilton a 90-day trial subscription to the Peloton app. I assume for guests in the hotel. So if you stay at a hotel, you go down to the fitness center, you get on the Peloton, you can sign up for a 90-day trial subscription for a Peloton, guys. But 5,400 anyway is going to be in Hilton hotels.
Yeah, like when I looked at Peloton this morning, it almost wasn't even about the story. I think when you talk about some of the beat up names, the things I care about are setup, short interest, which we know is going to be there for Peloton. And as long as it wants to hold this bottom here, I just sort of feel like if it breaks 680, I'll want to be there the day that it happens. But if we're going to be holding that, it is set up for a pretty decent breakout. It's up 5% again. Earlier when I talked about it, I guess there were some dark pool prints down there, but most of the bulk of the trading, it's been solidly to that upside and looking for a bit of a breakout. Not quite through what I think like 740 to 750 is where that's a breakout. As long as it holds above that 680 level, I think you have a bit of a floor that you can work off of. Maybe they are headed to $5. That tends to be what I think is going on with the company. Maybe someone comes in and thinks they're worth buying it. But the chart is telling you that anytime there's a decent enough consolidation, and I can zoom in so you can see, anytime there's a decent enough consolidation, there have been pretty solid pops to be had. And last time we had some support off that $8 level. Now it looks like around $7. You're getting a tinge of that there in Peloton. So I think that's what you're trading off of more than anything else.
All right. Yeah, just quickly here. I think it's a bigger story. I don't even have it written on the sticky note, but I think it's a bigger story for Hilton. But Hilton's not really moving at all. So, again, I don't know. I don't know what occupancy rates are in hotels or anything like that right now. But, to me, if you are, Peloton, maybe if we can find out the subscribers, I'm not sure the number they have, but it's still huge, and they still have a huge following. And, I think that eventually they're going to get bought out for the subscribers and just for what they offer. But for me, it's like if you had a choice to stay at a Hilton or, I don't know, Ramada, like I don't know what matches with Hilton. They might even own that chain. But, I just feel it's a nice story for them. But it's only 2,000 shares, so no day trade there. Some of these hotels just continue to get beat down, every day as travel. Not beat down, but it's still not great as travel tries to figure itself out. So for me, it's more of a story for Hilton, and there's only 2,000 shares, so not a big thing there. All right, NASDAQ imbalance is out now. There's your ACRX. That's only 21 cents, so that's nothing. I thought maybe we were trading that last week or something, but no. Well, maybe we were, but only 21 cents. I don't see anything on here. Mullen, wow, 30 cents. 30 cents. Like, Credit Suisse has a big story around it. Obviously, these guys trying to declare, I don't know, I don't want to say they're going to declare bankruptcy or not, but, definitely some issues there with Credit Suisse and some trust issues and whatnot revolving around these guys. So watch out for CS today. Other than that, man, Ford, these are all small numbers, 200,000 shares. So I think everything's a pretty hard pass here as far as imbalances are concerned, which gives us a pretty clear pathway to see what's going to happen. Ford down here at $11, definitely worth buying. Again, this is just, my opinion. I feel like it's just come down a lot into this level. And is Ford going anywhere? Probably not. Could it see 7 or 8 again? Yeah. But if you think that the bottom is getting close to being in, then there are going to be some legacy names that are just too good to buy, too good to pass up. I think Ford is one of them. You can grab the dividend. I think it's near 5%. And I feel the same way about Intel. Both old companies with older technology trying to revamp their businesses. I like, not that they're older technology, but just going into electric. And then we know sort of the Intel story versus AMD and NVIDIA. So I still think some of these are worth buying. Ford down here at 10 and 11 with a 5% dividend. I like that name, but look, 5% is nothing. You can get killed in that on the equity real quick. Just gives you a little bit of cover there. So, a nice little name to the downside here for Ford, but Tesla, Apple, NIO, AMD, Meta, and CCL all on my radar.
Worth a mention, FNGR was up 1, 2, 3 days in a row to end last week. Big mover on Friday, up 25% here. There was an offering last week, was really the only news catalyst behind this. Teeny tiny float on this, but trying right now, in fact, to take out pre-market highs here. Ton of room on FNGR up as far as 520 even for this one.
Yeah, when I was looking at Finger, I'm just because I want to talk CCL. We only have 2 minutes to the open. But when I was looking at Finger, I just said, look, 360 seems pretty obvious. So I got like a 380 change bid. I'd stop out at 360. I don't want to chase this. I think the chance to get in was probably when it broke out at about 730. And if it gets higher from here, it'll probably do it without me taking a long through the top. As you said, Brennan, I mean, the news being the offering. Not a ton of a lot for in terms of a great catalyst. The CCL, look, we all know how bad it was, this stock to the downside, but got a great bid at $7, and that was a great level. It has primarily held that this morning. I know we opened, if you traded early enough, it was below $7, but that's like low volume pre-market. You're beneath that 7, so as long as that's defensible, then I'm going to take one more shot. The current low sits at about 690, so that's where actually 685. That's where the stop out would be. And I want to be buying dips in front of it. If we were to get anywhere near like this 760 to 775 area, I think that can be a good place for the short. Don't want to diddle in the middle with this. It's either one of those tight longs off the support levels. That's what worked on Friday, or get yourself into some resistance. That's what we want to play off of. It looks like Tesla, with about 30 seconds to go here, actually did end up bouncing off of low. Did end up bouncing off of that 256 area, but it did get as high as 258. I still like that 260 for some resistance. Tony is on the bell, and I forgot to say that the Blue Jays are almost certainly going to be hosting that game. It's not a complete lock. Almost certainly going to be hosting that playoff game, so look forward to seeing Tony there. I know we'll likely be there on Friday. Not that I want to jinx it, because I don't think it's 100% just yet. 60% Tony just said it in my ear. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it. Actually think it's better than that.
Yeah, it's way better than that. Okay, right now, though, we are open and ready to rock and roll as we watch out for this market and what's going to come through. Meta right now trying to get back up to the upside. Watch out for a 138 break long on Meta as the market is now open. Still same thing for Apple. Watching out for this stock. Not much happening on Apple. Looking at 138 again. I'm going to wait for that. AMD with the move to the upside. Wow, nice little one for AMD. Now up 1.82%. This name is off already. We were talking about that bottom, but yeah, that bottom's nowhere to be found right now. It might even just take out 65 here and not stop. So watch out for a 65 take here on AMD. It looks like it wants to do that pretty early.
Yeah, and already heading to the downside, I said don't try to chase those when it comes to NIO or the Chinese EVs. Right coming into that support, so I'm trying that dip buy on NIO. Didn't quite get it, but this is not open yet, so the stock isn't open. A lot of times you'll see volume start to come in here. I mean, everything I was looking for support, you're now breaking out the highs. So there's Amazon taking out that top. FNGR just took out the highs as well, so it looks like Finger is definitely going to be on the move. We're mentioning some Peloton. That's coming back down into that support. If it can hold 685, I think that's worthy of a bit of a level. And another name dipping downside in EV space, Rivian here actually down, testing some pre-market lows. Its support to me is down around that 32 level, almost there right now.
Okay, so yeah, we're kind of the same way here. We did miss the long here on our friend. Just getting it set up here. We just actually got a fill there on Meta. So we actually go for a long little fill on Meta against that 138. The stocks are blasting up. So this is not going to be a big position right now. We're just trying to hold to see what Meta wants to do. AMD is coming back down. Let's just give some cover to Meta though quickly. We are long right now, 138.17. So we're flat on this. Back down to 137 is really the concern for me. So if we can take back down there 137, that's where we started the day. So a take back there, and then we'll get out. So if we can average back in around 137.50 if the market keeps falling, then that's going to be a price for me. There comes 250 on Tesla.
Yeah, it's about $1 away right now on Tesla, enough. So it's getting pretty darn close to it. Oh, come on, don't bounce there. That's not where you want to bounce. You want to bounce at 250. Pending order. Either way, it looks like we're at 250, 150. I don't want to chase this. If I'm going long bounce here, it has to be right at, and that 250 level is going to be that line in the sand. Remember, those breakdowns have been absolute gold on Tesla. So when it breaks that level, you are looking for the reversal trade. But Tesla getting really close. I'm sure NIO was likely to pop. I'm surprised NIO hasn't popped in. It feels like that one is almost like a guarantee that we're going to be headed to the downside. It looks like it was about to get. Tesla's right here, 50 cents away. So I don't want to pull away from this stock. I want my attention to be in the right spot. You're getting a lot of dark pool prints. That's why my chart keeps flashing these 254. But we are sitting right down in front of 250.
Yeah, I'm going to go
what's wrong
short.
with this
So,
chart?
I mean, right now it's going to come through. So I will be going short right now on Tesla. So
Yeah,
as
why
it
was it
comes
pending?
right now, Tesla coming in to 250. I am going to go short on this break. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for here. Some decent size there at 250. But again, it's already done 8 million shares, right? So this name is rocking right now. Let's wait. We have execution issues? Okay.
Be careful, be careful.
Yeah, if we have an execution issue, obviously we won't get punched short, but there it is right there for that. Mine was fine. My order went out fine. I don't know. I didn't get any shares, but there it is. So yeah, I don't know. No shorts there for Tesla. I don't know. So anyways, Tesla does break, and there it is right there. There's absolutely no surprise there on that Tesla break of 250. We did miss the short, I guess, because I don't know. My order went out, but if anybody's saying what's going on with our executions, I'm not sure. But that did gap down about 50 cents, which is why I'm pretty sure why I missed it right now. But just be careful right here, guys.
Yeah, be careful. And NIO here, look, a lot of these names came through. I can tell you we're having execution issues because I can't, I canceled this order on NIO as it started screaming down, and it's just flashing right through. That FNGR is absolutely flashing to the upside. That's about $5 right now. And if you go back over to, we're talking about Rivian all the way down. Well, obviously Tesla's going to go to the downside. You're going to see Rivian all the way through that 32. So it's a complete bloodbath at this particular point. Big tech. Amazon, that had a bit of a reversal, but has managed to hold up. So that 112 support I like on Amazon, that's going to be there. It's the EVs that are getting crushed, last I checked. The one that's going to stick out like a sore thumb for me, however, I said I would take one more crack on shorting Intel, one more shot. This Intel goes right to 264.48. I'm sitting right in front of 50s. It's already pulled back. So that's the, and when I say final shot, I mean I was shorting it pretty much every single pop the last couple of days, but did not catch this fill over here on Intel. Still headed upside right now, but a bit of a top being made there in some of the, at least some of the individual chip names. NVIDIA, very similar chart. 120 is the support. It's nowhere there yet for any dip buys.
Yeah, I mean, we are having execution problems. It looks like I can't average into anything here. So unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to hold on to this Meta. I do want the long right now against 135. I would take more right here, but we do have execution issues. And if Lucas or Fahad or somebody can tell somebody in the back, that would be fantastic. Yeah, so it'd be nice if someone did. All right, what's up, Brandon?
Greg's on it, guys, so we'll try and keep you posted here as we deal with some technical issues. Amazon, just popping up here on volume, they just said they're going to launch a dedicated marketplace for affordable product lines. So Dollar General, DLTR, both spiked to the downside very slightly there. Light volume on both, but Amazon trying to target some of the dollar stores.
Then you're probably not filled.
Oh, I wanted to go back over to the last thing I was going to talk about there was actually going to be Meta. Meta, again, looking relatively strong. It's broken out that 138. We'll see what happens with our execution issues. I am on the bid in front of 135, so I do anticipate those are live orders that I should be able to get that fill on the way down. And then remember how strong some of the energy names were. Occidental, it did dip by 63.5 right in here. I'm sitting at 63.30. It's now gonzo to the upside. So if we get that fill, you're going to be able to sort of celebrate it. Unfortunately, it's now through the 50 period on the daily. There's not much I can do about it. A lot of times when you go for the dip buy instead of the breakout, it's at the risk of not getting the trade at all, because if it doesn't come into your price, there's not a heck of a lot you can do about it. I don't want to be I said there's no chasing this move because it's at that 50 period. It needs to break out 65. If it does dip off this level on the daily, I think there will be some chances to get into this. We've talked about this before in Oxy, maybe back into like 64 off of some of those pre-market breakout prices. That can be worth it for a bit of a breakdown or a dip buy here. Unfortunately, unable to catch this, but now 5% to the upside. Oxy just screaming. Tesla continues to plunge down at 46s. That 50 break obviously would have been fantastic to the downside. In terms of support levels on Tesla, when I looked at the higher time frame, there was not a heck of a lot to look at, because you've got to go all the way back into like 675, which works to 225. So there's not a heck of a lot to look at when it comes to support for Tesla on the higher time frames.
Yeah, this basically wants to make me sick because, you know, the number one name here, unfortunately we do have some execution issues, but the number one name here on the sticky note today is Tesla shorting through 250, right? If you look at Tesla right now, you're at 246, it's still going down. So I put the order out. I don't think I'm filled. We are having execution issues here today, so that's why you're not seeing me in any trades other than the one I had before execution went down, which is Meta, and I want to get way longer
Fingers halting.
than this one. So yeah, thanks for that note there. We are having some execution issues here. What's up, Brendo?
Yeah, that FNGR just halting upside, guys. There's also this LVWR, monster volume spike there. Looks like a lot of people got stopped out, maybe below that pre-market low, but huge volume came in there, sell side for Livewire.
FNGR, man, it broke the high in a big way. It's now halted to the upside. Volatility halt, $5.30 here. Getting an indicated open of 548, so 57%. It was just last week, I think it was, the offering, but it's just been screaming. This was a 50-cent stock. I think it was the beginning of the week last week, so that's now up 10x, not too bad. Last time I checked, 10x was good.
By now.
If you want to look at this,
right, so
on the daily, 550 is a pretty obvious level here, guys. Look for that resistance. If it opens up and rejects 550, not a bad level to be working off of here, guys. If we open back up and it rejects 550, I think you've got a pretty decent place where people are looking to take some profit. I'm going to double check. We have, like I said, we have the execution issues.
I can't even feel my hands.
But I got to look for pay for shorts as well when it comes to finger.
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
So I'm going to update. Pratt has a position on right now, and it's short 250. And I was like, bro, the fact that we don't have execution has just made you like $5 because it probably would have covered earlier. Look at this. Like, I wish I had this. I honestly,
I want to be sick, man.
Hand to God. I put the largest trade for my Tesla levels that I've had in a long time, breaking through that 250. So I wish I still had this trade. I don't have it, but there goes 250 all the way to the downside. So let's just cover some other stocks. There's not much we could do here, and this is what happens, right? It's like all the good trades, you know, sometimes you miss them. And I would have also, by the way, the other trade that I really liked was Apple breaking through 138, or sorry, no, it was 140. So it was Meta 138. We'll look at that in a minute. But Apple does not get to that 140. And here you go, Prad, as Tesla continues to go to the downside right now. So, you know, this is going to give you your best trade of all time, probably, Brad, with no execution. So there it goes down to the downside right now, down through 137. Watch out for Apple here, trying to give it up as well. My Meta, again, I just have to sit here. There's nothing I can do. I cannot get out of this. I would be buying more Meta down here. I like it against that 135, but the market right now is collapsing. Watch out for that 135.50 area. I say collapsing, but I mean
it's falling.
You know, it's
the
falling.
ES is positive still.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I was just going to look back at it. The NASDAQ still up 0.1 right now. And oil, wow. Oil is really the story here. That up 6% today. So there's a lot of stuff happening. Man, I want to get in here and buy some more of this Meta and wish that my Tesla fill came through, but I don't have that one.
It all just came in.
Okay, there we go. So some fills have come in there. I don't have Tesla, so
it's like immediate management, right? Because what essentially happened is our execution went down.
I still think
and
it's
you get
down.
Absolutely screwed. I think execution is still down. So any stop orders you have, no good. But every single fill just came in. So I actually just got long in a bunch of names where we had longs in front of support levels and no stops are going to end up triggering for me. So as we come back into the upside, we'll have to take some of these out. There's not a heck of a lot you can do about it. I was on the bid with stops on NEO, with stops on CCL, and neither one of those. If I had actually gotten the fills in Tesla with my 250 stop, I would have never gotten those either. So those are going to start to come back in. Finger's going to open up flat, it looks like now. And thankfully, a little bit of a relief rally is going to give us some cover as the market's trying to get back off those lows.
I still can't cover anything, so there's nothing to do. You just got to sit here. I will discuss, thanks. What up, Scott H there? Thanks for everything. Yeah, CCL is crashing. That's another name that we had looking for the short there on our sticky note CCL. But I still can't feel my hands, so I feel like it's kind of a benefit maybe that I'm not trading. But there goes CCL all the way down to 660. Shout out to you, Scott, and everybody else trading that one, as that just fell right back down in as well. So that 660 bottom all the way 685, 697 bucks here. I feel like there is a good opportunity to buy. So one order that just did fill for me that You know, we were trying to defend that 1550 area. Was CCL, or sorry, was NEO. NEO came in there at the bottom of the range, so that just came in out of nowhere. That's NEO into this. I liked it against 1550, but we dumped down below 1550. That would have been another good long, but again, we're unable to average in, so I kind of sit here and hope.
Nothing to do.
There's nothing to do. So we're just going to sit here, wait to see if this can come through, and then see what else is happening here with Tesla as that made its way all the way back up.
I'm not sure what's going on here in AT&T, but that's up 5% and screaming. I don't know if you have if there's something going on here, Brendo, but yeah, I got to look into this. I'm not sure why this is so strong at this point. Brendo?
All right, I will double check on that. Just want to mention this, guys. Huge volume alert there right at this low for Roblox. Remember, down on a downgrade today. No bounce yet for Roblox. Not much we can do, but hey, anyone wants to take advantage. We're right at that prior low for Roblox.
So look, Roblox is another name. I'm not sure what's going on at AT&T. We'll get that one to you. Although I do remember when Sean went over the imbalances, AT&T, I do want to say, was top of that list. Look, Roblox is going to be another one, man. It broke through support, but there's nothing you can do. If you use stop orders to trigger in, you probably got it. It's bounced off of last week's bottoms at 33.60. So you are getting some cover there. All I would say is if we break through these lows on Roblox, I mean, it gets pretty ugly from that. Like, we get through this, it gets pretty ugly if you get through this bottom here on the daily chart, so on the 15-minute chart. Roblox, there is a monster gap below this 33.5. That gets taken out, and you could be seeing all the way down to 20 to 25. Respect that. If we do bounce a couple of times here, I think that floor can be solid. But I need to see the market trying to come back a little bit stronger than it is, although we are getting a bounce in the ES. So you're seeing a lot of these beaten up names bounce all in concert together. Not much we can do, but like we said, we have that execution issue, unfortunately. And even Tesla catching a bounce off of 241 or 240, 242, 241.78. Looks like it's back around that 245. I'd just be treating that 250 from support to resistance, right? So you're shorting in front of it. And not much we can do about it. But look, if you want to be shorting in front of this, I think that makes a heck of a lot of sense. You're getting a bit of a rollover. It did not quite touch SSR, which would be down 10%. That's beneath that 240 level. So Tesla gets, I think it's like 239 or so. That would be down 10%. Usually a good place for some bounce levels on Tesla.
Yeah, so it's too bad because AMD, a good call by you guys. Again, we are having execution issues right now. You're seeing everybody behind us. Luca has a good trade through on Tesla through 250 there as well. So he's really excited. I hope and pray that, I think we've already gotten some of our fills because this NEO one just popped in, but I was also right down here. There's a chance I could be long a lot of shares of AMD as well that could pop in because I was bidding down here for AMD against 63. It was like 63.50 or so, which happens to be almost the exact bottom. Looks like we wicked down to 63.40. So whether or not that fill comes in for me or not, I'm not sure. It's just so bad because I was hitting buy on all of these names, man. I really wanted that meta dip down there as well. That meta dip would have been real spicy down there at 136.50. So that would have been a crazy buy down there. And I was trying to hit the keys, man. So hopefully a lot of you are able to do something similar to that as well. Google at resistance right now, 97.50. Came right back in. It just busted through 97. So that was a nice trade for Google as that's trying to go back up to the upside again. All we wrote down today were longs. The only short that we had on our little note there was, I believe it was anyways, was, we had Tesla short 250. You're seeing how much that one would have printed us. But right now, Tesla short. The only other one we had there actually we had nothing else short, was CCL. But again, with our executions, that's nothing. And I wouldn't have been short anyways. I was waiting for a little bit higher. I wanted to short into 750. So sure, I probably would have started here around 720, 725. But I wouldn't have had an opening print. So CCL just destruction to the downside. And it's just so funny because there goes Meta now right back into the money to the upside. The thing is, I can't cover. Yeah. I can't cover.
No, it's something we can do. Before we go to Brendan here, that FNGR is halted again to the upside again. It's a 591. It halted. Now sitting at 5, indicated open to 593, so about flat. But it's through that 550 level on the daily chart. So this is really, truly off to the races at this point. Get yourself paid, obviously. No one ever went broke taking profit. This could come back rather heavily. There is no news catalyst other than last week's offering. Brendan?
No little one moving. IDCC up on this note. Interdigital new deal or new patent deal with Apple, and they also upped their revenue outlook on that new patent deal with Apple. So another one that's halted a couple of times here. IDCC up on light volume.
All right. Yeah, IDCC. I mean, if there's anything else you guys want us to look at here, man, I mean, there's not much else. I see someone talking about Nike going parabolic. I hope it's to the upside, but I don't know. Is it? Yeah, it is kind of decent. We traded Nike a little bit on Friday there to the long side off some of these levels as well. 83 and change. Nice little move. This is so. Look, made me look. This is not parabolic, but still a nice little move to the upside here as it's starting to go with the rest of the market. As the market goes from almost negative there. I believe it went almost there. It might have even turned on the NASDAQ. I'm not sure. Well, I can go back, but you are looking now at taking out the day's high there. So a nice little call for Nike. A nice little call for Tesla short as well. Anybody that had that 250, that went all the way down to 242 and change. So, obviously that move coming upside is really nice. We have execution issues. So normally by now, instead of me only making 4 trades, I probably would have made 40 trades for sure. But unfortunately, there's the dip buy again happening in NEO. We're still long right here. It's going to look like, wow, he held it all the way back. But to be honest with you, this name, and again, just to talk about how I trade, I would have been out on a 50 break. I probably would have taken it out around 45 or something. So any win that I have here on NEO is kind of lucky to be holding. The only thing I feel bad, no, I don't feel bad, but Meta, I wanted to load up down here, man. We talked about wanting to get Meta at 135. When that ripped from 136 to 138 and then gave it all back, that's a definite buy spot for me. But here we go. It's a nice little move back up to the upside. So watch oil. Oil up 6% there. I know you're going to talk about Finger, but let's just look quickly at Oxy. Yeah, as Oxy's starting to rip up to the upside as well. Now up 4.5%. I mean, it's pulled back. Whatever, it's pulled back, but still.
This is a dip buy.
Yeah, up 4.5. I think you can buy Oxy here. As Neil and I, honestly, we just have to sit on our hands, which isn't a bad thing because, man, my hands are cold.
They're freezing, but that Finger wick top through 60 even. Now it's starting to pull back. I was just sort of saying, make sure you get yourself paid if you're long in this thing, because now it's looking like it wants to at least dip back into maybe
it's
$5.
Close, but I won't be able to hit my
It can
hands.
work off of Brendo.
Another one moving, guys. Robinhood downside initially on this note. There was this story out in the pre-market. Actually, they're going to close another 5 offices as a part of their ongoing restructuring plan. So higher than normal volume on Hood so far, but we are coming downside as well.
By the way. So it is, like we're not making this up. Like we're all in sweaters today because it is freezing. It's pretty cold in the office.
Trader Prad.
But Trader Prad.
Yeah.
With the I don't know what kind of gloves those are.
I don't know what they are either, but I got to make them a little bigger here. These are Wins gloves, Amazon gloves.
If it doesn't fit, you must have quit.
Yeah. Well,
you look honestly, you look like the juice in
I was
the
going to say,
courtroom.
I tried to put them on.
You should have seen him try to put these gloves on. He's like,
what kind of hands does this man have? But my hands went in here after a while, but they have these zippers here, so I was able to open them up. But actually, these fit nice. Are these quite warm? Yeah. I actually like these.
They don't fit.
These might be good for driving around. These are actually some nice gloves there. But yeah, our hands are freezing here because it was like, so when I said that I was golfing in like 15-degree weather, that's Celsius, okay? Not Fahrenheit. I would agree with all of y'all. You can't golf in well, you could, but you don't want to golf in like below freezing. 32 Fahrenheit is 0 Celsius, of course, as well. So I was golfing in like 60. Okay, orders are back. So here, take these gloves. Thank you, Mr. Prad, for those gloves. But apparently now we can rock and roll. So let me look at some of these trades and see what we can do. I'm going to refresh my position. I suggest that's what everybody should do. And I'm going to go right over to NIO and see about getting some out right now. So NIO, nicely back done to the upside. You can, no, Prad.
No, you cannot.
Oh, wait a second. You can maybe get filled. Let's see. I'm waiting at 67. No, I don't think so. I think I would have just got filled on NEO there at 67. So no, I do not think orders are back. Orders are not back.
No, they are not.
Pradley, thanks for that. That was fun. I liked
don't yell that out.
Yelling that orders were back, but if you are part of Day Trade the World, orders not back. Because I just tried to get out of NEO. So I'm sitting here at 67. It just cleared the whole level again right there. So we would have been out of that. So unfortunately, no. Oh, wait a second. Something just filled. So I just punched out with Boss X a little bit there on NIO, and I actually got a fill.
Okay,
so
well,
I don't know. Where's Luca? You could try Boss X. I just got a fill there. I don't know. But anyways, at your own risk, guys, until we get the confirmation.
Okay, I mean, yeah, definitely. Well, we got that story from Brendan about Robinhood. I haven't gotten any fills yet, but we'll check in. That $10 on Robinhood, if it gets back up there, I mean, I kind of like this for a bit of a reversal play. Now, we're getting a bit of a bounce in the market. I think there's some gateways that seem like they're going to be up. Yeah, it looks like we're getting some execution back in there. I think we're back. So I'm going to start just getting out of the names. No need to hold on to anything, so it looks like we're going to end up being back here. Yep, we're good to go. Tesla back down at 245, so that little relief rally, yeah, it didn't quite get back up to 250, but we'll see if we can get that 250 level after all. There's not much you can do about this. Like, a lot of the levels that we're looking for have come and certainly gone. Like 120s in front of NVIDIA looks fantastic. That just got up there, and looks like that would have been a pretty good level there, guys.
They all work.
You know, I'm still gonna like some dip buys on NVIDIA down to 120, and then Intel was the other one. We did sit on that offer. It looks like we're headed right back up to that 2650. So you could have a double top on Intel, potential breakout, but I still like that short. Until we get through those prices, I'm going to take my shots shorting Intel off the top. Unable to get it that first time through, but if we can get it the second time, no issues with that. And that finger FNGR, you know, sort of saying be a little bit careful. Well, it bounced off of $5, so it's got a little bit of a relief or a bounce in here off that $5 level. A lot of times you get that big rejection. The question becomes, can you retest that 6? If you can't get past $6, that gives you an interesting short level for anybody that's paid for locates.
Yeah, you're a funny guy there, Franz K. Yeah, I know AMD's a nice trade. I wish I was here. We just got it. And if you're just joining us, welcome, man. We did have execution problems, so unfortunately the only positions I have are Neo and Meta, and I don't know how stable things are right now, but yeah, I wrote down for sure I mean, I wanted that AMD long. I should be in the money now $2, but unfortunately we did have execution problems, just like we should be in the money much more on Meta as well and Neo. But whatever, you know, when execution goes down, you know, there's not much you could do for that. So we do miss that AMD rip up to the upside, which has been fantastic, right? Apple up to 139, 140 right here. So there is potential for that Apple trade to come through as well. Breaking through 140, I like that. But I just think there's more dip buy opportunities to come, right? Whether or not you go down to 137.40, 137.20, something like that in here for Meta, I like that for a dip buy. You're now up on the market, so yeah, 137. I guess, yeah, let's just try to buy some more Meta here at 137.20 or something like that. Go ahead, yep.
No, very quickly, VSAT. Now, Brendan brought us this story, VSAT. It's going to be halted now at about $38, up that 27%. Remember, there was speculation of a potential deal being made. So when you look at this, always go to like my tried and true resource here. Going to go to the halt page. You always want to make sure you know what's going on. Right now, it's just a volatility halt. There is a chance that there could be some deal news coming through with VSAT, but it is halted. Should be about 5 minutes or so till it opens back up, but good reason that we were looking at this, Brendan giving it to us, that potential deal. I'm seeing an actual flat theoretical auction price, like $38 in here, actually to the downside just a little bit, but this does have that potential deal, give it a bit of a floor there. I think it was like a 1.96 billion that Brendan was mentioning. Going to go back over to some of these big tech names. Apple getting real close to that 140 level. Hasn't quite gotten there, but as the market tries to creep up, you are getting this opportunity at that 140 level on Apple. You know, until we get the all clear, I don't want to be sort of throwing things out there in terms of our executions, because you want to make sure you have your stops working and everything. But 140 line in the sand looks like it's being tested. Amazon, however, is going the other direction down into that 112 support. So Amazon, you know, relative strength over there in Apple, I want to say. Amazon almost red on the session and testing this 112 to that downside.
No, we still have execution problems here right now. So we were able to get out of some, and by some I mean a very, very small amount of NIO. So we are long right here. Just to talk about a few more names that I do like. All right, so Peloton down to $7 again as that one. I made that funny joke about Dick's Sporting Goods the other day, but honestly, man, I just feel like they're kind of grasping at straws, which is good on them. I mean, I really think that Peloton, honestly, in what they've been doing the last little while, going on Amazon, trying to make that deal with Dick's Sporting Goods, now with Hilton, you know, and then with the rowing, like I said, I don't think that they're going to be a very successful company. It doesn't seem like they're making any money at all right now, but they are trying to have that turnaround. So I feel like there could be an activist, like we're going to come in one day and see this name up like 30% just because. I don't know when that name is, and I would never buy something because of that. But if you did want to sort of throw some kind of YOLO option call or something like that, maybe at a 10 or something in the next little bit, I can sort of see somebody stepping in here for Peloton. Let me know if we have to throw anywhere, if you have anything in my ear. No. Okay, so there could be something there for Peloton for sure. Let's go over there to another stock that, again, you know, has had some activism in it a little bit. We did have Bill Ackman actually took a nice little position there in Netflix as it was coming down, but I believe he said that he got out down here around 170, 180, which seems to have been a mistake. But Netflix, again, today, relatively weak against the market. We have not seen that very often. You guys know that I've been shorting this name the last little bit. I mean, right here, there's the short. So we actually went long and short. Funny that my trades are showing up here on Friday. That last short didn't work, but I'm still thinking that if you take this level down, we are at some key levels now, not only in the market, but on stocks like Netflix right here, taking down this 234. I like that short. This is another one, like if just like that Tesla, man, you know, air coming out of some of these names, that Tesla short at 250, obviously, I don't think it flew in for you. It didn't flow in for me, so I don't have the short there. But I really do like this call, man, on the Tesla short there, 250. Now it's trying to get back up. It's a good thing. I got to give a big shout out to Prad, to Lucas, to some of the guys behind us, because when execution came out, they were able to cover pretty much all of their shorts. So good trading there for anybody that hit a short pretty early in the market today.
Yeah, to be sure. And look, there's not everything to the upside. I just want to quickly go over Coinbase here because that only went down. Basically, no bounce in sight for Coinbase. It failed at 65. Looks like we're headed down to that 60 level. I mean, and this is with the market holding up this morning. If the market turns red, Coinbase is back down at $60. And if that level breaks, I mean, you can pretty much, I don't want to say stick a fork in it, but it's going to be obvious. It's going to get pretty ugly on that name there. And this is probably the last. We don't, like I said, we don't have executions, but I did have orders out on this, and I said I will be trading it, likely for some spread trading. I can't really even do anything with it now, but LGC, it's not going to move. I know it's up 600-something%, but that doesn't mean there's further upsides. Being bought for $2.07. It's going to trade between 2 and 207, likely for the entire day here. So there's not a heck of a lot to look at there, unless you can spread trade. And it is 10 o'clock, so let's go to Brendan for Happening Now.
All right, we got this ISM manufacturing PMI number, guys, 50.9 versus 52.1, 52.1, I should say, versus 50.9. So higher than expected on the manufacturing PMI number there at 10 o'clock. So heads up on the market. Nice look overall for the board right now. Nicely green right across the entire thing. 1.25 for the S&P, the Dow 1.4%. Still trying to lead the NASDAQ, not far behind though, 0.9 for both the composite and the 100. Worth a note, the Russell here was nicely strong, actually up significantly more than this out of the gate this morning. We have come back to the downside here in Toronto. TSX 1.5%, nice bounce in oil. Obviously, a few things we were discussing if you were with us in the pre-market this morning. Tesla, yeah, deliveries miss. Elon Twitter deposition on the way. Deliveries higher year over year for NIO, a nice move so far. And XOM, nice move as well. Oil up more than 6% on the day. There it is, XOM 3.5, just testing session highs. I want to mention this as well, Coinbase, a little bit of weakness, some analysts negative on Coinbase this morning, guys, in the pre-market downside as well. Brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out today, guys. Shout out to Chart Prime. Back over to you.
Yeah, I don't know. I just missed mine.
Good luck there, Brendan, as always. Oh, man, with the bounce. We're getting another bounce. By the way, I'm going to show you the overall market because you're about to break out on the NASDAQ here. Amazon 112, man, that was pretty good. It's bouncing off that level. Looks like we're breaking out. I know across the board, it's going to be it'll be some frustration, but this is part of life. Like, you're now through that 138 on Meta. The EV names are still relatively weak, but you are seeing that continuation. Apple now at that 140. Here comes the one. It actually broke 140 by about 6 pennies or so. So you did get that breakout on Apple. Looks like it wants to get going to the upside. we're still going to have to sit here and sort of just give you the commentary and let you guys know what's working, what's not. Obviously, some of the EV names have been under some pressure. You're going to see NIO actually climb back into the upside. Like I said, I had no stop out when our execution went down. I was pretty lucky to be able to get out the second we're up for like a split second. This gets back to 16. I'd be thinking one thing and one thing only, which is fade off of the highs in NIO. Rivian, another name out here. Trying to get back to that key $32 level. It's still showing some weakness behind 32s. Like, I can't seem to find anything. Like, the market's breaking out pretty big. It's only the EV names and maybe Coinbase that look terrible. Everything else looking pretty solid here. Look pretty strong across all of tech, even the chip sectors. It's the EVs dragging this market down.
Look, guys, let's just hit the money bags. It's like, because if you're following any of the levels that I gave to you guys or we talked about earlier on, then you are just banking like crazy right now. We talked about some of these dip buy opportunities, man. Apple, NIO. I mean, I'm in NIO. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had execution. I would call her. But honestly, man. You like that one, Bradley? I don't know. Oh, I meant to ask you, Brad, are you still balling? Because I was calling you Bradley Beal the other day. Are you guys still playing in the afternoon basketball? Or? Nah, you gave that up. I saw one of our traders towards ACL. It
was Achilles.
Yeah, Achilles, yeah, ACL. Or, it was Achilles. Oh, okay. All right, guys. Was that a call for Brendo?
No, I just heard Greg yell.
Oh, Greg yelled something. Okay. All right. So this is confusing today. Someone's saying Edge X is working in our chat. What's up, guys? If you are with Day Trade the World, I do want to get out of some of these trades, so we will look to see if there is any other execution. Generally speaking, when execution is down, it's down for us here, and I do apologize for that. This is not something that we normally run into, but AMC is down 6.7%, or sorry, down 3.7%. What's up, Brendan? Was that a call for Brendan? Okay, what's up, Brendan?
Yeah, we had a couple minutes there of a window anyways to get some orders out, but no longer, unfortunately. Execution back down. DWAC, I mentioned that note in the pre-market, guys. They were talking back and forth, the two sides, on extending the window as far as the shareholder agreement or shareholder vote to come on the deal getting done. There was also a note from Business Insider this morning suggesting former President Trump will, in fact, run once again in 2024. So a nice move back higher here for DWAC.
He will run, but is he going to get the nomination from the Republicans?
Well,
Can you guys? I don't know enough, but we don't get enough coverage
like
here.
Unfortunately, we don't know American politics.
Yeah, and we don't want to talk about American politics. Man, Randy put way too much milk or cream in it.
I always say this about DWAC. I know it's up right now, but usually looking for reversal is like the way to go. But it's done 400,000 shares of volume and has a 20-cent spread when I look at this stock. And every single time there's a bit of a pop, like you want to be thinking about fading it because you get these crazy wicks. Last time that's what happened at 18. This time it breaks 19, and the reject actually got to 1966. So pretty big move to the upside, and then slam right back down. It's just the same thing pretty much over and over again. I think that's what you want to look for in terms of trading. Don't chase, you never want to chase this stock when it goes up without a lot of volume behind it, because you're going to get that big dip buy. Always better off to try. If you want to catch a dip, that can be worth it as well. Tesla, got to hit enter twice sometimes to get the quotes up. So the quotes are fine, obviously. It's back to this 250 level. So a lot of times support can turn into resistance on the way up. Just remember the circumstances of how, where it's trading at 250, that was with the market sort of leveling off a little bit. Now the market's trying to break back out. So if you're looking for reloads on Tesla in front of 250, different context in the market as we're through some of these highs and continuing to go higher. But I think, until it breaks back above there, you're probably looking for some reload shorts on Tesla and across the board, man. Everything. Amazon bounced nicely off that 112. It's now back up at 114. Hasn't broken out yet, but those support levels certainly held, and there were a lot of them this morning. So anything that held support, now off to the races. I mean, NVIDIA, I can show you NVIDIA. That's now breaking out after the dip buy, getting close to 125. 128 is the next level of resistance for NVIDIA. So it has a lot of room to be able to run. That's a good thing about relief rallies in a bear market is, generally speaking, when you bounce off these levels, you had a lot of runway till you get up to places where people are likely going to look for profit taking, and then short sellers are going to want to come in here about 128 as well, about $4 away from that though.
I was talking about some of the prices. If you are joining us now for the first time, we do have an execution issue here with our broker. So unfortunately, there's not much to do. We got long early, and then all of a sudden everything collapsed on us as far as execution is concerned. So I won't be able to put on any new trades. I could barely get out. It came up right here, and these were just, I got out of like 1% of my trades. I was just like, let me just see what was happening there, and we were able to get 2 fills quickly. I don't think Neil was able to get, did you get anything on anything or no?
So basically I had a couple of longs with stops under that because my stops didn't work, I just ended up with the long position.
Did you get anything out when we got back up?
No, I did. I covered. I covered CCL. I was able to cover Neo. I didn't hold on to the long. Like when there's execution issues like that, the fact that I was able to take like less than 20 cents, I'm just going to take it and get out of it. Just quickly, that VSAT, it's still going, by the way. It's at $42 and just keeps on breaking out here. So look, it's just like that. We talked about the $2 billion deal. That was when it was at 38, and it continues to go higher here. So really no update officially on what could be happening. But Brendan, this is one of the reasons why you want to tune in here. Brendan brought us this before the open even, and now you're still breaking upside another 10% since the open on VSAT. Brendo?
Yeah, I mean, I can run over it again here, guys. It's their link side of the business. So their tactical link side of the business they're purchasing for $1.96 billion. So the deal, that part of the deal is done. There was a note early on this morning suggesting that L3 Harris could be interested in the entire company, but it looks like they're just going to buy this tactical links data portion of the actual Viasat company, guys.
All right.
Yeah, and the way I saw it running, I was thinking that they might be trying to take the entire thing. Because it is up so much, but it is still screaming to that upside. And the market leveling off a little bit, so 250 worked again. If you shorted Tesla 250 again, you're good.
Yeah, I know, we just did that funny thing right there. I'm going to go, let's get these bulls kicking because there ain't I can do about anything right now. We did turn this guy around earlier, and you're seeing he's charging at the market here today. As normally we're pretty right when we turn this thing around. On Friday we put it up to the people because we didn't really have a feel for it, and you guys spoke and were right. It was bearish on Friday. It started to be real nice, and today's day can turn around in a flash. So, let's not think that you're up to some nice little levels here. Therefore, we're all in the clear. Here's actually the NASDAQ 100 right now. So, well, this is not the NASDAQ 100. These are the futures. But you can see right now, well, which is the NASDAQ 100, I guess. You're starting to break above. Again, this is going to be the 50 period here, this pink line. This is just a 30-minute chart, so it's not like it's super huge. But there's that bottom of 11,060. 11,060. This was actually made the other day down there. This is our June bottom. We are respecting that and bouncing back up. You still have a long way to go. That 12,000, I remember we were talking about that being pretty key. But right now you're starting to bounce back up here on the NASDAQ, taking down this level, 11,100. Obviously a key spot as well in the market. So nice to see us trying to hold some of these highs. This is just, again, the daily. Here's us breaking 11.1 there, went back down, held it, and then ripped up. So I feel like this market, this bull market, is not going to hold until we come back and test again. And you're going to think how this sounds crazy, right? Like, why would you want to come back and test lower to confirm a bull market? Well, I just want this level to hold one more time. Let's see if the buyers are down here at 11,100. If they are, then we should bounce and then retest and break some of these highs. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for the NASDAQ. We will just hold it. And hell yeah, Dominic, you can get a go, Pack, go. However, we beat a third-string quarterback right there. And, it sucks, but we're 3-1. We're still probably. What are the Rams? They're playing tonight, but they could go. They could go to 3-1, and I think the Vikings are 3-1 as well.
But we wanted them to lose.
I know, and that's why it was bittersweet.
We're in this big survivor pool. It's like a big Wall Street one, and we had both our entries that we have left. Both of them were through. There would have been less than 100 out of like 3,600 people in the pool. To be less than 100 if the Packers had lost, and we would have still had two entries. And it's a big time pool, so every
single
wanted the
suicide
lose,
pool.
man.
No, look.
Everybody was all in pack.
I could have taken a week 4 loss if that would have been the case there, and then we work from there. But yeah, unfortunately, the Packers. Well, not unfortunately they won, but they won.
Good for them.
Good for them, but they should have won a lot easier anyways, in my opinion. Bill Belichick, honestly, man, I love the guy. But imagine this. You have the ball on the 45-yard line of the Packers in overtime, and they run the ball 3 times. Like, give your rookie a chance to throw the ball 10 yards and kick a winning field goal. And then, honestly, your guys...
if you do a play-action pass, you're going to get 10
it's
yards
stupid.
for free.
They could have just ran that, and then Harbaugh screwed up. Like, the Bills should have lost as well. I think both of our teams should have lost. Like, anyways, I just feel like that's the NFL, man.
Yeah.
The parity is definitely there this year, it seems like, anyways. What's going on, Brendo?
Just reading a note there from our tech team. Yeah, no ETA. Great. No ETA yet on execution. Another little one moving here. WLDS. Somebody just mentioned on a huge volume spike there. This was an earnings play, so they reported better than expected earnings quarter over quarter and year over year, even though they just came public not too long ago. So heads up, WLDS. Wearable devices trying to go.
I like that's a straightforward name of the company right there, Wearable Devices. But I don't want to ignore the other small cat that was moving, that FNGR finger that bounces exactly, come on, like it bounces exactly off $5 and gets going again. And so one thing to keep in mind here is anytime you have any kind of like data issues or where you have like maybe a lot of large traders that might be affected of a similar style, the fact that a stock like this, which might be heavily traded by day traders, bounces off a $5 level, remember, there's less people trading it if you have, sometimes when you have some of these issues, and then a level like that looks way better than it would be because you don't have some people that are involved in here that might have got stopped out. And that's the same thing that could be happening in some of the other small cap names. But Tesla, wow. It comes right back in, retests 250. It's already back down in the 246 range. So that looks like it's going to be pretty solid resistance. That Intel, by the way, broke out that top. So that key level of resistance now gone. It's headed to that upside. NVIDIA, which I like for some of those longs, is kind of barcoding, giving you a bit of a bull flag setup here. If the market takes out 11.2, on the NASDAQ, then you've got a nice little consolidation break setting up on specifically NVIDIA here. We've been talking a little bit about Alphabet. I know they had that event coming up. It's just grinding higher. I feel like this is going to be pretty solid if it gets to that 100 level, but you're getting that slow grind where it doesn't want to break. We saw this happen a couple of weeks ago on Alphabet. It's clearly to the upside, but your game plan needs to be just buy, dip, scalp, because it's giving you 50 to 60 cents, and that's pretty much it. And then just stay net long as it holds that support. Some of the EV names trying to get off the schneid here and recover. Rivian still respecting that 32. So the same thing as Tesla 250. You're getting this 32 level. Broke down in a big way off 33, now 32 resistance for Rivian here.
Yeah, okay. Shout out to Justin and Rob and everybody in the back trying to give us some updates on execution. So, keep us posted if you do have anything on that one. Funny story here, but true. Tesla, I mean, it just gave you another chance to short. Like, it is a little frustrating here, and I say it just jokingly, right? Like the casino's back open today. It's open temporarily and then got closed there. So for us, anyways, we are working on it. I'm not going to say who our broker is, but it's a tier 1 broker, and apparently they're having a problem at their end. So
that's what I was getting at. With saying like some of these trades may look better because some people aren't involved in it. It's a large enough broker that there's probably a lot of people having issues.
I don't know if it's just affecting like the connection with us, so that's why.
But we're a lot of traders.
That's right. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So I don't know if execution is down for you guys or not, but if it is, then you might know what broker we're using. But okay. That was a great trade again. I want to look at this because those of you that missed Tesla the first time, if you just look at this chart here, look, so there's the 250 break. Again, the number 1 name on the sticky note, follow me at Trader TV Sean. We gave that to you. The guys in the back made an absolute killing on that trade. Unfortunately, my order didn't go out. That is what it is. Maybe next time we can get it. But we also wanted that 250 break, missed it. It would have been a monster. The guys in the back had it. I hope you did too. If not off the sticky note, then just off your own research. That's great, right? That's the 750 mark. That's why we like it. But look what happened. It came all the way back up, right? So when you break a level, you are going to get whoosh, like, big time whooshing. Right? And what I mean by that is, like, you get a big wick down there. It just fell $8 in a straight line. It was bringing the market with it because everything was like chaos, right? But then you get that wick bottom. Then when you start to take some of those levels out back up to the upside, look where it comes right back to, right? This is the 50 period again. So it comes right back to the, right back to the 50 period, and then right back to VWAP as well. So gave you an opportunity to re-enter. You never want to get FOMO in this. Like, even though our quotes were down, or our execution was down and I missed the trade, I wasn't trying to go short here, or here, or here, or anywhere. I would have waited for this to come back up in order to get short. So that's what you have to do. Don't get FOMO in this market. If you've missed a play, you've missed a play. There's literally thousands. I mean, I don't think there's thousands of tradable stocks, but there's definitely hundreds of stocks out there that you can get back. So, leave the trade alone if you miss an idea. And look, I'm pissed, honestly. Like, I'm not happy.
What can you do?
What can you do? Yeah. Like, I know I had AMD 6350 level down there. I know 100% I had that order. I mean, it's right on here. We had that order listed there. Unfortunately, when the market came down, my order got canceled. It is what it is. Then the market rips up. But the important thing that you have to do is kind of like today I'm paper trading, basically. Make sure that your levels that I was looking, and I'm not paper trading, but make sure that the levels that we had, are still good. And sure, maybe we threw away $100, $50, $100,000. It's irrelevant. It's just, did the levels that you were looking at hold? What did they look like? And even though I don't have the trade on, is it something that I would have put on? And then you can analyze it from there. So those are some levels I like. If you guys are in the trade with me, look, I mean, we already talked about Meta on here, the break of 138. So we already have that break. We averaged into it. It was worth about $1. It was about $1 to the downside. So this trade's about 50-50, man. Whether or not you got out down there or got out up here, I still like this trade. It's bouncing around VWAP and the 50 period. I'd be going long Meta now or averaging into this trade if I could, but I can't. So I'm going to have to wait now to see if and when these orders come back up. But I like Meta right here. I like Tesla as that short. Wow, do you know, I didn't even realize that Tesla's down 7%.
Yeah, Tesla's down. That's why I was talking about that SSR. I think it's like 239 and change or something like that. It's down. That's a 10% mark. But I want to holler out ATXI here, making another run. Look, this ran on Friday. This was a breakout. You go back over to, I think it was Tuesday. It had a pretty big and solid run to the upside. What those 2 days had in common is right about this time, which is 10:30, you had the top here at 11. That's on Tuesday. And then you go into Friday. It was just after noon that this pulled back off at 12:30. So if you look at some of these highs, it usually makes a top in and around this time. So respect that. Understand that usually you're going to get a little bit of a dip buy. Now there's a big move to the upside off of 13, which is one of the bigger moves that we've seen. Like, it doesn't usually do a secondary run here on ATXI. So try to respect some of these. Pay yourself out if you get a chance. But this is at least looking a little bit stronger than it was before, guys. So I want to be watching this ATXI to be sure. Finger did give up that $5 level. So you have to watch out for this. $5 was that line in the sand on a dip buy. Now that it's gone, I think you got to think about $4 to $4.20 for any level of dip buy here, guys. It's given it up in a big way off that $5. That was your support. I think it's going to be Gonzo. Roblox. This was on our another name on our watch list. Obvious breakdown at 35, but a lot of names did this to you. So you can't sit there and, like Sean was talking about, like, you can't really be mad. It's a cost of doing business. Sometimes you're going to miss out some trades here. Just move on to what's next. And what's next for Roblox is this. You can see on the daily chart, that was a big level. But this 33.5, this bottom from last week, there's an absolute there's nothing under it on the daily chart. So if we don't hold this on Roblox, a lot of room to the downside, 33.50, it's going the opposite of the overall market, down this 6% into a strong market. It's support until it breaks, but if it breaks, watch out below. Brendo?
Hey guys, quick update for you on some of the small caps moving around so far this morning. It was overall a bit of a quiet morning in small cap world. I did note though, Peloton's at 2.8 billion. So, I mean, around that 2 billion mark, you start getting into small cap territory for even a Peloton. Here's this FNGR. The main one I was focused on this morning simply because of what we were saying in the pre-market. Ton of room above, all the way up through 525, 550 at the top end. There was a very slight window for us to get some execution done when we got execution back. So a great long through 425, which was the pre-market high, all the way up to 625. Hope somebody got something off up there because we were not able to. All the way back down almost now for FNGR. This one worth a note as well. ATXI, big mover last week, just popped up on a volume scanner, in fact, above 14. Volume coming back in. Remember, this thing had a huge day on Friday, but ATXI on the run as well. That was about it. And then Peloton, as we said, trying to get into that small cap territory as well. Not really doing much, though, just kind of chopping around right now.
So look, at this point, like we talked about with those execution issues, someone was asking, can I check SPY? Renata, I can check anything you want right now. Because if you want us to look at something, I know she's doing it, I'll check out Netflix because I was watching that this morning. But the SPY, one of the things we said this morning was if you can reclaim that previous June low, then you have a little bit of runway to go for a bit of a relief rally. And that's why I like support. Things are support until they're not. That's going to be important. So we've broken back out above, so you have a wick bottom. Even on the SPY's giving you a wick bottom, reclaim of the lows, and now a run to the upside. So start thinking about where the resistance was and the rejections were on the higher time frames last week. That was about $2 from here on the SPY, and then another $4 if you break that 366. So a lot of these are going to start coming into play. I mean, Netflix, sometimes it's a little bit obvious, but give me a break. Like Netflix was a breakout at 233. Going into last week. Then it held support on Friday at 233. Where do you think it's dipping? 233. The problem with Netflix is similar to Roblox. As the market is screaming to the upside, Netflix hasn't even gone green yet again. So everything else has found a bit of a bottom and trying to run. Some of them are breaking out. Netflix, which was previously strong when the market was weak, suddenly is looking weak relative to the overall market. And if we pull back from here, Netflix looks like a 233 breakdown, if anything else. You know, I want to put things usually in a couple of buckets there: relative strength, relative weakness, existing support, existing resistance. So you got this support at 233, but if it goes and the market turns red, well, Netflix hasn't been able to get off its schneid to a large degree. It's up $2 from the lows, but considering what I've seen the market do, that's not a heck of a lot.
Look, I just put in the chat like people saying that you know Sean must be frustrated and you know look out behind and all that kind of stuff. Nah, man. I mean, this is. Am I frustrated? I just hashtagged it right here. I said frustrated, and then right away after that I hashtagged trading life. I mean, I can't remember the last time we had an execution issue like this. So Neil and I will do our best just to cover the levels. Never. Yeah, I was just saying to Greg right now, I just went and walked around a little bit. I actually washed my hands. Like I dumped some water on my hands to get warmed up a little bit. It's I don't know about you, man, but like my hands are freezing. Like I touched Randy there.
A lot of times,
he felt kind of warm, and
a lot of times
freezing.
I can take the sweater off at some point.
But just my hands. Like I don't feel.
Oh, I'm cold.
Oh, you're cold everywhere. Okay,
I've been cold.
Yeah, but anyways, and I just want to say like, there's not really much you can do, right? It's kind of like you just sort of sit here and trade the best you can. Like, just like let's look at Meta right now. I just said I'd go long here on Meta. Now it's up $1 in the money. So, hey, I can do this. I mean, it's not going to look like I have it on the account because I don't. But there's the Meta long that we talked about just a couple seconds ago. So I wish we could have that. All right, let's go back over to AMC quickly. You want to talk? I mean, look at the market. First of all, let's go. Talked about this market going long. That's what's on the sticky note here today, and that's unfortunately what I have that I can't get out of right here. But let's look at a name that's a little bit negative here, and just to see the price action on AMC today. So AMC did make that bottom at 660. Now it's just kind of barcoding in here. Sorry about that, guys. Not as much movement as I thought. Ape shares as well, not doing much. Let's check out Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm just trying to run the gauntlet here, as honestly I am obviously very frustrated, you know, because I feel like I'd have a much bigger net, obviously, now than I do, but we're still in the money on both these positions. It's fine. But Bed Bath & Beyond, again, down 1.5%, not really moving here today. So I don't really see too much happening. AMD, so for me, the missed trade, is simply a $2.50 winner here on AMD. Now, you guys know the way I trade. I wouldn't have it all right now. Probably would still have a piece as we bounce off 66, but we wrote down on the sticky note today, watch out for that 63. And let's just talk about why. It was the bottom. It's where we got to there on Friday, right there. That's that bottom. That's the close. So we are trying to go long against that. And then right there, 63 as well was a level to be respected to on the bottom. So when that came within 30 cents off the open, of a bottom, you guys know that's the trade that I like, and that should have been taken there. So that's a missed opportunity. Maybe by, I don't know, the grace of some trading god, that order will magically fill in.
You never know.
Nah, I'm pretty sure that one won't, because the funny thing is all my other orders canceled as well. Like, you want to talk about another winner? Okay, now I'm really getting a little bit pissed off because Apple right here, long through 140, like this is exactly the trade that I wanted to have today. So yeah, it sucks, but crying over spilt milk doesn't really help anybody. We'll have a good net. We're actually at 1 day's, we just hit our daily goal here for the day, just holding on to these, but it would be infinitely higher than this. And yeah, your boy is kind of upset, but it's 10:30 and we got Brendan. What's up?
Just saw an interesting note, guys. Tesla and Google said to be exploring potential partnership. No other details on that. I'll look into that, but just a heads up on Tesla and Google possibly starting to tick back to the upside on a potential partnership. There was also Heartbeam, which is that BEAT, starting to go. Big mover last week on that company that makes the devices that can detect heart attacks, apparently. BEAT going.
Yeah, beat definitely. That was one from last week we know about. Look, now I'm gonna go over APRN just because Ashton they're asking about it in the chat. This has been only going, you want to be one way, well, it's going the other way. The market's certainly strong. This is getting absolutely crushed all morning long. It feels like it just made a bit of a capitulation bottom, but I hate to say it, it's 420. It needs to get past 420, reestablish that pre-market support level before it looks like it's strong. This looks like a fade to me into that 420 level on APRN. Like Sean said, all we can do is sort of go back. It's more about just what would you do. You can always learn from the market here. So I'm just going to go in. The 112 dip buy. Would you want to hold on to some of this on Amazon? Sure. I think as we're breaking out this top, you'd want to be holding on to this to give us a chance to break out from here because you've got so much room. Even on the 3-minute, you can see you got clearance to 15 and maybe even higher than that. I like looking the higher time frame for something like this, like we're looking at for NVIDIA. So it looks pretty clean. Like you hold that 112, I think 115 to 118, those are your target zones for Amazon. It is set up and it looks like a decent breakout trade, but it's 10:30. Tend to not like breakouts at this time of day because you usually can get some dip buys, and I think you can come back in and maybe get a bit of a pullback there. That news on Tesla, Google didn't seem to move the needle much. I think if Tesla sees 250 again, I'm not sure a third time is going to be a charm for this. I feel like if it gets back to 250, it's probably breaking it to the upside. I mean, the breakdown was good, and the reload was probably not just as good, but it was good as well. A third time, I'm not sure it's going to be a charm over there in Tesla. And a lot of things catching some bids there. One of those being Peloton. Peloton now getting back up to those highs. It gave you the definition of a wick bottom. That's what a wick bottom looks like. Big capitulation, nice consolidation, and then a break back out. But it's still beneath some of that resistance from earlier in the morning. So back to 4%. But I mean, this was already up 4% when we were sitting down at the open. And we'll talk about some of these because, it's going to happen. Remember Snapchat, $10 from Friday? This was $10 on Snapchat. It went to 10.03 and then absolutely flushed. That $10 level to me, if it gets back up there, sort of an obvious area if we get our execution back. I'll be short till we get to 10.05 to be sure on Snapchat. Above there, yeah, it can always squeeze on you, but that's a pretty obvious line in the sand.
Yeah, I like that $10 level on Snapchat there. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to read the chat, but I think the best thing we can do right now is just go over some of the names that we like and what we're looking at. And then, unfortunately, we'll not be able to put on any trades. I did see someone named Sunshine something there saying everything we do depends on IT. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately, when we're trading, I mean,
In the
I would
world,
tell
man.
yeah, exactly. Like, I'd tell my pigeon that I have locked up at home to go send a trade down to the NASDAQ for me. I don't know if that's going to get executed in time. But unfortunately, yeah, we are
We
disconnected.
can read that ticker tape that comes.
Yeah. We could do that. Yeah, that's another thing. We're getting ready for our crypto segment. You know, that's the other thing. If you're trading crypto, you can, move your coins around a little bit. Unfortunately, we are connected to a broker that right now is very unstable. So I have millions of dollars we can throw into this market at any given time. So it's probably not a wise move to activate, because like if you go in there and you buy, it doesn't matter. I don't even care the shares. 1 share, 2 shares, 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares. You're exposing yourself to unnecessary risk when you don't have, like we talk about scalping in and out. Well, I mean, if you put on 1,000 shares of Google right now and the thing drops 80 cents, then whatever, you just lost $800 for something that you should have never done. And then when it goes up 80 cents, you might not even be able to get out anyways, because execution might be down.
Part, exactly.
Yeah, so that's why I said congratulations to Luca and Brad and some of those guys, because we did. Execution did come, and I know we have crypto in 1 second, but execution did come back up, and I was just testing out some orders just to see, and it came back up at about 950, so I was able to get out for flat, basically, of NEO. I still have 98% of my NEO trade and 100% of my Meta trade. So I'm just rolling with these 2 names, baby, and wish we had Apple and AMD and all the rest. But hey, to sit here and think what my net would be or wouldn't be, it's irrelevant. There's no point in like getting upset about it. Let's just continue to trade. And I'm pretty sure Fahad had something to do with it, but maybe not.
Guy's in his
All right,
jacket.
Brendo, give us some updates here on crypto.
Yeah, choppy start to the week, guys. If you're Kim K, maybe not trading too much crypto today either. If you missed it, $1 million fine coming to Kim Kardashian from the SEC over unlawfully promoting cryptocurrencies. So not a good day for Kim K. Here we go. Bitcoin itself, however, still kind of chopping around this 10-day moving average. Technically speaking, despite a little more risk-on appetite to start off the brand new week and the brand new month and quarter. Here's a look. That's the daily chart of BTC, or hourly chart, I should say, of BTC, just breaking the top end of the range right now, back above, or trying to test anyways, 19,400. If I zoom out a little bit, you'll get a better idea here. We are still in this range overall, between 20,000 and change and 18,500 support. Still trying to break out of that hourly range, though, right now for BTC. Positive, as I said, 1.3% right now. 19,381 for Bitcoin. 1,317 for Ethereum, still positive on the day as well. Nice board otherwise. Down here, I want to mention Matic, Polygon, having a nice day so far, 2%. The other notable gainer, but not a good Monday for Kim K, guys. Back to you.
$1 million is like,
You know, the thing is, she's already settled,
$1
right?
million?
And the thing is, she got paid $250 for it. So if she got paid $250 for it, she gives back $1 million. That means she's down $750. She does about 5 of these posts a day, honestly. So you go $250 times 5. She makes $1.25 million a day.
that's this. That's like
No,
a
but
that's like a
that's-
little finger slap on
I
the
was
wrist.
thinking about that. I'm like, okay, so she's settled. Okay, and it came out that she got $250 from a no-name crypto. So like, what are real sponsors actually paying someone like a Kim K to throw out a tweet about a freaking vegetable soup or something like that? And what, she's Beyond Meat.
Speaking of which.
Yeah.
Oh, this is off topic. But we had my wife made a ridiculous butternut squash.
Oh, I
last
love
night,
those soups.
Which is like the greatest soup of all time.
Yes.
My daughter, and this is
Crushed it, hopefully.
She took like one little bite.
No.
The look on her face was like a level of disgust that I have never seen her do. I'm like, this is probably the best soup I've had in 2 years. And she was just like, no.
Yeah. You know what? The thing about it is they say that you got to show kids something like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
It's just because the look of it,
Wow.
probably doesn't look super appetizing to her.
It actually, butternut squash does not look that
Right.
good.
I mean, you know what it looks like. I mean, we have graphics for that.
I'll try again tonight.
But I think, what about, does she like sour cream or?
She's
because
never
you could put a
tried sour
dollop
cream.
of that in there, and that's really
say dollop?
Yeah, I did. A dollop of sour cream. Yeah, exactly. I'm bougie like that shit.
My
right
wife
now.
says dollop, and I'm like,
You know what I'm
look,
saying?
man,
Exactly.
just show me how much that is. I don't know. Like, you're like, I need a dollop
A
of
dollop
cream.
is like a tablespoon.
So I'm like, just say a tablespoon of cream in your coffee, man. Like, what?
That's why it's
A dollop.
That's why it's called a dollop, though, because I don't think there's a rough estimate of that. So
Oh.
yeah, I like the butternut squash. Today I was going to give an update on today's lunch, by the way.
I could eat.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends if you like this or not. I'm always biased to this kind of stuff because of my background, but it says traditional lasagna bolognese with garlic bread and Caesar salad. I mean, traditional, well, I'll be the judge of that when that comes through here today. So, but it doesn't matter. I get the salad anyways. Yesterday was really good, man. I actually threw down some ribs, and my guy was just crushing the ribs. So shout out to him. Yeah, 10 years old and finally crushing it. So we'll go here. Where's the barbecue? There it is right now. Barbecuing up some wins yesterday for the Bills and Packers. And by the way, I forgot. I was talking about the strongest team in the NFC. And I got to give a shout out to all of our Eagle fans out there, because right now 4-0, looking Hurts looks like he's unstoppable, but let's wait to see when there's a little more pressure on some of these younger
So I think some stuff is coming
quarterbacks.
back.
Oh, okay.
Because you guys know I'm trading that LOGC for spread trading. I just got a bunch of old fills that were out there.
That's probably good.
I wanted to get to this beat stock because it just broke that $5 level as well. And thank you, I'm a noob trader. Brendan, any news on CLF, Cleveland Cliffs? I've made sure Brendan got that. So hopefully he'll come to you guys with some news for that. But beat through $5 here. Looks like it's in the midst of another break. I'm not just going to blindly chase it because execution happened to come back up. Going to stick to.
Yeah, we're back.
You got to be at least a little bit disciplined. Like, you can't get back to trades that were out there that you missed. So I can't get Amazon long 112. What we can look for is like a bit of a dip buy in here and a potential breakout through 115 looming. Tesla right back into 250, at least coming close to it. I don't know if I like it a third time. I'm likely to take it maybe for less than you would take the breakdown, and then look for a breakout through that price. And Netflix, I mean, forget about it. Netflix just broke that 236 here. It's above VWAP. It still looks relatively weak to me. So on any turn in the market, I want to be looking for some Netflix shorts. This feels like it just got positive just a couple of seconds ago. Feels a little bit weak relative to the market.
It is working. So I was able to get out. Of a bunch of stuff there, and then all of a sudden, it gone. So it was working 100%. I got out of Meta, I got out of Neo, and I only got out of pieces here, and then I just tried again. So I got out there, and I think we're down again. So I did take out, just an update, guys, because we came back and we're in the money a little bit. I want more, but we did cover their 20% of our Meta, and we covered about 15% or so of our Neo, but they're both at decent levels, so let's just cross our fingers and hope we can get back up again there, Brendo. But absolutely no confirmation for anybody that's at Day Trade the World. There was an opportunity to get out. Let me just throw to Brendan in case he has something.
He has something, I think, on Cliff.
Yeah, okay,
maybe.
what's up?
I was just going to mention, guys, I was going to actually throw it into the sector watch, but we can do it anyways. The entire group is actually higher on the day. There was a union deal that was announced about mid-morning back on Friday. That caused a bit of a move to the upside as well. But I'll come back in a few minutes here with Sector Watch, because the entire group is actually higher as well with CLF.
Yeah, it's down again.
So, look, the entire group definitely strong. I've been looking a little bit at like where I would want to try to put a trade on in U.S. Steel. I didn't quite get anything. I was on a dip buy bid. I never caught it. I'll have to check. I mean, I don't think I actually got my dip buy in Intel either, because it might have missed by a few pennies. I keep getting asked, someone saying why I'm in this LOGC trade. It's being bought at 207. So as a day trader, I can just spot trade it along 01, at 02. Like, it's just in and out, sometimes flat for rebate, sometimes you're able to get that spread. It's really not going to move a heck of a lot, right? Like, this is what it looks like on the level 2. Obviously a lot of size in between. Like, unless you are spread trading or catching a rebate, you need direct market access for it to be worthwhile, but I am trading it here. So when things went down, I had orders out all over the place on the stock, so some of those were live and did get filled. Not that I can do much about it here. So I was able to catch some fills. Every time we come up, I just had orders out and was able to make the spread. But it's not going to be very active, or it's not a trade for most people, let's just put it that way, but you might see it on my board. I can't really do much anything else except see the fills come back in here. What I can tell you is that Amazon looks like it is breaking back out. It's now above that high. It's a bit of a wick top the first time through, but now it's back through the high. Looks like it's going to be Still an up day in the overall market. Unfortunately, we're sort of sitting here, I was saying, just keep on holding the longs. If you got something like an Alphabet, you got to scalp this because it's giving you 50 to 60 cents, but it is just grinding higher. If it does eventually break out at 98, it's got room to that 100 level. That's going to be a big level, that 100, I think, on Amazon. I still think I want to short. If we get back up, we see 100. If I see 100 on Google, I'm going to be shorting it.
There's Bossex, nothing's
Occidental has gotten to that $65 level and dipped right back into VWAP. So it gave you the dip buy. It went right into the obvious resistance at 65. Now it's pulling back. I think there's a chance you can hold VWAP. You run back into 65. But that feels like a shortable level here, that 65 even, now that you put in that top. Only about 20 minutes to go till we go to midday. And I like seeing a board when it looks like this. I mean, the camera's blocking a couple of names. I can't see everything on that board, but it looks a hella green. Let's see Sector Watch, Brendo.
Yeah, nice day to start things off for a brand new week and a brand new quarter, as we were mentioning. Here is the note I was mentioning on CLF. This was back on Friday. They reached a new agreement with some steel workers, obviously an iron ore focused steel company, which puts them in the materials or resource or utilities group, depending on how you want to look at it. But anyways, all of these that also have exposure to the steel industry higher on the day. So it could just be a relative strength type of move. Energy stocks here leading, or among the leaders anyways, to the upside today. Better part of 6% for crude oil, as we were saying at one point this morning. That's MRO leading right now. Marathon 7.8% to the upside, but all of the producers having a big day. APA, DVN, FANG, EOG, just to name a few, all at the top of the list. Tech stocks over here, bounce back, nice bounce back anyways. Semiconductors leading as far as the individual sector is concerned. Software names and hardware equipment makers also higher. This is the industrial sector, the entire thing in positive territory. There's one or two names at the bottom here, maybe break even or thereabouts on the session, but really nice widespread advances coming through, guys, so far. 1.86 currently for the S&P. Back over to you.
Yeah.
So I was just looking at U.S. Steel. Ooh, that's interesting. So if you look at, and sometimes we talk about inside days and interesting ranges. How about like an inside week? This is U.S. Steel 18. Interesting bottom. And then look at these tops here, 19, 30. Like, it doesn't get any more obvious than this. So you bounce off last week's support, run to the upside, and then start checking up right at those highs. I mean, come on. Like, sometimes it's not that crazy. And someone's saying in the chat there, I see you guys chatting out there. Yeah, Tesla is part of the S&P. And if you're wondering, like with Tesla down this 7%, like you're seeing the NASDAQ lead, and the ES is up 1.8% here to the up, and still southbound at 3,700. If Tesla wasn't down 7%, like what do you think we'd be looking at here today? Like, it would be a much stronger day, to be sure. It's not just the sentimental fact that Tesla's down 7%. It's just going to be a drag a little bit on that index as well. So any bounce through, like if 250 gets taken out to the upside on Tesla, we really start get going in this overall market. And some of these longs, if you got them, are going to look even better. Like, as we were saying, I see out there Frank Colombo. And you don't have to be a detective to be able to figure out, yeah, Apple's carrying the day up that 2%. It's already broken. It's already broken that 140, headed toward 142. It'll be frustrating because some of these longs, your Apples, your Amazons, your Googles, they're all fantastic. But just imagine if Tesla can retake this $250 level. It can be a much bigger boom than we're even seeing right now. There's still relative. So you're going to go to crypto? Oh, no, sorry. You're going to the indexes?
Yeah.
I thought for a second you might go to crypto. Coinbase is starting to climb back into the upside. That gets interesting again at 65. Relative weakness, man. Crypto is running. NASDAQ is running. Market is up. But look how ugly this is for something like a Coinbase, still in the red. That's not going to play. We said this last week on one of the updates, that Coinbase wasn't really participating, and you're seeing the same thing again here today. But you wanted to show the relative weights of some of these names in the index there, Sean.
Man. Well, I was just looking at where Apple is here as I talked to Prad there. It's like, oh, man, we definitely wanted that long. But, yeah, no, just to go back what Neil was talking about there, because Tesla right here. So this is as, I don't know anything about slickcharts.com. We're not affiliated with these guys at all. I'm sure I can check it out on Trade Ideas or somewhere more respectable. I don't want to say more respectable. I don't know anything about this place. But this makes sense to me. Everything I read is Apple's around 7%. So right there, that's the weight of the S&P 500. Microsoft's right behind it. These are all the weightings. Notice that the top 5 names are all tech names. But Google is just a combination. So that's 1.9 and 1.7. So you're looking at like almost 3.5%, 4%. Okay, so Frankel's yelling we're back there. Tesla, Amazon, so there's Tesla 2.35, UNH, J&J, XOM, Meta. So, this is what it is. You guys can always check that out on the Slick charts or just Google it. That's all I did. S&P, constituents, weighting, so on and so forth. Okay, so if we're back, we are not back apparently. So thanks to Brankos for that update.
But
Wait a
minute, hit refresh one more time.
Yeah, we're going to wait. And what I was talking about with Apple here is, and again, whether or not we're back or not, it doesn't really matter to me because that 140 break, that's what we wanted to get on Apple, man. We wanted that 140 break, bounced off there. That was the bottom on Friday. It's ripped up. It took down 140 right there, took down 140. And since then, it's just been a monster. You never would have had to get out of this, man. It only went against you 20 cents, and now you're in the money $1.50. So all I can kind of say is serenity now. I feel like today would have been a really big day for all of us long traders. Obviously, when you're up 1.6%, I'm not a long trader. I've been going short more than long recently. But today, definitely, we turned this bear into a bull when the market was flat for the day. We did almost turn negative. Well, it was up about 0.4, 0.5. We did turn pretty negative there off the open. And then since then, the NASDAQ has just sort of been climbing all day off some of those bottoms. So I'm actually really surprised. We were able to get out of some Meta there at a decent price, so can't really complain. The only problem is buying some of these dips. I wonder if that part of the game might be over right now because you've already had a pretty dramatic move upside here in the market today, up 1.74%. We still have Fed. There still hasn't been much changing. We do have bank earnings coming through. We're starting the earnings season now. So I don't know. I don't really know what's rallying this. Maybe it's oil, although oil's come back down a little bit. The US dollar, we could check out some UUP here to see what that's doing today. This is strong US dollar. So they're down today, so that's good. So the dollar must be a little weaker today. We'll have currencies coming up soon with Brendan. But yeah, the market just continues to want to move higher here.
You know what I actually want to say? I want to shout you guys out we have 7,700 people watching. And look, you guys can probably tell, like, we're traders, and it's a little bit, it can be frustrating when you don't have the opportunity to do what you love. But we've still had the ability to sort of go in there, give you the levels, talk about what's happening in the market. So thank you guys for sticking around. We're not going anywhere. Like, it doesn't make a difference. Like, we're all here all day for free, no matter what, regardless. So whether we get execution back, we'll be back at 2. Trader Pratt will be locked and loaded, ready to go. He's already down one of his juices. There's a lot of sugar in those, Pratt, by the way. Got to drink some more. Hydrate with that H2O, baby. Because Pratt has juice every day, and I'm like, this is from Friday. Oh, he has the same juice from Friday, he's going to be telling me. But I just want to thank you guys in the community out there. We got 1,500 likes. Let's get that up. Show some support. We're here every day for free for you.
I think execution's
out there.
back.
And I think we are actually getting back, although I just had some orders. Try to put them in, but they all just canceled. Okay, so maybe we are coming back in. I'll test on something that's not going to move, which is that buyout. So just to make sure, because I don't want to have anything.
I don't want to.
Okay. Maybe.
Like, I just put out a bid here at 59, kind of just like seeing what was going on with NIO, and it looks like, we may or may not have gotten filled there. Well, we got filled. Whether or not the execution's back or not, I'm not 100% sure. But thanks for sticking with us, and yeah, thanks for hitting the like, and thanks to Sharif there. We just talked about grilling, and here we go. The king of the grill mug just in the building here. Ooh, wow, this is, see, he jacked this with nice boiling, I guess is the right word. We're talking about water there. So that's really nice. A little cold around here. Okay, all right, so let's go, man. Meta has fallen back into this level, so whether or not you like the long back in here or not, we only have 10 minutes to go. Maybe we can get on some decent trades here for you. I'm still looking at Meta. I like a 137.50. I like to see it pull back into here. We're still long right now, so we're gonna have to wait to see what happens. But again, down into 137.50. I like this name. If it does pull back here on a little bit of market weakness, we'll take some Meta long. 137. we'll start it. I mean, I want to watch out for 137.50 there to start the order, and then maybe give it back to 137. So here it comes back in right now, Meta. NEO's fallen back as well a little bit. This is not necessarily the name we want long. I mean, as soon as it ripped up, we got out. This is more just a testing order. Feel like I can get out of this name right now, NEO, and then we'll work out from there, because look at this, minus 1.4 right now, market up 1.6. So this is probably not the name to go long on. Let's just check out before I go over to Money Talks with Brendan there and talk about that US dollar strength or not. Apple, again, we have this 140 break. Sucks that I don't actually have that, but if it does pull back, obviously we still like that as a position as well. So just be careful with everything. Again, not sure we're back or anything yet. What's up, Nicole Harris? Annual dividend of 1.44. Sorry, I missed whatever that was. Oh, AGNC. Yeah, we can look at a few different names when we get back from Brendan at the big screen. Of course, that's AGNC Investment Corp. What's up, Brendo?
Nice move for a few of these currencies so far today, guys. Yeah, a little bit of weakness coming back in as far as the dollar is concerned to kick off the brand new month here. This is a daily chart of the US dollar, the DXY anyways, dollar index. After that reversal day we talked about in depth last week, 1, 2, 3, now 4 days in a row to the downside. We're chopping around this 112 area once again for the DXY, 111.80 right now, down 0.25%. Everything else on here very much to the high side. If you missed it this morning, brand new UK Prime Minister Truss saying that she's going to U-turn on the tax cut that she implemented on her first day in office. So big bounce here for the British pound, up a full percent, 112.8, we'll call it at the moment for the British pound. Canadian dollar back higher on some weakness in the US dollar as well, 73.2. Remember, we were down around 72.5 last week for the dollar. Canadian dollar, that is 98.07 right now for the euro. Meanwhile, that's positive on the day, but still well below parity. Remember, we were talking about the possibility of parity for the pound going into the weekend as well. Australia and New Zealand both higher. Russia, a big bounce as well, 5.5% for the ruble, back to the upside, guys. But there was tax cuts in the UK, and then this morning there's no more tax cuts. So very, very strong pound once again. Back over to you.
Yeah, and there was a good note that I read this morning, or at least one of the good notes that I read this morning, talking about the effect that the U.S. dollar has, and every 1% to the upside, it's like 0.5% on the earnings in the S&P. So we get even like a little bit of a pullback in that USD, and is like all systems go for this market, to be sure. Like I did just look again. We'll talk about the names as they're moving and do the best we can for you guys. So I just want to point out, Netflix did get back up to VWAP. It's now rejected it again. This is for sure in the bucket of relatively weak stocks. I mean, look, I like that short off 236. I think it made a lot of sense to try to grab it. When execution went up, I was almost thinking I was going to throw an order out, but I'm like, no, because if you get in and execution goes down, that's just silly, right? Because then your stop's no good at 36. If it breaks up, you're risking who knows what until you can be able to get out. But this is still in that bucket of relative weakness. The dip buys are certainly starting to come in here for potentials. Amazon here pulling back off 115. Looks like it could come back into VWAP. Easy, 114.98 is the top. So this is even setting up. If we stay above that breakout price, 114.12, I think, or 114.20, then you set up for a clean 115 break in the afternoon, or some dip buys in some of these tech names that are looking relatively strong. And by the way, if you thought Tesla was weak before, there's another rejection. That just broke down on VWAP, headed right back into those lows. So Tesla stays weak. NEO getting absolutely crushed. Well, NEO, Tesla, Rivian, Li Auto, whatever, they're all sort of coming into this downside as the EVs are the only thing that look weak. Coinbase as well, I suppose, and then Netflix, which we're showing, but not nearly as bad as Tesla. Tesla 8% right now downside.
Look, guys, definitely thank you so much for watching today. Make sure you hit the like button and the subscribe button. We're going to be back, obviously, at 2 o'clock. And by then, let's hope that the broker has everything figured out. Maybe not. We don't know. So we're going to wait to see what does happen. It's definitely not stable to trade right now. I got in, and now I can't get out. So like I just said, but we're just testing small shares. Like I'm not... we're not putting anything monstrous in here. I just wanted to go long ahead of that 50 level. Looks like it's going to be good to go there, as we'll see what's happening now back up to the upside on some of these plays. So yeah, man, I mean, it is what it is for right now. Thank you to everybody for watching. We did talk about AGNC for you there, Nicole Harris. So we can have a quick look at that. Over 8 million shares today. AGNC. Not a name that I normally trade, obviously, on here, but we can have a quick look and just do some analysis on here. A big mover today, or not really, actually only up 2%, but decent amount of shares coming off that bottom. This is just a 20-minute chart. We'll check the daily. I mean, this one's gotten beat up, so yeah, you will get some relief rally. But in names that you're not certain about and you don't really have like too much information on, I don't really like catching these falling swords. But the good thing about it is when you're looking at a name like this, that wick bottom is exactly at 8. I mean, it's 8.10 or so, but it's right at that $8. So if you did go long a name like AGNC right now, you have that bottom of 8. So that's something that I'd look at as far as being concerned with. But here we go, man. We'll see. Oh, I did want to talk. Someone in the chat, I think it was Hamster1, said that I should do some of those crypto pumps. Well, believe me, you've been offered those many times and have turned those down. But I don't require that Kim K kind of ask
You'd
price.
be surprised how often.
There.
It's not just crypto, though. We get offered a lot of things.
It's crazy.
It's like, but it is what it is, man.
Offer me $250 for it, and then we'll have a little discussion. Maybe $350. Brendo.
All right, guys, one notable mover here downside once again today. MindMed, saw a few people discussing early on, but 7% here for MindMed, coming back into $323, which was that initial day to the downside after the offering. Coming up this afternoon, make sure you're with us at 2:45 Eastern. Yeah, Jake Freeman going to be on the show. We'll get his take on what he and his company expect and are looking for when it comes to this new position in MindMed. So Jake Freeman coming up at 2:45.
Yeah.
So Jake Freeman was at 2:45. We're going to find out more about MindMed there as the infamous Jake Freeman makes his first media appearance today. So we're going to find out what's happening with MindMed. So if you guys are MindMed shareholders, we're going to find out from Jake Freeman, the kid that made $100 million off Bed Bath & Beyond. We're back, baby, with him at 2:45. So that should be a great opportunity for us and for you to get a little more information on MindMed, because that has been stuck in a shitstorm.
Yeah, like look, obviously anyone that was watching that stock, you saw when it broke 6. Oddly enough, it's got an interesting bottom here at like $3. I mean, when we talk about these channels, if they try to get broken or at least hold up, I do like it. I mean, if we had the ability to trade, you look at these things when they make a big gap to the downside and you say, okay, put in a support channel and then try to break out of it. That's at least what I'm seeing here with MindMed. There was another small cap, and I saw this in the chat, and I really meant to get to this, and then all started breaking loose, and I completely forgot about this. I did mention in the chat here and shouted out to the person that mentioned $5 breaking on SoFi. Look at this. So we talk about bottom channels holding. There's SoFi holding its bottom, breaking back out at 5, now climbing through Friday's top as well. So a bit of a churn into that upside. Someone just mentioned Roblox to me. Have a look at Roblox. Yeah, it's back to that 35 level. If we get the ability to trade, much like Tesla 250, I'd come back to the well and take a shot at this, maybe one more time here. But if it breaks out 35 again, you just give it up till it gets to 36. It was a great short, but that was the open. You're now $1.50 off the bottoms. So, shorting into here, you can do it. It's lunchtime. But if it breaks out, you're not holding this into $36. Roblox, very good recovery for Roblox, exactly off that level from last week or 2 weeks ago, 33.5. So that was pretty good breaking down and then finding support. I think you take one shot at it at that 35. But if it breaks out from here, you don't want to be giving up your day fighting that relief rally. I mean, the market is up. So anything that found a low, you want to respect that.
All right, man, with only 1 minute, I was going to say 2 minutes left again here. We'll just give a big thank you to everybody for watching us on Sweater Day. Although the market was pretty warmed up today, it was pretty chilly in here. So we'll get the Bears kicking. Let's go, yeah. Not the Chicago Bears, of course, as they lost yesterday to the New York Giants. But we'll wait to see tonight. Should be another good game tonight between the Los Angeles Rams and your San Francisco 49ers. We'll see where that goes here as I try out for the booth. I mean, I like to sit in the booth. I saw Romo, I saw Collinsworth.
I love
Romo. You know what? I like Romo, but I honestly, he did. I feel like he didn't do a great job in that Green Bay game. I don't know if you guys were watching it, but I do like Romo for sure. I know Sharif. I know Romo's your guy. I know.
You have
Cooper
no idea,
Rush,
Sharif.
man, 4-0. Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush doesn't lose, man. Cooper Rush doesn't lose.
I like Cooper Rush, yeah. Good job there. I have him in fantasy because I have Dak. So I don't even know if I want Dak to come back with Cooper Rush going 4-0. We'll get Sharif's opinion on that one. I think you always want to go with Dak.
I mean,
a $200 million man or whatever they wind up paying that dude. So, all right. I want to know from Sharif who his favorite Dallas Cowboy quarterback of all time is, because there's sure a hell of a lot of great ones. So we're going to hear that in just a couple minutes. But thank you so much for everything today.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, we might as well just wrap this up. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe. We did have some execution issues. And I want to thank everybody for watching, because I know it's been frustrating for me. It's probably been frustrating for a lot of you as well. But that's all good, man. We're going back over to the midday show. Make sure you join us again at 2 o'clock. But they're here until then. Let's go. Pratt and Sharif, it's Midday Mayhem. Let's go.
I want to say, how about them Cowboys? 3-1, baby, without even a major quarterback. I'm Trader Sharif. This is Trader Prad. We are live today, guys. Thank you to Sean for that segue, Pradley.
Yes, sir. That's a QB pass from Sean from the morning show to the midday show. Obviously, Prad's not here right now. Prad's sick. This is Prad's younger brother who can't grow a beard. So, hey, you know what it is. Prad's younger brother, his twin, filling in for the hot seat at the moment as Prad's at the home playing some video games. So, bear with younger Prad over here, baby Prad, you know, as he thinks that he's going to put on a show for you guys. Look, man, I just had to shave it off. I don't know why. I woke up today and I looked at my face in the mirror. Honestly, it wasn't even that. It was that Instagram video that Sean came in on Friday night and recorded that Instagram video.
Oh, yeah.
So I looked at that clip, right? I looked at the clip and I looked at my beard. I saw how patchy my beard was over here and how my beard was only thick down here. So I said, nope, we're taking the whole thing off.
You mean how awesome your beard looked like?
We're cleaning it.
I mean, I don't know how you feel about this. We'll put it out there, but we need a poll. Prad with the beard or Prad without the beard?
Hey, man, without the beard,
speak.
Prad looks 10 times younger, way better.
I think you look great, bro. Either way, you look good, Pradley. Guys, we've obviously had a little bit of a unique situation today on the floor with orders and stuff like that. So we'll try to keep you guys entertained. We're so thankful you guys are with us today. You know, this doesn't obviously happen every day, but we've got plenty to talk about between Prad and I for the 3 hours that we're going to cover here. Not the least of which is that New England tax cuts that were trimmed off. So the upper echelons of the British tax-paying base is not going to get that tax cut after all, says Liz Truss. And we've got Kim Kardashian news. We've got a bunch of stuff to talk about today, Prad. So, and you're already getting people calling you babyface Prad in the chat. That's already coming in. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it without a beard, but I'll have to get used to it. I don't control it, Prad.
Yes, sir. Obviously, you guys saw all the craziness that was happening off in the morning. Luca actually over the weekend was preparing for this trade. We were talking about it on private conversations and so on, and we were looking for that 260 break, 260 short. Sadly, 260 happens in pre-market itself. We're not able to build into that 260 short that Luca was preparing for because Tesla's negative catalyst was that they missed out on the deliveries of vehicles. Very slightly, though. I thought that very slight miss
really
in
small,
thing would allow them to skyrocket, right? You know, like, it's not that big of a miss. Maybe we'll go back to the upside. But I was wrong about it. Eventually, I saw 250 coming into play. So instead of taking the 250 break, I wanted to front run that a little bit. So I took the 252 break.
Nice.
Instantly after taking that 252 break, our systems went down, and I couldn't take the break which I wanted, which was also the 250 break. So instead of doing that, I only had the one trade that I had, and sadly systems going down, wasn't able to take profits. When systems came back up, I punch, exit.
That's a
As you
monster
see right
short.
there on the board, like 10 seconds ago, it said I had like what, $10 banked on Tesla. That's because of this move over here. We're still holding some size, and I can't get the position board to update for you guys because the system's down again for a little bit. Once the system does come back up, I'll be able to punch out, and that Tesla short is $7.23 in the money. Something that Sean said, I want to reiterate it. If the systems didn't go down, I think I would have probably been out at 248. 247, right? But like here I am holding the trade to 244, looking like an absolute monster trader, something that, you know, I still want to grow into. But thank you for the systems going into my favor for once.
Can't blame the system for that. I don't think I had too many, I don't think I ran into too many people today on the floor that were displeased with the lockout. Most people that I spoke with were in the money, so thankful for that. But what are we looking at today? We're looking at some small caps. Actually, they moved quite nicely this morning. There's a whole bunch. VSAT, let me bring in the chart here. VSAT made a move. It halted up twice on its way up from, I want to say 35 all the way up to 44. So that was a hell of a move on VSAT. Also, let me move this down quickly. What's going on here? Why can't I move this? Just 1 second, guys. Oh, there we go. Okay. VSAT made a move. ATXI actually made a really nice move earlier on today too. I had a nice trade on that before things got shut down. SOBR, Sober just bouncing off here, off that 250 level, making a new high at 326. Beat actually had a nice one, but it halted to the downside, and now kind of floating in and around that 435. And Finger, FNGR, halted twice to the upside too. That one also had a move. So it's been kind of a crazy day on the market today, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know, it's been really exciting. I've been telling some people on the floor today that it is kind of an exciting thing to see what happens here. There we go. Babyface Prad, patchy beard Prad. Who put that up there? Was that you? Yeah. Why would you put patchy beard?
The beard's patchy.
You're tainting the results by doing that,
okay,
man.
fine. You want me to close it, remake it?
He's tainting the results.
Am I?
Thank you. Sean agrees.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, fine.
Who
I'll
wants to
dismiss
vote
it.
for-
I'll dismiss it. I'll make a new one. Fine.
Yeah,
with or without?
man.
Okay, fine. Okay, you're not wrong. I am tainting them. I'm influencing them with those answers. You're not wrong.
We already got 243
You know,
votes. That was
on
pretty
the poll,
quick.
on the poll, we'll make a new one. But in the meantime, guys, yeah, we're watching Tesla pull back down over here. The market's having a beautiful rebound day. So here's a chart that I want to show. Maybe let's see how accurate I was on this chart. Okay, maybe not that accurate. So I was actually drawing a possible move on the SPY futures over here last night. So I drew this upwards move, downwards move, and some channels, and basically just ideas as to what I think what might happen. I think the market might, right?
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I think the market might go down here somewhere. So based off of that move, let's see how accurate we are. Look, we did get that upwards move that my prediction was expecting. Right, we're gonna bounce off of this 3600 area, and that's gonna be this high right here, that 3600 high. We're gonna bounce off of this right here, and then we're gonna go back here, bounce off of this, then go back here, bounce off of this, and then most likely trade sideways around 3000. That's my idea. So we're expecting a good bounce right back to 4K, baby. I'm looking for a move back to 4K all of October with the elections coming in, with the new earnings wave coming in, and I think October 22nd, I believe, is when they're starting, or 12th, I forget what day. Maybe someone in the chat can correct me, but we got a new wave of catalysts coming in for us to take a part of. The market today has been very, very clean to the north side. I mean, look at Apple.
Oh, yeah.
You heard Sean talking about how he wanted the 140 break. I actually had the 138 long. Right?
Oh, really?
I actually had the 138 long, but it just sucks that our systems went down. I had to punch out of that trade. This would have been a monster trade for me. But it also doesn't suck that our systems went down because it allowed me to hold Tesla for a bigger trade. So a little bit of a both side of the bag over there, you know, the good side and the bad side of having to deal with sometimes your brokers. You know, what are you going to do? Sue your broker that your software doesn't work? It doesn't work that way. Your broker is going to tell you, hey, exit stage left. Go find yourself a new broker. If you don't want to deal with us, we don't want to deal with you. And I don't want to say that to my broker ever because I love my broker. My fees
and they're
are
holding
so
my
little.
money.
And they're holding my money, exactly. So never want to say that to my broker. Sometimes you just have to deal with these problems and move on with it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Some interesting stuff happening on the market today. So I know like you hate when I put you on this spot, but I really got no choice. You obviously heard about the Kim Kardashian crypto debacle, right? Where Kim put a she received $250,000 for a crypto.
Paid like $1 million for it, yeah?
No, she got paid.
She got $1 million. No, she paid 1.25.
And then that was the settlement with the SEC. So I got a bit of a question here. I don't know, it's just coming to my mind. What differentiates what Kim Kardashian did posting the crypto ad on her Instagram as an influencer versus what Matt Damon does by appearing in crypto.com commercials
Well,
in the Super Bowl?
she never expressed how much money she was getting out of that
Why
deal.
should she have to express?
You
Does
have
Matt
to.
Damon do that?
Yeah, Dude, him showing up in the advertisement alone is the fact that it's an advertisement.
Yeah.
But if she
put ad, and you
No,
know
she didn't.
She did.
That's the thing,
She did.
though.
She put hashtag ad.
Okay.
In the like.
But
thing.
she didn't disclose how much money she was getting
No,
paid
she
for
didn't.
it.
No.
I mean, the whole idea, you're not wrong, though. I do understand what you're saying. The whole idea behind, like, oh, Matt Damon just coming into crypto.com with a Mars and everything behind him.
And LeBron.
Like, the whole idea with him in the ad constitutes as an ad, but the fact that you're doing it on social media might be a whole different constraint behind it.
That's what people are saying. I'm having trouble really wrapping my mind what the difference is, but I think that they're basically setting the precedent with her, and then they may start coming after other people.
100%.
You know what I mean?
They have to.
Yeah.
They have to.
So I mean, LeBron was obviously in there too with the commercial where he sees his younger self. Remember that one where he's
Don't
like
think
talking
so.
about what?
No, I don't think so.
So LeBron was in the same crypto.com commercial in the
Okay,
Super
okay.
Bowl where he was like, he saw himself when he was younger and he's talking to himself and he's like, oh, am I going to be good enough for the league? This and that. Because you know he came out of high school, he didn't go to college, right? So there was like that whole thing. So I don't know. Chat, what do you guys think, man? I mean, like, is Kim K getting like the brunt of a really, you know, kind of a tough-handed move here by the SEC, or is this
But then
warranted?
also that coin deal was like a crypto scam coin, wasn't it? Like, didn't it drop like 3 days after and like get rubbed?
Crypto.com?
No, like the coin that she was pumping.
Yeah, and that's
so
the
that was
thing.
the part
and
of
that's
it.
why I think
that was
a
the
lot
part
of
it.
people got they sent in complaints to
Yeah.
the SEC about that. Yeah, I mean, and a lot of influencers are probably going to see the same result. We're going to have to see,
Like,
but
what was it Logan Paul and the FaZe Clan guys do that all the time, where they just like pump a crypto and they
Yep.
rug it after.
Yep.
So I think that's what this is about.
no, I gotta tend to agree with that. So I don't think Matt Damon was doing the exact same thing just by showing up and pretending he was on Mars. But super interesting thing there to see like what that's gonna materialize to later. There we go. Now we got the actual real poll here. I'm clicking with beard, guys. I suggest you click with beard too.
Now you're influencing the chat. What do you mean? Now you're influencing the chat.
Hey,
you
man,
can't be influencing
when,
the
when
chat.
people like when you I don't know, campaign, you can tell people who to vote for.
Yo, this guy says I can't influence the chat, but he's allowed to influence the chat. What a guy.
Anyway, guys, I just like Bradley with a beard better, so I'm just trying to have my cake and eat it too. Okay, guys, Sober is making a big boy move here. Look at this bull flag that we had off this key resistance level here at that 285. It broke that easily, top wicked on the first bull flag here at 326. Pulled back into that 3 area. Could have got a nice dip trade off there, off the first 5-minute pullback. And then look, we're making new highs. We're at 340, up 25% on the day. This one's moving. You'll recall Sober. Sober's been on our watch list for like the better part of, 2 weeks now. I've been trading Sober. It's been coming up on my scanner almost daily. So this one, keep an eye on it. It's making moves. The volume is definitely coming in. Look at the sparse volume that we had here. This is the open. This is 9:30. No volume, no volume, no volume. Then boom, right at that 11 o'clock mark, 10:55. We saw all the volume coming in. That's like a day's worth of volume right there. I think we're at 5.6 million shares traded on the day. So Sober is, it's the best one in my books. I'm looking at some other scanner. I'm looking at my scanner for some other stocks here. I see WLDS making a move. That's number 2. But that volume is not that great. Only about 265,000 done in the last 5 minutes. That's not that much for a dollar stock. It's trading at $1.33. So, everything is relative to that, Brad. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at SoFi, which is at a new high day. The market did make a new high day close to 3680, but then we're having a little bit of a barriers coming in for the NASDAQ around 11,200 and not really pushing too much further past that to the north side. So the market up 2% on the S&P 500, NASDAQ up 1.59%. Market's trying to keep on going higher, whereas Tesla keeps on going lower. So a point that I want to bring from the morning show that Neil mentioned, if Tesla didn't have such a bad day, I mean, it's down 8.5% and go into being SSR. Is it SSR yet? No, I don't think it dropped 10% today. I think SSR is slightly below 240. Maybe one of the guys behind me over here can do the math for me and tell me what that number is. SSR, basically, for those of you who are wondering, is when a stock goes down 10% or more, making it harder to short certain that position. So Tesla not really at the SSR point yet, but being down 8% on the day, whereas the market's up 2%. Imagine the other side of it. If Tesla didn't fall off a cliff today, this market could easily be up 3, 4%, 5%. It would be pretty insane. Yeah, people in the chat mentioning 239 SSR. Yeah, slightly under 240. Looks like that idea was right. If that idea does play out, then we're expecting Tesla to be under 240, right? So I'm going to try and hold my position from 252 all the way up to 240, see if we can get another $3 drop on Tesla some point later on in the day, especially if the S&P 500 market can pull back from these highs. There is a good chance, though, also in my mind, that the stock, or not the stock, the market could easily go up to 3,700, all the way back up to 3,730, that number that we remember from last week trading. Maybe the market can push up to 3,730 over the span of today, tomorrow, and maybe even all of this week. And then later on, we see that 4,000 number coming into play on the daily chart. You see how the 100-period EMA is exactly at 4,000. You also see that the charts that I drew out has a little bit of an idea/prediction model. Look, this prediction model is not AI-based. This is Prad-based, right? This is Prad with a beard base. So take that with the salt. Take that with the grain of salt a little bit. Prad with a beard drew this. Prad without a beard wouldn't even draw this, because prediction doesn't matter. It's all about what the market's giving you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think that the temporary spike we're getting is going to be kind of like, it's going to be whipsawed, just like you had on your chart there. We're going to get like a piece of news, like out of England today, that some of the the higher earners in England are not going to be on the receiving end of that tax cut, and that's going to buoy the market, right? Because everyone was really getting on Liz Truss for having that tax break to begin with. And then you're going to have, indicators, or you're going to have days where there are no positive economic indicators, and the market is going to come to the realization that really nothing's changed. Inflation's still going higher. The Fed is going to remain aggressive, and then you're going to have a pullback. I've been saying this since June. I don't think the market is going to rebound. This is just my opinion, but I don't think the market is going to have any meaningful rebound or sustained rebound longer than like a month and a half, until we get positive CPI prints. We need one after the other. We have to show that basically the Fed has inflation under control, and it's not going to become a thing like the 70s and 80s where it's completely out of control and the Fed has to raise interest rates more aggressively in order to stifle demand. So, I think we may see some positive moves maybe into later October once the banks report. I think the banks report first, right?
Yeah.
The banks. So you'll see JP Morgan Chase, Charles Schwab, all the major banks reporting first, and then you'll see some of the tech companies after that. You know what? Their earnings may come good, and then the market can be like, hey, things aren't as bad as we assumed, and then you'll get a bump up in the market. But then things will hit reality again once the next CPI number comes out. I believe it is on the 13th of this month, and that may send things tumbling again. Who knows? Who knows? But I'm definitely not putting my bet for the market going long until we see consecutive positive CPI prints and obviously a slowing of the Fed's aggression and interest rate hikes. But now let's talk to more pertinent matters at hand here. Looks like Sober, since I reported last, bumped up all the way from that 335, the new bull flag, and it topped out here at 370. So Sober making a big move now, pulling back into that 350 area. Obviously, it's going to have to obviously pull back. It's a small capper. Let's have a look at how extended off the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart it is, and it is really well extended. Look at the 7 EMA trading at around 315 here. Currently at 315. The stock is trading at 350. So this one, in my opinion, needs to pull back closer to that 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart for me to be excited for a new long on this one. Otherwise, I feel like I'm chasing it and I'm in a higher risk territory. So wait for this one to pull back a bit, maybe consolidate, and then we'll see what it's like for a new long. It was awesome long. Sadly, we can't trade it because of where we are at the moment. Now, I just want to mention a couple of things about the Cowboys here because I just have to, right? Big win yesterday for them boys, even though it was against, I don't want to say a mediocre team, but it's definitely not one of the better teams out there. What I'm really liking about these guys is the defense. The defense on the Cowboys. Playmaker, shout me out here if you have an opportunity. The defense is ridiculous. We're getting Trayvon Diggs is becoming like one of the most I want to say influential corners in the league at the moment. Now, he was a gambler. He's probably made a good day trader, but he was like always jumping passes. You could see this guy. His eyes were always fixed on the quarterback. Where's the quarterback looking? Where's he going to throw? And then he would attempt to jump that pass before it got there. Now, that could make or break you, because if you think it's going to be like a check down pass, ends up going long, you're like 3-4 yards behind the receiver and you're giving up big plays. And that was his problem last year. If you look at the amount of big plays he gave up last year, he gave up a bunch of big plays. That's not really the issue this year. He's kind of like, he has a bit more controlled aggression, where he is gambling at times, but he's gambling at the right times. Kind of like a good trader, putting all his eggs in his one basket when he sees the right opportunity. And that's what I love about this guy. And you also saw his vertical on display yesterday. He had like a couple of passes in the end zone that he had to jump up and block. Man, the guy's got a vertical for days. He's not just speed and hands, but wow. Loving the Cowboys. Obviously, I can't even tell you enough about Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence at the line there. Cowboys absolutely dominated on defense, and there was really no answer, Bradley.
Yeah, those.
Did you put any bets yesterday?
Yeah, I lost all bets. I actually had a pretty good bet, man. This one was going to make me some money. Money. Let me actually not show the screen on this side. But yeah, this bet, if I show you, you're gonna die laughing. I don't know what I'm doing with the sport, but I
Message me, man.
But I love
Message
wasting
me.
my money on here. All right, you know what? We're not gonna bother anyway with it. But I just love wasting my money. I think I had. I don't even remember what I had, man. It was Kansas City Chiefs and Buccaneers game.
Yeah.
I had Fournier for anytime touchdown, Mike Evans for anytime touchdown. They both ended up working.
Nice.
I think I had the under for Kansas City Chiefs. That one didn't work.
No.
And the only thing else that didn't work is Fournier receiving yards or rushing yards. Rushing yards didn't work.
Yeah.
So, whatever. I didn't win any money, but I'm still up on the account. I was going to talk about Google because someone in chat said, can we talk about Google? But I'll save this for when we come back from Brando. So let's go to Brando for social sentiment.
Hey guys, an improving board to have a look at here as far as what is being discussed on social media. Here it comes. A lot more green popping off now as far as sentiment is concerned. AVCT, however, not so much. Was red in the pre-market, still red. There's Tesla. Maybe the other side of that Google note you guys were mentioning there, downside for Tesla off of the delivery numbers. Both AMC and APE still being discussed on the negative side of things. APRN has gone negative. That was positive in the pre-market as well. But a ton of little ones here, all coming back onto the board as positive sentiment versus what we were looking at in the pre-market. Rumble, a noteworthy name. The Q's back green side as well, along with Clovis. Individual headline on CLVS today. Apple on here as well, back to the upside. The SPY overall in the market itself trying to move higher here to kick off a brand new week and a brand new quarter, guys, in positive territory. Back to you.
Do it for her then, huh?
All right.
That's
Brad
right.
and I argued still about his beard, but whatever.
I want to talk about Google because someone in chat said, can we take a look at Google? Yeah, look at the monster move to the north side Google wants to show today. 98 broke. I remember people in the chat saying 98 broke earlier on. So 98 did break early, and now we're trying to hold above 98. The stock doesn't want to go down. The market, someone also said in the chat, the market could actually be in a trendy route to the north side today. You might not be wrong on that side too. I think a lot of us were expecting the market to come in with somewhat of a relief, especially after September. I think historically September is supposed to be the worst month of the year after year.
Yeah.
September
No question.
is also when the 2008 crash happened.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah. So ever since then, historically, September has just been, I need to be scared type of move. But October, with elections, with earnings season coming back up, and lots of other factors for us to maybe smile about, right? We just don't know yet because we're waiting for those CPIs, those PMIs, those all other three letter words that indicate how bad inflation is or how good inflation is. We're waiting for those values to come out, but I think people are getting excited, man. Numbers are looking good again. Apple dropped to like what, 138?
Yeah.
And in the morning when Apple was at 138, I was getting giddy. I was like, ooh, 125 might be coming in soon, and I get to buy some shares of Apple at 125. But look at this move today, all the way up to 140, 150. Now we're watching a little bit of a slight pullback coming in on Apple. Maybe we go back to 140 to find buyers at 140. VWAP not too far away from 140. It's at 139.50. So market having a little bit of a pullback over here, but how big of a pullback can we see? Prad looks like 20 today. I am in my 20s, man. Come on. I'm in my 20s.
Guys, you know what? I was watching a bit of a video on Tesla yesterday, and they were showing the entire plant that they have, the Gigafactory at the Fairmont location there. And it is apparently only like, I think, 25% complete. Like the amount of land that they have at that place is ridiculous. Apparently it's going to be, I think, 3 times or 2.5 times its current size at the moment, and it's already just a monster. It has the total footprint of 33 American football fields at the moment, and it's not, I don't want to say it's largely automated, because there are areas that are where there's more automation, there's areas where there are less automation, but you got to see some of these things. Like they actually have a Panasonic battery plant inside that Tesla facility that's operated separately, and they have these autonomous robots, kind of like what are they, like forklifts almost, basically, that take the batteries from the Panasonic plant and move them into the Tesla plant autonomously. Nobody's driving this, nobody's pushing it. It knows exactly what to do and where to go on its own. So all that like automation coming in, you know, the way I feel, I think this is just my opinion, a good time to pick up Tesla shares. And the reason I feel that is because no one's really even close to them, guys. And they had the Shanghai plant shut down for quite a bit of time, so we're really not surprised too much that they have taken a little bit of a hit in deliveries. But when you look year over year, they're almost 100,000 over what they had last year. Not exactly 100,000, but close to that, maybe 80 or 70 or something like that. I remember seeing a figure in the 200s. Now I'm seeing a figure in the 360s. So I don't think Tesla is down and out. I think Tesla's just having a bad day. I know some people feel Tesla is overrated, and they have the right to feel that way because it is trading at a 96.58 PE. I mean, that's insane. Really, nobody else is getting away with that 96. And I think that that's down. Last time I looked at it, it was like 101, 102, something like that. So it's a ridiculous PE. So I definitely get why some people look at this stock and say, well, it's overvalued, this and that. But really, nothing all that much has changed from the when it was at over 100 PE. That's just the way I feel. So for my long-term account, I'll definitely be picking up Apple, and I'll be picking up Tesla at these prices. I didn't anticipate Tesla to have such a bad day, even though last night I'm like, okay, well, Tesla's a definite short, but big move down. Let's have a look at the daily. Where do we close last Friday? So it looks like Friday, the close was 266, and today's open was 256. So we actually had a $10 decline from the close and the open. So that's a pretty big gap if you guys are interested in the technical analysis on that one. Let's see what else is going on here. I'm not seeing too much in terms of small cappers making a move. These are my small cappers right here. Sober still making a pretty nice move up. So I've definitely got my eye on that one. I'm waiting for, like I said, the 5-minute pullback closer to that 7-period moving average. Beat now looks like it halted down and it's been making a move down. Looks like that halt level was at 433, now currently trading at 392. So Beat off my radar. Likewise with VSAT, because that one halted up twice to the upside. Very aggressive move now. It's currently below VWAP. It needs to reclaim VWAP near that 42.5, 43 for us to get back interested into this one. But I won't really be trading too much because of the issues that we're having, Pride.
Yeah, I didn't know the beard would cause so many issues, man.
Hold on, what's at 47.33? Okay, you know, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I don't know. The beard would cause so many topics around the office and even in the
People
chat.
are still saying that back there?
People are just saying random stuff in the chat about the beard, and it's just making me smile, making
People
me
are
laugh.
saying, I read something like Prad's getting ready for his trip to
Yeah,
India.
for wedding.
He's gotta be clean shaven
Hilarious,
to
hilarious.
catch the wife and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Tesla having a nice pop right now, baby. Tesla moving back to the north side, and I can't even cover my position, so it's a little shaky hands moment. I can't cover. I can't. It says trader can only close position on the symbol every time I throw an order out. It automatically cancels it.
Did you refresh?
No, but it automatically cancels my order. I can't even punch out. See, it just trader can only close position and I can't even punch out. Luca's having the same issue too. It's down again. I just covered Meta and That's weird. On what gateway did you use? Use Arca? Edge A and Arca? Okay, maybe I could try to use Edge A over here to try and get out of my position.
I mean, it could be sparring. Yeah, mine just went out.
It says the same issue again. That's weird. That's weird. Yo, Sean has like a private connection here, man. Like, what is this? You have a direct NASDAQ connection and I don't? Like, this guy's orders going out. Our orders are not going out. But no, I'm trying to take my profits over here. I mean, I'm what? $6 in the money, so I'm not even stressed. But Tesla could instantly pop up $6 like this if this market tries to keep on going to the north side and takes out the high a day, which we're only 5 points away from on the S&P 500. I do think this market could easily go up to 3,700 today and then test maybe 3,730 sometime tomorrow, sometime even later at the end of the day today. That's not a lot of a move that I'm asking from the market. So be careful if you are short Tesla and you have the power to get in and out, then obviously congratulations to you.
Sean's good on everything apparently.
I'm gonna try spamming orders right now. What? I'm getting the same orders again and again, the same error messages. I'll copy paste it to you. Sharif, you want to take over?
Yeah, absolutely. What's his name in the chat? MFM. Wow, what am I being weird here? MFM saying, why is Meta weak compared to the rest of the tech basket? Yeah, that's a good question. Let's bring down the tech charts here and have a look. Definitely Tesla and Meta are the laggards of today. They're the standout laggards. You can obviously tell just by having a cursory view at the charts. But Meta looks stronger than Tesla. Tesla's decidedly below VWAP here, even though it made a really nice bounce off that 243.16 level, now 246. 13, so it's making, that was a quick $3 move it had there, but Meta just reclaimed VWAP at 137.60 or so. We'll talk more about why Meta is weak after we get back from Brendan, who's at the big desk with the EU close.
Hey guys, yeah, we're just right now wrapping up the first session of the fourth quarter here in the European markets today. As I was mentioning the first time we talked about this, we were well off the lows as far as strength coming back into a few of these as North America got going and got moving to the upside. Big bounce right across this entire board. Every single one of these was negative at one point this morning. Back to positive territory finally right at the close here for England, up 0.16, 0.85 for Germany, 0.6 for France, 1+ then for Italy and Spain. Nice gains for Sweden, Swiss, and the Turkey market as we get the final print just coming in here, guys. Positive in North America, positive for the first day of the fourth quarter for Europe as well.
Guys, a bit of a chaotic situation.
We don't even have the
now.
position.
Sean obviously is able to get in and out of positions. Prad's having that trouble, but another trader on the floor. You guys obviously know Luca. He's having an issue with that too. So a bit of a mixed bag at the moment, but we'll get that rectified. It's the first time I've ever seen that happen since I've been here, and I've been here since early May. So yeah, a bit of a situation, no biggie. Looking at Sober here for those interested in the small cappers, we have retraced back into that 7-period moving average on the 5-minute chart. So this is definitely looking like a possible long setup. Now the volume's got to come in, the price action has to correspond. So if we were looking at the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, we're definitely looking at that 341 break. So about 20 pennies from where we're currently trading at now. But if you want to be more aggressively minded and don't want to wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, I would suggest taking the first 1-minute candle to make a new high, first green 1-minute candle to make a new high, not red. So it would have to close green and decidedly above the candle previous to that. So We'll have to wait to see where this candle closes to give you a level, but we are getting closer to that level. Keep your eyes also on the fact that VWAP is at 315. If I can switch back to the 5-minute chart really quick. Yeah, so you have VWAP 315 on both charts here. Sometimes it's a little bit different. In this case, it's not there. No, now we're starting to make a move back up. I wonder if this is going to be a false breakout because you have the first 1-minute candle to make a new high, green 1-minute candle to make a new high here, closed beyond this at that 330. Now we're trading at 336. We have 2 1-minute candles to make a new high. I'm going to personally take it if it breaks through that 345 area. I see this as an area of key resistance, which was, yeah, this is the area that I want to go long on here. And it's showing you that, the 1-minute chart is not to be trusted as much as the 5-minute chart. That's just my opinion. So I'm looking here for the 345 break before I can try to initiate a new long. So Sean's able to enter positions. I'm going to give this a try if it works for me. Can't get in. Okay. So you can only cover positions according to these guys. You can't enter new positions. So I'll just give you guys the play, and you guys make the money, and I'll be happy for you, Brad.
Yeah, that's exactly what we might have to do today, sadly. I just want to go out there and express the sadness with all the traders who are trading with the same platform. But guys, keep in mind, these are normal things that happen no matter what brokerage you go to, no matter what platform you're using. How many times has Interactive Broker been down? How many times has Robinhood? Don't get you started. Yeah, don't get you started.
I was talking to Steph about that back there. Oh my God.
Don't get you. How many times has Robinhood? And talking about Robinhood, did they completely dissolve their trading platform now?
No, I don't think so.
I saw an article today saying,
really?
yeah, I saw an article today. Let me try to pull it up over here. Where is the Robinhood? Right here. Robinhood announced that it was closing 5 additional offices on top of closure announced in August as part of the restructuring. They newly announced closure for their trading platform operator.
Wow.
New closure for their trading platform operator will result in charges of about $45 million. So
Can
they
you
have
read
to pay
that
40.
again? Robinhood announced it was closing.
Newly announced closure for the trading platform operator will result in about $45 million. So does that mean they're closing their trading platform, or their new announcement of closing offices will give them a charge of $45 million? Like, I was very
really don't
confused
know.
reading that sentence.
Interesting. Robinhood announced it was closing additional offices on the top closures announced in August as part of
On top of closures.
And newly announced closures for the trading platform operator. No, just it's a trading platform operator. I don't think it's closing, it's trading platform.
So the way it worded had me really confused.
Yeah.
So they're not really shutting down their trading platform,
They're
but them closing
downsizing.
their offices is going to cost them $45 million. That's what it's saying.
Sounds like it. Maybe they got like leases that they're not going to be able to get out of, that they're going to actually have to pay, because what your duration of a lease is duration of lease and rental, and I don't know, everything else.
No, I just needed help, understand that sentence structure. Had me confused a bit. Thank you, Sharif, for with that. So obviously they're not shutting down Robinhood, but like we've seen problems happen with almost every single brokerage. So on moments like these, guys, it's okay. Think about how much money that you got saved from losing today. Right? That's what my mentality is going. Think about how much money that I could have probably given back, taking the lower quality setups. Thankfully, I did get the best quality setup of the day already on the board, and I don't have to worry about it. So it's fine, guys. It's fine. Tomorrow we can come back, and hopefully the systems will be running again, and we'll be able to put some damage in the stock market, as we always look forward to do so. If Robinhood was shutting down, you would be trading it today. That is true, Quan. That is very true.
Very true.
You're not wrong about that statement. If it was shutting down, I'd be shorting the crap out of it today. Already down 2.4% on the day for Robinhood. Off the open itself is where it started nosediving to the south side. We broke the $10 area, and now it doesn't look like it wants to ever get back above 10, at least for the intraday level. Not ever, I mean for the intraday. Maybe somewhere down in the future, we'll see it come back up. The S&P 500 market and the NASDAQ market at the moment are pushing the south side after creating that high of 3680 that I was talking about earlier. Wow, ES actually hit 3680 perfectly and didn't break it. And now we're pushing back down. Let's see if we can hold up at 3666. Which is that number right here. If we hold up at 3666 and 3700 coming up.
You love that number, dude. Guys, Sober making the exact move I told you to make. I told you that 345 level was the breakout area that I would take. I mean, you could have been more aggressive and took it at that 340, but at 345 is where I would have taken it. Look where it is now, guys. We just made a top wick here at 368, so you would have been 20 pennies in the money if you had taken that break on Sober, but Sober looks more inclined for upside moves currently than to downside. Looks like high of day that we need to break here is at 373 or 370. Let me just verify on my other one. It is 373 currently. So let me just zoom out, make sure that there's no pre-market highs we need to worry about. No, we definitely don't. I'll look quickly at my side chart here for the daily levels on Sober because it tends to crash this one here. And Sober, oh, geez, it's taking forever to load on my other platform too. This has been happening more and more with Sober for some reason. There we go. So we got daily levels. Looks like on the 20th, we had top wick on Sober at, where's the high? $4.17. So we're not too far away from that. Current high, 373, like I just said. So 417, keep in your sights. Obviously, 4 is going to be a major level, being that whole dollar psychological resistance level. So I'm looking for Sober if I can trade here at some point in the day to take that long between longer through 4 and 417. Sober making a move, guys. Let's see the scanner quickly because I've been looking at the big caps lately. Sober is number 1 on my list. Let me bring down the scanner so you guys can follow along. There we go. So Sober, EDSA doing absolutely nothing. Finger, obviously number 3. We talked about Finger. Done 41.6 million shares on the day. The average on Finger is 709,000. So RVOL through the roof there is way over 40. Let's see the 5-minute chart here on Finger so we can glean some levels. Look at the aggression with which this one moved right at the open. So it looks like we had an open price of 423 and we topped out here at 620. So that was a really aggressive move up with at least one halt. I think I saw 2 actually on Finger. Ever since then, it's been pulling back and below VWAP. But the thing is, it's close to VWAP. So that makes me, more hopeful that later in the afternoon, this will reclaim VWAP decidedly, hold above it, and then we can maybe actually test the highs on this one later in the day. But Finger definitely, the volume's definitely there to support the move. Let's see what else is going on below Finger here. FSTX, not enough volume. VRT, okay, done decent amount of volume. Have a look at this one. This is one of those ones where you got to be super patient because it kind of like stair steps up on lower volume, but holding that 50 period quite nicely. It had a bit of a dip here at that 950 time slot. It was like 3 1-minute candles, 3 red 1-minute candles. That's the most. That's the biggest dip basically it's had all day, but anything off the 50 period here, I would say take it long, even though, the aggression with which this one is increasing is slowing down just a smidge. 989 is the low, 1149 is the high on VRT, Bradley.
So this is the bet that I was talking about right here. I was off by 2, man, 2. That's all I needed. Rushing yards 50 plus, and I needed
Leonard
Kansas.
Fournette?
Yeah. Was that a bad bet?
No, Leonard Fournette's a good bet.
That's a good bet?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Does he get 50 plus
Sometimes
rushing
it
yards?
depends on the defense. That's why I was always looking. Look at the defense before you bet on a running back or a passer. Look how well that defense does either against the run or the pass to kind of get an idea is it a good bet or not. And that's what the odds makers are doing, obviously, right?
Yeah. It's just going through historical stats, right? And this one, 32.5 under for KC. Patrick Machine is what Spencer called him yesterday, and I'm gonna have to steal that. Patrick Machine, absolutely a monster yesterday, man. Holy moly, guy can't stop, won't stop. Where's the legend beard? The beard evaporated out of my face, baby. Just woke up and it just wasn't there, sadly. But we're here at least. We're here to have some fun, to watch the market for you on a single, every single day basis. Actually, a good question coming in from Blind Jedi. Why the 3666 area? That's because on the way down, originally the 366 area once came into play, and it was in our watch list. I think it was either Neil. I think Neil made that watch list for that day, and you put in that number 3666 bottom for the futures when Brenda wasn't here. No, you put it in the watch list. I remember seeing that number, so that's why I brought up the number just now. It's because I've seen it in our watch list been mentioned a couple times, and on a specific day when the market was coming off, it's around this area where the market bounced off of. So if we're having a pullback right now on the S&P 500, I expect 3660, 3666 area to hold up and have another leg up north side towards 3700 in the market. But if this area does fail to hold, like it's already failing to hold, then obviously we're going to have a bigger pullback, maybe to 3650, maybe all the way back to VWAP to 3640 before we actually see a run up to 3700 on the S&P 500 futures, and the NASDAQ also rejecting that 12,200 area a little bit, pulling back slightly from those areas. Now we're just waiting to see what the market will do, right? People in the chat want us to take a look at Meta, so let's go take a look at what Meta's doing today. Meta up most likely weak. No, flat on the day, not really too weak. I mean, 140 finally breaking on Meta, but we still have the bottom, that right here bottom, the 52-week low. Actually, wait a minute. I am thinking about a completely different range. I remember Meta in this range, 154-ish. I completely ignored it all of last week, honestly. I wasn't trading Meta at all last week, so I didn't even know that this whole new range exists on Meta now. I need to just add it to my watch list more. But look at this bottom on Meta, the 135 bottom, exactly where the stock bounced off of, I believe, on Friday, Monday, all of last week almost. We bounced off of this low, which happens to be the June low, maybe. What low is this? Yeah, the March low, June low. We're at COVID lows on Meta.
What?
Yeah.
Get out of here. Wow.
That's the COVID low on Meta, March 2020.
Well, that dip I think they had in February. Go back to the February day. Are you on the daily there?
Yeah, this is a daily chart.
So look at that dip they had in February. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the earnings dip,
remember
right?
that?
Yeah.
When they lost to worldwide users or whatever, and that they really took a smash. They haven't been able to recover since then.
Yeah.
That's been really bad for them.
So back to COVID lows for Meta. Now the question is, does Meta bounce from the COVID lows, or does it reject it more and keep on crashing to the south side?
Yeah, tricky one there on Meta. I mean, like the more it goes down, the more attractive it looks because you kind of have the feeling that Meta will recover. But I'm seeing a lot of commentary coming out here from these business leaders, and now they're starting to question Zuck's leadership. And they're saying Zucky is like, you know, he's running it into the ground, and that, you know, his ideas are outdated. Yeah, Zucky. His ideas are outdated, and they need change and stuff like that. What's that woman that was, I think she was like the CIO or CFO of Meta, who recently left like 3-4 months ago, Sean? Sheryl Sandberg, yeah. After her leaving, now people are starting to say, you know, this was kind of like the first, I don't know, the first chip in the armor of the ship, so to speak. I mean, I don't know how true
chink in
these
the
are.
armor?
First chink in the armor. Thank you for that. So let's see with Meta. I mean, I have a feeling, you know, they're still stronger-ish. I mean, I'm on Instagram all the time. I know a lot of people don't really care for Facebook. I know that TikTok is also making a really aggressive, you know, move into the social market area. So we'll see how that is. But that's obviously still a private company, and there are political issues with TikTok being Chinese-owned, despite the fact that they're apparently supposed to have their American data on Oracle servers. But that hasn't appeased some people in politics. So we'll see. We'll see what Meta does here and what Zuckerberg ends up doing, whether he stays on as leader or what. But hey, Prad, I just wanted to tell you, 1,225 votes, and that's better than a lot of our other polls.
Yeah,
lately.
buddy, but guess what? Something that
58%.
something that stands out to me is I've actually been going back and scrolling back to the north side on the chats just to see if anyone's saying anything, and all the females do like it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's definitely important because, you know, you really shouldn't care too many what the males.
Exactly.
Unless you're obviously that inclined, which I know you're not. But yeah, well, whatever.
That circles back to that other female on the floor who wants me to have a beard.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
These females in the chat don't want me to have a beard.
Whatever. Come on, females, speak up. David's saying no females on here. There's plenty of females there, David.
Yeah,
Trust me.
there's like a good 10% of them on here.
ATXI just made a bit of a move here. I don't want to really even call it a move. It is still not really above VWAP enough for me to be interested in it. It just reclaimed it by all of a couple of pennies. But this is one that had a really aggressive move off the open. Actually, before the open, to be honest with you. Yeah, it started moving around that 9:20 time slot. But it made a nice aggressive move there, about a $5 move from around that $10. I think we topped out here at $15.50. So $5.50 move, up 40% on the day. So this is showing up on a lot of people's scanners. To be honest with you, I wanted to reclaim VWAP here and stay above it decidedly, not flirt with it from the bottom and then break it from the top and do this like little song and dance that it's been doing. But this one definitely has ability to move up during the day. And we've been trading ATXI for, I don't know, I think like 2 or 3 weeks now. I've had some winners on it, some losers on it, so a bit of a mixed bag on that one. What I've been positive on, though, is Sober. Sober clearly above VWAP here. What's Tesla doing? Oh,
Right
wow,
back to the
breaking.
low of day.
We're at low of days now on Tesla, so that pop looked to be short-lived, Brad.
Yeah, this market actually wants to give us a pop on the NASDAQ and on the S&P 500 around that 3666, 3660 number that I was talking about. But Tesla doing the opposites of it. Maybe I should just scream to Greg, hey, maybe don't work too hard to close my position, Greg, because it's working for me. You know, we'll see. $9.10 in the money on the Tesla short. Do we break the low a day? And do we go to 240 today? Do we turn Tesla into a 10% down stock on the day, triggering SSR for today and tomorrow? If Tesla is on SSR tomorrow and this market's going north, Tesla's going to be a monster long trade tomorrow. Monster long trade. So I would actually love
We're
for it.
close to SSR, man.
Yeah.
We're not that far.
239, I think, is SSR.
Okay.
So honestly, I would love for Tesla to go into SSR mode. That way tomorrow I could smash a long trade on this and not have to worry about people coming out of nowhere and smashing the bids. AAB in chat is asking, what is SSR? Great question, my friend. SSR means short sale restriction. Anytime a stock falls down by 10% or more, it triggers the system that lasts for 2 business days, today and for tomorrow. In that current system that gets triggered, it's harder to short Tesla. So if Tesla goes down 10% or more, you cannot just punch the size on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher to get short. So for example, let's say Tesla's down 10% right now. You cannot punch 248.90 to get short. You have to wait up at 243 for the stock to go higher. And when it prints 243 like it's right now, that's the only way you're going to get short. So we're waiting for that marker to come in. While we wait for that marker to come in, let's send you over to Brendo at the big table for, I believe it's European close. Sector watch, sir. We were having a little bit of a mic thing over there. Once we get that figured out, your boy Brendo will be back onto your screen, so don't you worry about that. You're still looking at ATXI?
Yeah, I'm still looking at ATXI, but the one I'm more interested in is Sober, obviously, because of the fact that it's above VWAP here and it's creating higher highs and higher lows. Actually, not higher highs just yet, but higher lows. So a bit of a wedge pattern forming here on the 1-minute chart. Let's see what this one does. I'd rather take this one on a dip and then have a tight stop. It's just a matter of where I'm going to get a dip on. Am I going to get it on the price action level? So, for example, right here, we see a bottom at that 330, and then in this area, we see a bottom at 320. Are those the levels I want to dip on, or do I want to use a moving average? For example, the 50 period is at 330, and VWAP's at 320. So maybe actually I'll take a half, if I could enter, I would take a half position probably off that 50 period and then another half position off 320 should it make it down there. That would have been my move on this one. Then I would have had a tight stop probably at that 315, 310 level because there is some resistance right here. So this would act as support on the way down. So that would, if it broke that level, I would definitely want out. But it looks like we fixed up that issue with Brendo's mic, so let's go back up at the big desk for happening now.
We'll do both. How about that? Yeah, nice look for the overall market, guys. Back to the upside, as we were saying. New battery, new week, new market here. Back higher, apparently. Almost 2% right now for the S&P in positive territory. 1.95. Wanted to start with these. These are all the energy stocks still holding on to nice gains to kick things off for a brand new week here. But we saw oil come back to the downside. OPEC has canceled this meeting that was supposed to take place on Wednesday. That was part of the reason, at least, that oil was bouncing to start the week. They were expecting them to announce a new cut to production from OPEC Plus, but that meeting again canceled just a few moments ago. Material stocks also positive on the day. Nice broad-based gains though. Industrials and tech shares leading top left here. We are seeing gains though in financials, healthcare, and consumer stocks. The one lonely red one is Tesla today, as the guys were talking about. 7.8% still to the downside for Tesla off those delivery numbers. Twitter on here as well, still negative for Twitter, about 1.5% ahead of Elon's deposition, supposed to be tomorrow. But nice green board right across the entire thing, guys. Good way to start the week. Back to you.
Touchdown, and instead of a touchdown, that was a pick. We're just talking here some football because that's what we do around here. I was asking Neil about the nail biter his Bills had with the Ravens. That was definitely a standout game for me. In addition to the game between the Pats and the Packers, that was also another nail biter. That was the afternoon game. But I was flipping between Cowboys and Bills because they were both on at that 1 o'clock time slot. That's one of the very few times you will see the Cowboys on at 1 o'clock. Usually the Cowboys get a better time slot because we are the Cowboys, right? Playmaker, shout out Playmaker. But what an unbelievable second half by Josh Allen. He definitely didn't play his best football in the first half, but he shows you why he is Mr. Football right now, making clutch throws and runs in the second half. And also, if you're a Ravens fan, you're probably seething at that interception that Lamar threw in the end zone there. I was just talking to Neil about that. It's not his forte throwing. Obviously, he's a good rusher as well as pocket passer, but it's definitely not his strength to throw into tight coverage there. And I thought there was a lot of people in the end zone for him to be taking that chance. But hey, growing pains on Lamar Jackson, Bradley. Did you have any bets on Ravens Bills?
I just think I had like a simple money line or something, but nothing too serious,
major, okay.
Like I said, I don't really know football, man. Like I just do random bets, and I try not to put too much money down, and I just try to have fun.
I think that's how you may learn, though, because you're involved and you're emotionally involved because of the money, and you end up picking up the rules.
Yeah, just try to have fun. That's it, man. Just smile and wave. Life is not that serious. Just put a smile on your face and just keep on waving past every single thing that's annoying you. Like today. Yeah, I had a little things annoying me, but I can't get too mad about it. We're looking at Blue Apron. Blue Apron getting destroyed, baby.
Oh, wow.
Talk about SSR being turned on.
Gracious.
SSR right here on a stock that's down 45% on the day. Insane down move. Not too long ago, I believe the CEO of Blue Apron was buying up tons of shares of Blue Apron, and then on a move like this, the only thing that can explain something like this is the CEO or somebody who had a ton of shares just dumped it all at the $6 area and dumped it right back to $3. So not a good look for Blue Apron. But what can you do, right? That's part of the reason why I try to stay away from these low float stocks. Blue Apron is 7 million float. Volume is 11 million shares traded on the day today, right here, 11.4 million, with a relative volume of 3. For anyone wondering where I'm getting these numbers from, I'm using Trade Ideas platform right here. How can you stop messing around with me? The Trade Ideas platform right here shows you relative volume, the volume for the stock. I'm not sure what the smart stop means. Not sure what smart stop means. I think that's how much they're saying that you should maybe give it past that level, but I don't really know what that number means. But a good tool to use if you're ever trying to find out what the current stock's relative volume is, how much volume it's doing, and so on. Tesla, now $10 in the money. Woo! Let's go, Tesla. How low can you go is obviously the question that everyone's asking. This market is pulling back a little bit harder than I thought it would, but we're still above 3,600 on the NASDAQ market. Sorry, on the S&P 500 market. NASDAQ currently pushing down to 11,150. Let's see if Tesla can break this low a day around 252. 252 did break by only 20 pennies. Here comes the 252 break for the second time. Let's see if we can extend past 252, trigger the SSR mode on Tesla, and then do we see 235 today?
Jeez, that would be interesting. We'd have to have an aggressive flush down here, probably, but you know that's very possible because we're looking at, this is the market chart right here. Look at these levels we're looking at. So I think the 930 low, that's not even talking about earlier this morning or last night because the futures opened up last night, but the early morning low here at 940 was at 316, yeah, 3616, excuse me, level. But when we zoom out a little bit more, let's go to the 15 on this guy. I was sitting on my desk yesterday doing research before going to bed last night, and the market was moving upward. And I was like, why is the market moving up? This is interesting, right? And I got a little bit of FOMO. I wanted to punch into some futures contracts, didn't do it. But anyway, the overnight low, 35.71, or is it 70? 35.71. So we got room to the downside. We're currently trading at 36.64. So there's absolutely no reason why we can't make it down. Should something bad come out, maybe. Let's put that line there for the day's low, 35.71 on the MES. So I don't know. I think we could definitely see Tesla in SSR territory today, but looks like Microsoft and the rest of the gang are are booing the market a little bit. Let's bring that down. Let's bring in big tech. So it only looks like Meta and Tesla are like the two laggards. Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon look to be stronger-ish. They're all above VWAP, while Meta and Tesla are decidedly below VWAP on this one. So looks like Meta and Tesla are having an effect on the market. And what's funny today is, like, right at the bell, I was talking to the trader beside me, and I was telling her, I'm like, look, Apple's moving up, but the market's moving down. And that's one of the rare times that I've actually seen Apple with an aggressive move up and the market with an aggressive move down. And then I really couldn't square that except to look at Tesla at the time. And I was like, wow, is Tesla weighted enough to be able to do that to the market? So some questions came in there that I haven't had answered. Obviously, I probably, if I did the math with respect to weighting, it would make sense. But ATXI still below VWAP here, and Sober still above VWAP. Looking at these two for possible plays into the afternoon, Prad.
Yeah, I'm just venting to Fahad over here and Lucas about some stuff in general. But yeah, no, life is good, man. Life's always good. Life's always great. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Life's always great. Hey. Can we take a look at Amazon, says Javier. Yes, we can, Javier. Let's take a look at AMZN. I think Amazon 113, 112 area was the area that people were looking at. I mean, look at this chart, right? Look at the ever since the split, we've never broke $100 on Amazon. I honestly thought Amazon would break 100 before Google does, but boy was I wrong on that call out. Amazon never breaking 100. Google actually managing to break 100 at some point. Yeah. And now the question is, when does Google get back above 100? I also saw a couple articles saying that analysts are using Apple to time the bottom of the market, which makes sense, right?
I wouldn't be against that.
Yeah, people are using Apple to time the bottom on the market, and I'm pretty sure all of us are looking to buy more. DTTW. Yes, sir. Go do ! DTTW. Get the link for our platform. And if you want to open up an office anywhere outside of America, you'll be able to contact Justin, the head of the marketing team. And there'll be other links over there that you can contact. Maybe you can even come into the floor over here and get a little bit of a training of how to run the floor and so on. I know Sean used to do that back in the day. He used to fly around the globe to go. How many places have you been to for that? Lots, eh? Lots, eh? So yeah, flying all over the world, teaching floors how to properly run a prop firm and so on. So yeah, if you're interested in opening up a prop firm, click on that link right there, that Nightbot, and your boy Bears vs. Bull, the #1 moderator on YouTube, is throwing that out there for you. Pulling back to Amazon though, Amazon actually looking like it wants to go towards the higher day because the S&P 500 did not break 3,600 at all. Did not break 3,600 to the downside, and now we're launching back to the north side for the market over here. Let's see if Amazon can take out the higher day at 115.27.
VRT making that move that we talked about earlier. Look at this move. Now breaking through high of day. I believe it got up to 11.59. A bit of a slow mover, guys. You're not going to have parabolic moves up or down on this one, at least not yet. But, you know, if you're looking to get into something, you know, you can size into and not have all the anxiety and apprehension that comes with big movers and big size, this one looks like to be a good candidate, up 19.4% on the day. What does VRT do? Let's read about this. Veritiv Holdings is engaged in design, manufacturing, and service critical digital infrastructure technology for data centers, communication networks, and commercial industrial environments. Its segments include America's. Okay, so why is it up on news? Let's find out here. Oh, CEO succession? Okay, so let's see. Here is the news catalyst according to the Dow Jones Global News. DJ Veritiv shares rise with CEO succession and guidance. Oh, so they gave guidance. Shares of Veritiv Holding rose 10% to 10. That's obviously earlier in the day, to $10.70 on early trading Monday after the company provided financial guidance and said the president of its business in the America will succeed its retiring chief executive officer. The digital infrastructure company said Monday that Rob Johnson will retire for health reasons at the end of the year and be replaced by CEO and a board member in January. Okay, so there we go. So we don't really need to look more into that. We have guidance and a succession program. That's obviously a succession, not program, but you know, strategy or whatever. That's obviously important for long-term investors who need to know that the well-being of the company is going to be looked after by competent individuals and people well-versed in the business. So I'm watching VRT here. Let's look at some daily levels on VRT. If we can bring this here so we can glean some levels that we could potentially get into. So here's a daily chart on VRT. It looks like this definitely seen better days in terms of a company. Just looking back into 2021, it looks like we had highs all the way up to 29.06. Let's switch to the weekly chart so we can get an even better view of where we are. It looks like we IPO'd back in early 2020, yeah, right before the market crashed. February 2020, right before COVID. Excuse me. So yeah, we had lows here in the range of $4.06 and the highs on this bad boy go all the way up to $29.25, and that was basically the market peak last November before Fed Chair Powell sat down and scared everybody with the upcoming rate hikes. We know that we topped out in the market in November 2021, so it's got room. It's got room to make. Yeah, it's got room to the upside. But let's see some important levels for today's purposes here. So we're at high of 1160. Where's the next high potential after that? I'm going to say it definitely has to be the more recent of the two here. Going back to, oh, this is the weekly chart. Let me flip out of that, go to the daily. Okay, so we had highs here. Okay, so we've got plenty of highs to look at. We've got September 21st. We had a high of 1242, and even actually September 22nd, we even had a higher high than we are right now, 1176. So we're almost at that. So look for a break of that 1176 as an indicator. This one might keep traveling all the way up to 1242. Not saying it will, but those are the daily resistance levels on VRT, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just watching Amazon here, trying to take out the high day as the market also pushes north side and takes Tesla along with it. Tesla's still $9 in the money and keeps trying to go lower than 243, 242, but the market is actually helping it from not doing that exactly. So if you are in a Tesla short, obviously watch your shorts. I'm $9 in the money, and the sad part is I can't punch out of my position. So we're just sitting here watching the unrealized go up and down the whole time. But yeah, look at Amazon trying to take out the high day. Most likely we'll be able to do that easily with the help of the market moving back north side over here. The market doing exactly what I also said earlier, which is if we don't break 3600 to the downside, I'm expecting 3700 to come into play with the second leg up run to the north side. This is 8:30, 9:30, no, 8:30 is 9:30 because Chicago is 1 hour behind.
Yeah.
So 8:30 right here, we chop, and then around, 9:30 right here, we chop. Around 10 o'clock, the market starts having its move up to the north side, which is the first leg up north. So now, I think the second leg up north is about to start as we are just now heading into lunchtime. It's 12:07 Eastern Standard Time, lunch o'clock kicking in. Volume should be going lower as we go into lunchtime. So I'm not sure if we maybe actually have the power to break out of 3680 and go to 3700. If we do have the energy to do that, it might be just a slow trickle our way to 3700 because of the lack of volume going into lunchtime. But anything is possible, man. It only takes a little catalyst to come out and just launch up to the north side. Blind Jedi and I were talking about things to look out for this week. So here's the economic calendar. It's a little blurry because I took the picture from Discord, but you could use your own website such as
awesome.
investing.com, even Trade Ideas, not Trade Ideas, sorry, Think or Swim. What am I even saying? What's the software, bro?
TradingView?
TradingView. Even TradingView has its scanners somewhere. I just don't know where they are. I think it's somewhere down here. Has its scanners that you can use to help you find out what exactly is going on. This is called the economic calendar.
Yeah.
So for anyone wondering how to pull it up, just type in economic calendar on Google. You'll get Market Watch website. You get a bunch of websites, and in there you'll see that we have a bunch of U.S. Fed speaking. Fed barking. That's the name, barking.
How does it spelled?
Barking?
B-A-R-K-E-N.
They're barking, all right.
Barking.
They're barking, and hopefully.
Is he a voting member? Let's find out, because it makes a difference whether he's a FOMC voting or not, because, if he's not, no one cares. What's his name? B-A-R?
Barking, baby, barking. Fed barking out there at the news outlets at 6:45. We also got Fed Jorge coming in at 11. That's Georgie, but Jorge at 11:15, and Fed Bostic at 3:45. These names are amazing, baby.
Oh, I know Bostic, though.
You know
Bostic's
Bostic?
popular, yeah.
So 3:45 is when Bostic's coming on today at pretty close to the close. So obviously, not sure how these are going to move the markets, but we have them coming on every single day of the week. The main name I'm looking for is Papa Powell. Where are you? Powell not really coming on, but we have a bunch of Feds. Oh, that's Jefferson. I thought it said Jerome for a second. Fed Jefferson, Fed Logan, Fed Williams. Yeah, I don't see Powell coming on. No Powell this week.
FOMC voting members. There we go. We're going to find out if Thomas Barkin is a voting member. Okay, so the Fed, here we go. I've never actually done this before, so bear with me, guys. Here we go, 2022 committee members, but it doesn't say who the voting members are. To be honest with you, these are committee members, but do they have voting rights or no? Okay, let's see. Is Barkin on this list? Waller, Mester, Jefferson, George, Cook, Collins, Bullard, Brainerd, Bowman, Barr. So he's not on there. He's not even on the alternate members. Who's this Barkin individual, bro? Okay. I'll look at that once we send it back to Prad. I want to find out if he's a voting member, but he is a central banker. And he's the 8th president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond. So Richmond, where is that? So that's Richmond, Virginia. So that's the East Coast area, because you know how the Federal Reserves are all broken up based on geography in the States. We don't have anything similar to that in Canada. We just have the Bank of Canada, and it's centralized, and the dude in charge of, what's his name? Do you remember his name? The dude,
Barkin?
No. the governor of the Bank of Canada. I forget his name.
Oh, you're asking the wrong person, man.
Jeez, I always forget it. It'll come to me, but my memory hasn't been what it used to be honest with you. Okay, so let's move back to sober, kind of
Too much
digressing.
of those lozenges, eh?
Yeah. Hey, calm down there. Sober, making the move, guys. Now, high of days on sober. This one looked good from the beginning. Looks like we broke high of day here on 373. Current high of day is 380. So this one making a move back. We talked about what some daily levels look on. On this one, I'll just reiterate them for you. So we're looking at this day, September 20th. We had a high of day of 417. So we're getting close to that. And then that'll be blue skies after that. So 417 is definitely the level you're looking at for a blue sky setup. Otherwise, this one's just going. I thinking maybe dip trades off it. Not that I can trade, but I'm thinking dip trades off of here haven't materialized at all. So this one is, you're probably going to need to punch into the high of days, making it a riskier trade, Pratt, to be honest with you. But hey, that's how these ones work. Everything else, kind of, aside obviously from VRT, kind of a nothing burger. VRT, SOBR, those are the ones I'm looking at into the afternoon. Those are the ones making moves. Everything else, you're going to have to trade the big caps, I guess. The market making a move up, eh?
Talking about sober, man, it's been a pretty boring October so far. Like, watching UFC without alcohol, watching NFL without alcohol.
Oh, that's right. No alky.
Has been the most boring thing I could have done, probably. Like, I'm watching people get hit in the face, and I'm just like, whatever. Whatever. I'm watching people get folded on that football field. I'm like, whatever. Like, I just don't care. Like, and it's such a bad thing that I have to depend on alcohol to have fun. So
watch. I bet you after 2 weeks you won't feel that way.
Exactly. So I'm getting to that point now in my head. I'm like, wow, that's how dependent I was on just to have fun. But now I can get to that point where I can start enjoying the shows. I can start enjoying the things again without alcohol. And sober October has actually been pretty easy so far. It's not like I'm craving it. No. It's just I get bored. Like it's not as fun as it was when I was drunk.
No.
Right? But that's the beauty about sober October. We're getting ready to change our lifestyle a little bit. I know people are calling it, oh, you're quitting. No, I'm not a quitter. Mama didn't raise no quitter. All right, we're just taking a break. We're just taking a little break and to clean our systems out a bit, right?
I don't know if that's what the expression means. Mama didn't raise no quitter.
I know, that's all
the trading alcohol.
No, we don't talk about it that way, right?
Of course.
But your mama ain't raised no quitter.
Of course.
Right? We just try hard every single step of the day, no matter what we're trying at.
Of course, we always do.
Oh, by the way, you did say market was going up. Sorry, I did want to mention that. Yeah, market's going up. Amazon did clear the high a day. We're at now 115.35, but the S&P 500 did not clear the high a day. It got rejected by
not even close. Looks like high of day here on the ES is still that 36.80. We're at 36.72, so we're not too far off highs here, guys, but still consolidating. If I had to look at it, here's the 1 minute chart on the ES. It's a bit of a range. You could say between that 36.60 and that 36.80. So we're in a bit of a 20-point range. We have been since the better part of the morning, since 10:20. So almost going on 2 hours now. We've been trading within a range, but it is a 20-point range. Make of that what you will. I'm got my eye on sober. This one is going to break high of day. Recent high, and it's going to be a blue sky setup. I just have a feeling that what am I doing here? Why am I going to the hourly candles? There we go. That 4.17 level is going to come into play any minute now. I just have a feeling up 40% on the day, up $1.02. That's a lot for a $3 stock. The volume is not letting up either. 15.25 million shares done, and we haven't even finished lunchtime yet. So that's not too bad. It's not too bad for a $3 stock, $3 is kind of my cutoff with respect to liking the stock. Obviously, I'll trade $2 and $1 stocks, but I do so begrudgingly, to be honest. Let's have a look at the scanner to make sure nothing else is popping off that we don't have notice of. Looks like FWBI just showed up on my scanner, but it's doing diddly, so not that important. EDSA also not that important either. I'm just reading these out to you guys. I know I'm not showing them because they're not worth mentioning. CENX up. What is it? Up 18.8% on the day, a $6.25 stock, but it's only done 25,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That's not good enough for these small cappers, especially for a $6 stock. I see ILAG showing, but did you get out?
Yes!
So Pratt just got filled. There you go.
Finally.
Go for it.
Oh, we finally got out of our Tesla trade. We've been holding this trade all day. We finally managed to punch out. Now we don't have to worry about anything anymore. This was a little bit of a heart attack all day, man. But yeah, here we go, Tesla, 252 short. We got out some at 245. We got some more out at 243. And now, can we trade, or are we still blocked from trading?
You guys know?
Is Brankles here?
Can we trade?
No?
Still no?
Don't trade still? Okay. So no trading still. The machines might be still down for us, sadly, but we were able to punch out of our trade. Finally, thank you, Jesus. Appreciate the help that you gave me on this trade. Honestly, man, imagine you could not punch out and the trade was going the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's
right?
frustrating
we
and
would be
anxious.
destroyed.
Yeah, of
like
course.
all of us on the floor today would be destroyed on this trade if we went the other direction. So if there's someone to thank, I thank whoever it is, right? Jesus, Allah,
trading
Krishna,
gods.
Shiva. I thank all of you up there for allowing us to not get hurt on the stock today.
Yeah, sober guys just made a new high of day 386 and now pulled back quite aggressively, breaking that 360 area, but stopping near the former resistance, current support at that 358. So pulling back, let's see what this one does. Let's have a look at the 5 minute to see how extended this one is off the 7 EMA, and it's not too bad. It had been more extended earlier. So the 7 EMA is currently at 353 and it's trading at 365. So not extended by my interpretation or my standards, to be honest with you. So this one is still a long, obviously it's going to pull back off highs. That's been the kind of the trademark with these small cappers. They make new highs, they pull back, they make new highs, they pull back. Standard stuff. So be careful entering at really extreme highs here. Look for a dip trade. Let's see which moving average this one is respected the most. It looks like, at some points it's respected the 20 quite well, but there have been periods here where decidedly broke through them, nearing that 50 period moving average. So if I had to choose, I would definitely be more interested in taking a dip trade off that 50 period, which also happens to be at $3.50. Coincidence, right? So if you're looking for a dip trade, maybe that 350 level is interesting, but you do have a very clear area of support at that $3.60. You have this peak here, and they both closed in and around the same area. So you do have a key level of support. Let's see if this support can get broken. If it does, we'll have to look at new areas of support. And as I say that, it just breaks through that 360 level, now pulling into 355. Can it close below that, or is it just going to be a quick wick? That makes a difference. If we can close below these support levels here, it's obviously a more emphatic statement. So let's see where this one is. I'm looking for 350 here. I obviously cannot punch long, but I'm kind of like imaginary trading with you guys. So if I'm looking for a dip, it's 350. Let's zoom out a little bit here to kind of glean the pattern that's forming. Yeah, not so much a pattern, but more of an ascending move up with higher highs and higher lows. That's kind of what you want to see. VXRT now pulling back. I'm thinking 1150 would be an interesting dip trade off this one. Keep in mind, this one's not giving you a whole lot of range and definitely at not any fast speed here. You're going to have to wait 20, 30 minutes, maybe even an hour to scalp 20, 30 cents off this one, if even that. So looking for a dip trade here off that 50 moving average, which is 1152, or if you really want to get more safe off that 1150, but make sure to have a sound stop. And the stop should be, somewhere close to these resistance points. I want to say between 1140 and 1145, Brad. What's up? You're still reading? Okay, I'll continue. Let's see.
No, you're good.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to make you run out of breath over there. I see you gearing up for another stint of sentences over there. Yeah, go do your thing, my friend. Thank you for covering over there while I was trying to do some administrative work a little bit. Man, it's. This market is going to be beautiful, but it just sucks that I can't take a position right now. But if I can, trust me, you know me, I like being into a million positions around the board, and we'll be doing that. Prad's like, nah, we good. I don't read. Yeah, exactly. I don't read. You know me. I was just trying to do some administrative things, though. But, okay, coming back to the market did pull back from the high day. S&P 500 pulling back, the NASDAQ also pulling back, which means Amazon's most likely also pulling back. Here goes Amazon back under 115 to the south side. Give me a quick second. I just wanted to do this. Okay, yeah, going back under the south side for Amazon. And I honestly, I think the S&P 500 should hold up at 3660 again. That's just a belief, though. No real reasoning as to why I think that. I just like a relief on the market compared to what happened all of last week, and especially all of last quarter. Our markets have been on a three-quarter down move, and the last time that our markets have done this was in 2008, 2009, whereas every single quarter has been negative. So let's see how this last quarter going into wrap off the 2022 era, 2022 year, sorry. Are we going to wrap it off with all four quarters red, which is exactly what happened in 2009, I think. I don't like how NQ is looking right now, says loan. Let's go check out what NQ is looking like exactly. NQ being your NQ being including your NASDAQ basket, your tech stocks, 100 of the best tech companies in the North American market, did make a lower high compared to this range, made a lower high, but honestly, I would consider this a triple top. That's just me. I would consider this a triple top, but it made a lower high, trying to go back to 11,500 and maybe bounce off of that 11,500 area. That's going to be the 50-period EMA to the downside right here. I do believe we're not going to go much lower than this bottom on the NASDAQ market, and for the S&P 500 market, around the same levels at 3660, and I do honestly believe, man, we're going to see 3,700 coming into play today. I could be wrong on that, but I do believe it's going to happen.
Wow, yeah, and you're making that statement as we're pulling back to on the futures here off that 375, but we're still in that range that we talked about earlier, that 3660 to 3680 range, about a 20-point range. We need to break out of that range to have any like clear direction of where we're going to go, because we're just going up and down in between that range. So interesting day to say the least, but it looks like these small cappers starting to take a little bit of a breath here in terms of volatility. They're starting to consolidate a little bit sideways, but VRT coming back into that 50 period that we talked about. So if you're long-minded on VRT and you want to take a stock that's up 18% as a slow mover, I'm telling you, execute here and have a stop either at 1145 or 1140. These are two key I want to call them support levels here, because this is where the bottom of these troughs turned around and made a move back upwards. So VRT, I'm taking that, if I could, off that 1150 or that 1152 level, currently trading at 1156. So you're not too far out of that range. Let's see what some of the people in the chat here are talking about. Oh, let's look at let's look at the poll. So Prad, we have 1,716 votes. I think that's bigger than the ones we've had lately, to be honest with you. And they're both still at 58% and 42%. So with Beard winning, and I got to say, I'm pleased with that. I'm not going to lie, I'm happy about that. And as I just say that, the market makes an aggressive move up off that 365, a quick 5-point move on the market here. Let's see what the big caps did to cause that move. Let's move this scan down. Looks like Apple, Microsoft, they all made a move except Tesla. Tesla made that move ever so slightly, but pulling back the most out of the six. Like, look at these. They're all at the high of the move here, and then Tesla's literally sold off the move already, and it was the smallest of the six. So Tesla very weak going into the afternoon. It's not really slowing down at all. I mean, you gotta assume that a stock that's 100 PE, even though it's like 96 or something, is definitely going to take the brunt of the move when there is a move down, Prad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if our systems are back or not, and they're not back. No, system blocked by risk. So yeah, system, everything's blocked still, so no trading still. But very happy that we were able to punch out. A viewer in the chat just now asked, still very curious as to what exactly happened on Tesla. It's not just Tesla, it's around the globe, not around the globe, around the stock market for us. Our brokerage went offline. So it just, I mean, not completely offline. Like, if it went completely offline, we wouldn't even be able to get the data, right? But they, for some reason, our brokerage is not able to accept orders and take orders. Someone in the chat, actually, Sharif, said that we might be the Robinhood office that they closed, the 4 of Robinhood office. So we might be one of the 4 Robinhood offices that they closed. Hence, our orders are not going through. That's a good joke. I'm not gonna deny that. It's a good joke. It just happens to be that day that the Robinhood news comes out, our software goes down. Pretty little weird coinkydink, but no, trust me, there's no way on hell would I be trading in this floor if we were trading off of Robinhood. No. Trust me on that. I don't think half the people here would be here if we were to portray being a prop firm and we were using Robinhood software. That would not work out. Real quick though, coming back to Tesla 243 just now had about 150 lots, and they all filled at 243, and we bounced off of that. 150 lots turned to now 68. Oh, they broke it. So 150 lots got filled completely on 243 to the downside on the bids. Looks like the selling pressure is still bleeding into this position. Obviously, I could have held my share, but that's going to be a dummy move to do, especially on a day like today when we can't really get in and out of positions. The second I have a chance to even punch out, I'm going to punch out.
Guys, I want to talk a little bit about the AI day that we had on Friday with Tesla. I mean, you probably saw the Optimus or whatever they're calling it, their Tesla bot or the Tesla robot.
I saw the robot, but
Yeah.
I didn't see. I just saw pictures. I didn't see the videos. I
Yeah.
didn't see anything.
Well, if the video did it a bit more justice, and to be honest with you, I wasn't really impressed. And I know I'm here really talking big here for a guy who obviously never made a robot and doesn't know what goes into making a robot, obviously. But I've seen some robots be a lot more dexterous and a lot more mobile than the one that I saw from Tesla. Like I know I saw from Japan these robots that you can like push and then they catch their balance, or if they fall, they know how to get back up. The Tesla robot looked like really rudimentary and it's like in its development, in the fact that it was super slow. The fingers didn't move, so they had like these gloves on the hand. I don't know if they were hiding the hands. Maybe the hands are proprietary and they kind of want to hide that from the peering eyes of competitors, or the fact that they don't have working hands yet. But I wasn't too impressed with the Tesla robot. And I know it's kind of in the beginning stages.
It could just be a pusher.
Right? It could be like last year
Like
they
a
had
pusher.
some dude dance, right?
Yeah.
They didn't even show the robot. This year they kind of showed it. Chat, what do you think? Do you think it's like, kind of, am I being a little bit harsh on Tesla here by saying that I wasn't too impressed by the prototype? Or do you think it should have been like a bit overwhelming? Like, I mean, if you're gonna introduce something like a robot, I need to see something. I need to see it picking up a glass or doing some sort of function that shows me that this is gonna be a play into the future, not just walking around, you know, and whatever. And apparently it was the only time it was untethered. The first time that they actually got it to walk around, move around without it actually having some tethers to it. So I guess that's a thing. I don't know. Chat, what do you have to say here? Light me
Robots
up in
are
the
clearly
chat.
the future, man. Robots with or without Tesla are the future.
No question
That's just
about
how
that.
it's gonna go
Yeah,
that way.
I agree with
Yeah,
that. That's
with
not-
or without Tesla.
They were talking about how this robot too could fulfill some of the mundane tasks that humans do right now. Like, so apparently like that video that I was watching yesterday that was taking me through the Fairmont Tesla Gigafactory, they were saying, well, it's actually a lot easier for a human to take like two hoses and connect two hoses together, so they didn't automate that process. But if you have a robot that can do that can take the place of a human, right? You only pay a robot, you only pay for once, right? Whereas human, you got to continue paying. And apparently this Tesla robot will be able to do an entire day's work on a single charge. So if you're looking at it from an energy cost perspective, it looks like it's going to be up there. Sort of maybe saying at Trader Pratt, at Trader Sharif, just look at Japan. It's highly invested in robotics for its aging population. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that at all. And in fact, the robot that I was talking about that was able to catch its balance and get back up and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure that was out of Japan. So I know that they're a little bit ahead on stuff like that. Racer X9 says, disappointed I don't have a robot and SS elevator in my house like the Jetsons. Yeah, well, you'll have to wait a little bit for that one.
Yeah, I mean, there's like robots out there now that eat bodies. You know that, right? Like literally eat biological waste. The power off of biological waste.
Get out of here. That's interesting.
Yeah, so there's literal robots that they'll like suck up a dead body, and then that's their fuel. And
there
that
nothing
could be
different?
used in war.
But
that
it could
could
be used in anything, like
cleaning
garbage too, right?
like
Yeah.
a dead squirrel off the road, right? There's so many uses for robots, man. And we've seen this coming for so long too, where people are like, oh, computers are gonna take away jobs from people, and people won't have jobs anymore.
Little
Where are we
jobs.
now? There's still jobs, right?
course.
The same thing will happen with robots. So I'm very bullish for robots. I'm actually looking forward to living in that time period where I have a bunch of iRobots running around me and trying to strangle me and whatnot. So, you know, it'll be a good time. It'll be a great time trying to have UFC fights with robots and whatnot.
That's hilarious. Yeah, robot UFC. That'd be jokes. Look at this guy who can make the best robot. This guy's like, yeah, I'm definitely drinking for that. There's not gonna be no sober October for robot fights. Joker, Bradley. All right, go ahead, bro.
They have robot wars right now. Have you seen those?
No.
They have like these little competitions where kids build like robots and they go to like an arena and people go
Those
crazy.
are like cars or whatever.
They're like robots
Yeah,
with like
yeah.
machines that like they have like a hammer, they have like
Yeah.
a flamethrower.
I know
like
that,
those robot
yeah.
wars are pretty fun to watch if you've never seen them. Battle bots, that's what it's called. Thank you, sort of maybe
BattleBots.
battle bots. Boston Dynamics is owned by Hyundai now. Yeah, Boston Dynamics is
Really?
actually a pretty cool company, man. What they do is actually wild in their software from where they used to be to where they are right now. Now they have like Boston Dynamics, gun dog. They literally have a gun dog now. Look at this one, right? Have you seen this one? This is the Boston Dynamics dog, but they just strap a gun over it. The laser has a system reading for it. The laser just points to that and it just pop, 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 pop.
I'm assuming that's for like dangerous situations
Yeah,
instead of
for,
putting
like-
like SWAT in there. They send it, yeah.
For like wars and
That's
stuff.
terrifying, bro.
Dude, like robots are the future, man.
Oh,
So
yeah.
for Tesla to come out with a robot that looks like a man, I think that's even more bullish than a robot that looks like a dog. So I'm just very bullish for the Tesla robot. Even though right now, like you said, it looks very rudimentary, very basic. That's how everything starts.
True.
Everything starts off rudimentary. Everything starts off basic. You didn't end up with the iPhone and a Google phone without your rotary phones
Or the flip
or a
phone.
flip phone,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
we got to start somewhere.
For sure. No, I can't agree with that. I guess my expectations of Tesla are so high because of their history of just really wowing us. I mean, I was looking at some of the Tesla's production numbers, and in 2012, Tesla made like 3,000 Model 3s. Now it's, Model S, excuse me, right? Even though it's not creating too many Model S's and Model X's now, it's creating ridiculous amounts of Model Ys and Model 3s. So, you know, their ability to scale, their ability to get like kind of distantly viewed technology into the now has been, you know, it's been on display for 10 years now since they've been releasing these electrical cars. And I mean, in the beginning, when I saw a Tesla on the road, it was always like, oh my God, look, it's Tesla, you know, that's all, there's no gas in that. That was back 2012, 2013. Now it's just like, okay, yeah, there goes another electrical vehicle. But going back 20 years, I mean, a lot of people wouldn't have even seen that we're at the position we're at now. So Tesla, been able to wow us. I guess that's why my expectations are super high with Tesla. Back to some stocks now, guys. VRT pulled back a little bit. It did break that 50-period moving average. And if you had your stop at 11.45, you would have got stopped out here because it went down to 11.43. But if you have your stop at 11.40, you're still in the game and looks like you're going to be long-minded because VXRT now looking to break the high of days. I think high of day on VXRT is VRT, I keep calling it VXRT, sorry, VRT at 1165, and we're currently trading at 1157. So making its move back up sober. Kind of did the same thing here, bounced off that 50 period, broke it a little bit, but now bouncing up, looking to make high of days. I really feel that we're going to see 417 on sober at least some part in the day today, but that's just a guess. I mean, I got no proof of that. So let's see what we did here on the futures, because I know we just punched down close to that average, and we are continuing to trade between that 360 to that 380 range. Look at this dip here on the futures. It did break 360, broke it by half a point, and then it actually closed right at 360. So technically we didn't close below it, but that range definitely in play. 3660, 3680 on the ES. That's if you're range minded and you want to play the bottoms and the tops, that's definitely a 20-point range. Is nothing to sneeze at, Prad.
I'm just currently looking at our Barcelona office and getting a little jealous. Look how beautiful the Barcelona office is.
Is that Luis Barbados'
Yeah,
office?
Luis Barbados' office. It's pretty
Yeah, it looks
beautiful,
good,
right?
man.
Pretty.
Yeah,
Here,
yeah.
let's show
You
the
got the
stream. Let's show the stream
chalkboard.
over here. This is the Luis Barcelona office. So pretty good office over there. But I don't want to show you guys the next picture that shows up from that one because
not?
I just don't want to show the chat.
Okay.
I just don't want to show the chat the next picture. I'll show you afterwards.
Yeah, I
anyways.
want to see. You can't leave me like that.
Barcelona is a cool city. Man, I would love to visit. But for me to visit that, I will need more Tesla trades like this today. So until that happens, no Barcelona for me. But here's 115, baby. 115 on Amazon, holding up still. You can draw a trend line. Draw a nice trend line over here. Bang, bang on either side. We're following that nice channel to the upside on AMZN. 115 still holding. But I think if it wants to pull back, we could easily see that pull back to 114.50, sorry. So be careful if you're trying to build into longs on Amazon at 115 over here on the hope that the market's going to go break that high a day, because that's what I said, right? Just because Prad said, I'm going to take that trade. No, that's not how it works. Prad's been wrong way more than he's been right, and that's why he's sitting here. He's sitting here because he knows that he is more wrong than he is right, but when he's wrong, he tries to minimize those wrongs, and he tries to expand the things that he's right on, and hence we're making money every single day. Maybe not every single day, Prad, stop boosting, but we're making money more often than we're not.
I'm really enjoying you talking into the third person right here. That was really awesome. Guys, I can't believe that I forgot to mention this. I gotta like criticize myself here, because you're not a real Arsenal fan until you're rubbing the Spurs nose in it. If you know anything about what happened this week, you know what a derby is? You know what a derby is? Derby.
Roller derby?
No, it's like a competition between two local teams. Like both are from North London. Because they're both from North London, like they hate each other, and it becomes like the
So a
North
rivalry?
London. Yeah, it's called
Just
a
say
derby.
rivalry, bro.
But it's not the same thing because it's geography based.
Okay.
Because there are rivalries like Manchester United and Arsenal, but that's not a derby. right?
Okay.
So, come on, you Gunners. Arsenal slapped Tottenham 3-1, and that was before Tottenham went down to 10 men. So, all the people that were trolling me in the chat saying, come on, you Spurs, you're going to get wiped when we play the North London derby. What do you have to say now? That's my question to you. So let's go, guys. COYG, litter the chat with COYG. I want to see COYG all over the chat, guys. And Manchester City, yes, obviously Manchester City is ridiculous as well, but I'm not a City fan, so I want to talk about Arsenal. Arsenal looked absolutely amazing. Not only did they have like a very fluid offense, basically putting Spurs to the knife the entire game, but their defense just stepped up, man. There was one mistake that the Arsenal defense made the entire game, and that was the penalty that they gave up to Harry Kane, and it was kind of like a mistake by not moving the ball forward. So that's basically all Spurs could get. Sorry, and what is this person saying? Haha, trash talking, always welcome. Yeah, of course I'm going to trash talk. And Soze CL, come on, you Spurs. I don't know what you have to say about that. You guys did a really, really bad performance, so I'm not really sure what you're proud of there. But Tottenham getting its, handed to it, and Arsenal taking that win and still in first place all alone, albeit, just 1 point ahead Manchester City. And Manchester City looks deadly. They had two players yesterday on hat tricks. One's Erling Haaland, the other one Phil Foden. Unbelievable. What do you got there, Prad? Prad's got robot. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I expected the Tesla Optimus to do. It had to wow me, and it didn't wow me. Is this real or is this CGI?
This is real Boston Dynamics. They've been doing this for years, though.
Dude, that looks
this is
like
real
CGI.
Boston. No, this is real.
This is real.
This is
right?
real. They also have ones that fall over and then they pick up themselves again. Like, look at this dog, bro.
That's what I was talking about.
This dog is killing it, man. I want this dog. Sean, can we buy this dog as an office pet? What is this, an ostrich?
Yeah.
What is this? Anyways, Boston Dynamics has been killing it. That's your boy Blind Jedi. Shout out to your Discord moderator, and also West Miner, your boy from YouTube chat moderator, baby, from both worlds, best of both worlds. That's what it is. Let's go to some super chats that we missed out. I know that you guys, shower us with super chats and everything, especially in the morning show. But it just sucks that, the morning show gets so busy sometimes with the movements all over the place that we miss out. So I'm gonna try and indulge with the super chats that we got from the morning. We got Madeline Pastor. I'm just going to say your first name, sorry. Madeline, any other members for longer than 25 months? Shout out to everyone at the Trader TV Live enjoying the show every day. 25 months. Yeah, it says 2 years. Member for 26 months in a row. Come on, Madeline. You're killing it. Thank you for the constant support for 2 years in a row. You're a monster. I think you're one of the very few with Playmaker, maybe Lone over there, who's also a pretty long viewer and supporter. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Here come the midday super chats. Babyface Prad. Okay, baby. Looks like we have a new name now. Babyface Prad. Robert Isaac coming in with the renewal of the membership. Thank you, sir. Bratishka. What?
What? Is that like a Russian name?
Yeah, Bratishka.
Awesome.
Bratishka, maybe?
Bratishka.
Bratishka. I think that's how you pronounce it. Not brat. I know brat's like a little bit of a bad word, but Bratishka. Bratishka coming in with an also renewal of a membership family for 10 months now. So you're a member for 6 months, but it's so confused. What is it? 6 months member, but members for 10 months. I'm just confused as to how that's put up. Anyways, just had the best trade ever with Litcoin today. Took a near perfect 0.904 squeeze. Good luck to all of you for the rest of the week. Thank you, man or woman. Appreciate the membership, joining the membership over there. And I'm glad that you had a banger trade today to start off your day with. Hopefully, more opportunities arise for you to take advantage of throughout the day. And if you're done already, nothing wrong with that. Take that money, run to the bank with it, cash that check in, and then enjoy your profits, my friend. Enjoy. Not sure about this one, what they're talking about. Oh, you're talking over here? Oh, they're just talking about Litcoin. Stop spitting out numbers, 66, blah, blah, blah. A ton of people hate even hearing that. All right. Okay, anyways, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, the $5 super chat. If you don't want me to mention the 666 number, I guess that's what you're saying. If that level shows up, I have to say that number, my friend. Like right now, for example, S&P 500 is at that level again. We're at 3666 again, and that level has been in play. I'm sorry that you don't want me to use that number, but the number just keeps on showing up.
Bratishka saying here in the chat, Prad, brother, I'm the one with the sister waiting for you. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I guess someone who's wants to set their sister up with you, Prad. And Bratishka actually means brother in Russian.
Okay.
So awesome name, to be honest with you. So yeah, Bratishka, shout out for that super chat. Guys, I really don't have anything to talk much about here stock-wise. Nothing's really moving at the moment. We have Sober holding above the VWAP, so definitely still in play for the afternoon, and it's kind of not really, but flirting with that 50-period moving average at around 355. Broke it a couple of times, but was able to pop back above it quite quickly. The other one that we've been talking about ad nauseum this trading session has been VRT. I'm definitely still interested in that one. The other small cappers that I was watching earlier today are not doing much. It looks like Finger may be FNGR, not Finger. It may be closing in on VWAP here, which definitely makes it, reignites my interest in it, to be honest with you. But just as it touches VWAP here at that 495, it flushes down all of 15, 25 cents now, all the way back. It looks like this one's finding some clear resistance. Sellers are coming in, or shorts are initiating shorts around VWAP. So this one's having trouble penetrating VWAP from the bottom. But we'll watch this one. I think if we can actually break this 525 area, it'll be very interesting. If we can continue with this one north. Up 43 and 32% on the day. Now let's have a look at some of these big caps here. They are moving quite nicely. Apple, definitely decidedly off VWAP. Apple looks like the strongest of the bunch if I had to choose, to be honest with you. Apple, yeah, definitely Apple, and then maybe followed by Amazon and Google. You know, obviously Meta and Tesla are the laggards, and then maybe Microsoft in the middle somewhere. So that's all I'm looking at, Prad. Not too much to report, sadly.
Yes, sir. We're watching Twitter right now. Twitter, new low a day, trying to continue being weak, down 2.6%, sadly, whereas the markets are actually up on the day. So it looks like that whole idea of what I said, you know, swing trading Twitter might not be the best thing you could do ever. Yeah. Swing trading Twitter might not be the best thing you can do because the stock moves around in catalysts so easily. For example, right here was a positive catalyst that Twitter came out with, and then within 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, an hour later, a negative catalyst comes out and it drops it right back to VWAP. So you got to be very careful when trading Twitter. But I did say, you know, if you guys are thinking about a swing trade on Apple, Apple might be a good swing trade. Right? Look at it. Now we're right back above 140 on Apple. Apple did drop to 137 Friday going into the close because there was about, what, 5 million shares that needed to be sold of Apple.
That was ridiculous.
Monster close. But sadly, I wasn't watching Apple. I was watching other trades going into the close over there. But today, man, look, that whole swing trade idea playing out. If you were long 143, that's the number that we were talking about on the show, right? If you were long 143 Apple, which is high day yesterday, you're probably not upset of this move today. You're probably happy with this move. Sadly, you're still in the negative, but you're very happy with this move and Apple. So that idea of picking and choosing what stocks and strategies you're going to apply for those stocks is very important. That can make or break your day. Also, stock selection in general and other catalyst, like picking a stock with the catalyst, understanding what type of strategy works during what time of the day, understanding that during what time of the day is good to just being hands off and sitting on my hands and just doing nothing. So understanding all of those key variables will be very beneficial for traders. But reading the book Trading in the Zone, I'm on chapter 2. I finished chapter 2 yesterday, right?
Attaboy.
Yeah, I finished chapter 2 yesterday, and in that book, Mark Douglas was talking about, a lot of traders start off with, if I can only understand the market better.
You don't need
if I
to,
only this, right?
Yeah.
Look, I don't understand anything more than half the time. Trust me. All I'm here is I say punch and pray, but I'm not really punching and praying. I have a defined rule. I have a defined setup. I have a defined loss. I know exactly what I'm going to lose if this happens. I know exactly how much I'm going to win if this happens. Once you have a definition, a rule set, and also another rule set that tells you when to break that rule set.
Yeah.
All of those combined will make you the trader that you want to be. And thank you, Sharif, for suggesting that book.
You're gonna love that book, man.
It's teaching me a lot of things that I knew already, but I forgot.
Absolutely.
I forgot, and I needed a reiteration of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That basically what Prad was saying there, that piece about wanting to know more about the market is he posits, Mark Douglas that is, in his book that a lot of traders feel that their success will come to them not because of the psychology or the outlook on the market that they have, but because they're going to become better market analysts. And so rather than working on their psychology, their trading psychology that is, they work more to learn more about the markets and how they move. And what he basically uses the term market analysis to encompass that whole mindset, that whole thinking style. And he's like, from his perspective and his experience, it really had nothing to do with becoming the premier market analyst as a gateway for success. That it basically had to do with determining whether or not you have an edge. And by edge, I mean a more probable than not setup that you will actually end up making money. Here's what I mean by that. So if you know that XYZ candle or XYZ shape has to come into play before you initiate a long or short, and that gives you a more probable outcome to make money, then that's all you need for an edge. Now, the probabilities are going to vary. Some people will have a 60% accuracy. Some others will have 75. As long as you can know that mathematically, with a big enough sample size, that you have an edge, then you should not be looking at sort of learning more about the markets. Play your edge, work on your psychology, work on not having fear. And I'm really kind of dumbing this down a little bit, but basically he posits also in the book that traders don't discern the information put in front of them because of the fear that they get when they're in a trade. The possibility of losing money makes them kind of not see the relevant information. By that he means, okay, I'm in a trade and a couple of indicators showed up or a couple of things showed up that I should be getting out of this trade, even though I'm in a losing position. So this, to me, causes like fear, it causes pain, because if I have to punch out of this position now, then I'll lose money. Traders who have adopted the right psychology will not see this trade as threatening. They'll be like, okay, I'm out of the money on this trade, that's fine. This trade, the one after that, and the one after that could all be losers, but I know on a 100 trade basis, I'll be right 60% of the time. So in fact, he looks at, an accumulation of losing trades as being that much closer to your winning trades that you're coming up, because for a mathematical certainty over however many trades that you've done as a sample size, 100, 200, 500, whatever it is, you're accurate 60% of the time. So don't look at each trade as the make or break or as the winner or loser. Enter your second trade after having a losing trade with the same gusto and the same effect and the same mindset that you had going into the first trade. Otherwise, you're going to be hesitant, you're going to be resistant, and you're not going to be able to see the market information that it's giving you. And that's basically what his book comes down to, and I'm really summarizing it briefly here. I'm doing it a disservice. You really need to go read the book. And I think I spoke to a couple of traders on the floor here. Some of them read it constantly, and some of them read it like once a year, kind of to refresh the ideas that it instills. So I'm a big proponent of that book. Jared says, how would you recommend backtesting? Like which tools to use? You know what? I've never really done backtesting. I've never had access to it on my platform, but I hear that it works really well. And I'm just throwing backtesting.
Where?
Like backtesting your strategy.
Oh yeah,
so
100%
I've never done it. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I've never had access to it. I know that you can do that on Thinkorswim, but that's just I'm throwing one of the platforms out there.
You can backtest on paper, man.
Yeah, there you go.
You can backtest on paper. Like I remember, like I was actually having this conversation with Neil when I came to my interview late. Right? I gotta bring up that point every time.
I even knew about that before I started working here.
I gotta bring up that point that I came up late to my interview on point. Oh man, are you kidding me? Tesla's about to break 240, and I'm gonna cry because I don't have any position left on it. The stock is actually about to break 240 over here. Let's watch this Tesla stock while I'm telling you my story. Anyways, the story was that my grandpa, who I have my first trading experiences with, he would sit on the ground, like we would sit on the ground, and back then we didn't have a computer. So he would take yesterday's newspaper, he would have me, obviously had bad eyesight, so he would have me take a ruler and read out, oh, Reliance, open, closed, volume, and everything, and he would write it down, another stock, he would write it down, another stock, he would write it down, then he would be like, okay, give me exact same day, 7 days ago. So last week, what did it do? Last week, what did it do? And he would back test it back from today's date all the way back to like a thing. So you can back test on paper, but obviously that's so rudimentary, like Tesla's robot was, right? There's better ways to do it these days. There's programs out. Yeah, there's programs out there that help you back test. There's almost any broker these days will help you back test too. I think Trade Ideas has a backtest software in there somewhere. A lot of brokers do. I'm pretty sure even this guy right here, man. Think, what is the software? TradingView has a back tester in there too.
I didn't actually know that. Interesting.
Yeah, it has a strategy tester right here. Oh, so you can load your strategy. It will throw up a bunch of buys and sells, and it will tell you like a whole summary of how your trades played out, and you can back test it using this. So yeah, man, there's so many softwares out there that you can use. You don't have to be my grandpa using paper and pen and whatnot, right? And shout out to my grandpa, even though I don't talk to you that much anymore because of whatever. I still love you, old man, and hopefully I see you when I come to India.
Hopefully, I like hearing that, Bradley. Sober just took a bit of a flush here, but what I really like about this is even though it wicked below VWAP, it closed above VWAP. So keeping it in play for that VWAP hold high of day break that we like to take on some of these small cappers. It looks like it didn't even break the 200 period. And the 200 period and VWAP are quite close. I think VWAP's trading at that 333 and 200 period is 326. So they're like all of 7 cents apart there. I would be punching long here if I was able to on Sober for the ride back up through that break of 375, but that's not an option for me. If you guys are able to, great, punch long here, but have a stop. You got to have a game plan. What's your exit going to be? In my opinion, your exit should be that break of 325. That corresponds with the break of a 200 period moving average. It's the $0.25. And as well, there is this support area, this trough right here to show you that basically, you know, maybe we have a change in trend. So keep 325 if you're out. If you're long 335, anywhere between 335 and 340. If that works within your risk parameters, look for a break of that 375. But keep in mind that when we make more recent highs on these small cappers as of late, we do tend to have an aggressive flush down. So be cognizant of that and take profits quickly, or have your profit taker already out so that you're not having to fumble the keys and scramble and do all that nonsensical stuff that we get so frustrated with. And, you know, really it does have a solution to it. the future is still trading within that range, Prad. They're really holding that 36.60 like a glove to the downside. But what I do see here on the futures chart is that we are creating lower highs. If I had to draw a trend line, let's see from around that 11:10 period, I'm drawing a downward sloping trend line from the top. But if I was to draw that same trend line from the bottom, it is a flat because we have bounced off that 36.60 several times. So this is what we call, and I've said it numerous times, a compression pattern where we get dwindling width, right? Like the width of this triangle is getting tighter and tighter and tighter, that hence the compression word. And then we're gonna either have a break to the upside or the downside. Now there is some schools of thoughts that tell you if it's a downward compression pattern, that's gonna be long. If it's an upward compression pattern, it's gonna be short. I don't tend to believe that in that too much, but I do, because I've seen them go both ways and I haven't done the math to see which one is actually the more accurate, the break up or the break down. But just be cognizant of if we break through these trend lines here, there may be an opportunity to either go long or short on any of the big caps or the futures themselves, Brad.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a way to do a back test because we have our boy Michael Noss, baby.
What?
Michael Noss in the chat right there telling us that Trade Ideas actually has a great back test end built into it. Michael Noss CMT. Hey, Michael Noss, why is your name not green in the chat?
Yeah, it should be green.
Huh, Michael? No, I'm just you know, you don't have, if you don't want to spend those $5, you don't have to. I'm just trolling you, Michael.
I'm a big fan of Michael Noss.
Michael
Man, I
Noss
was
is sick.
always watching Michael Noss Friday morning because he's a charter technical analyst.
Brother.
Or market technician. I hate saying that. I always get it wrong.
That man helped me improve my trading solely with this one scanner. Right? We're going to pull up the scanner over here. We're going to talk about the scanner somewhere down the road eventually. But for now, look at what the scanner is even called.
What?
Look
I can't
at
read
it.
it. I can't read
it says for Sean. Right?
Awesome.
So that's how good the scanner is that my boy Michael Noss created. Sadly, it's not for me. I would like to take the credit that's saying it was for me. No, it was for Sean. The scanner was created. This basically ranks every time I say, hey, the stock is winning a race, it's losing a race. This is what I'm talking about. These races are based on relative strength and relative weakness in said position. So when you see me punching into tens of stocks all the day, it's because I see it pop up on the scanner. Then I pull up the chart, for example, let's say Uber. I pull up Uber, I see yesterday's low. If it breaks yesterday's low with the relative weakness that the market says it has, then yeah, I'm going to take that trade. But if it doesn't show up, it doesn't show up. Today, market's green. So what would I look for? I would look for longs instead. So look at this, SNTI. If our platform was working at the moment, and meaning that if I could take executions, I would be looking to take a fill at 240 break. 240 break on SNTI, I'd be money already, what, 30, 40 pennies as we are at 273 on SNTI. So this scanner that my boy Michael Noss has helped me use, thank you for that. Honestly, you changed my trading with that. A lot of people recognize it. They recognize that my trading has changed and they were wondering who it's credited to. I just couldn't say anything until today. I could finally give you the credit for it live on the show. But man, I would love for you to tell me how to do the back test that you were talking about in the chat, because I don't know how to start that.
Simple Google search, trade ideas and back
Yo,
testing.
maybe I want Michael Noss to talk to me, huh? How about that?
Come on, Michael. He's getting rowdy over here. You're going to have to help me out otherwise.
Maybe I want Michael Noss to talk to me. That's all I want sometimes.
No, Michael Noss single-handedly, because he was coming on there every day. And because
he's going to be in the office October 7th.
I heard. So that is this week.
Yes.
Awesome sauce. Yeah, no, before I started working at the firm, I had obviously a lot more time on my hands. And so I started doing the first part of the Chartered Market Technician books for Take the Test. But sadly, since I've been working here, I haven't had the time. So it was definitely, when Michael Noss comes on, I always like to hear what he has to say and how he thinks, having that background, obviously, as a CMT. All right. Let's flip to some stocks here, but you know what? We'll actually talk more about the stocks when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk, with the energy update.
Hey guys, pretty wild day so far for oil markets. Here's a couple of things you need to know if you are looking at the energy markets today. We had a number of OPEC-related headlines that came across early on. The biggest one suggesting one of the biggest output cuts could be coming since 2020, since the start of the pandemic. And then they came out a little bit later and said they've actually canceled. So this production cut they were discussing possibly coming up at their meeting that was scheduled for Thursday, they actually came out and said that meeting is now canceled. So we had to move up initially and then back to the downside for oil. But more headlines on the production side of things today for crude. So there it is, 4.15 right now for NYMEX light sweet crude. Off the highs, however, it was up as much as 6% in early trading. Brent crude 3.6% to the upside today as well on that same note. There's a chart trying to bounce right now, in fact, off of 82. We test a couple of times before heading back to the upside, 4.6%. So that note, OPEC canceling the meeting, comes in right about here, I think it was, when we broke from 84 down to 82.5 and then made a new low on the day. But a little bit of oil back to the, or a little bit of a volume, I should say, back to the upside for oil currently, guys. Positive on the day, nevertheless.
Take care.
Yeah, so guys, Michael Noss just told me exactly how to do the back test real quick. So if you open up any alert window on Trade Ideas, for example, I opened up this new alert window, new daily highs. All this alert window does is shows you when a stock is making a new day's high. If you right click on any of the alert windows, there's a thing that says back test strategy. So you can click on that and then you can exactly tell it how to get into a trade, how to get out of a trade, and you can back test such strategies for yourself. For anyone who's wondering how to back test more, there's lots of books about it on Google, honestly, that I can't suggest you any books because I haven't read any books about back testing. So let me find some books, read them, and any books that I do like, I will gladly, without a doubt, share that with you over on Twitter, on Instagram, even over here on the show tomorrow or somewhere down the road when I do find any. So make sure you go follow all of us. Go follow Trader TV Live. Go follow Trader Prad, Trader Neil, Brendan, all of us on Twitter, on Instagram, and all those social medias, and keep up to date with us.
Yeah. I just wanted to build on what Brendo was talking. We just had the energy update with Brendo. And this morning, I was listening to a little piece of information that kind of caught my ear.
Lil Uzi Vert?
No, I wasn't listening to Little Uzi Vert. Isn't that the guy with the diamond in his forehead? Awesome.
As you didn't say you
Lil
Lil,
Uzi.
I was like, that's what it meant to my mind.
No, it was a little tidbit of information here, and it caught my attention because it was Saudi Arabia complaining
OPEC
about the fact that the futures, the price of Brent on the futures contract isn't reflective of the actual spot market itself. They were saying that, or they claim, right, however unsubstantiated, they claim that the price of oil is being manipulated in the market somehow, and that they're selling their actual barrel to buyers at like 94 and 95. Whereas I think Brent, what's Brent at? Was like 80, 89? Where's Brent crude at right now?
What's that?
And so it's like the world oil. So you know how there's U.S.
Crude
oil?
futures?
Yeah, but not West Texas Intermediate, the other one, Brent.
I don't know which one.
Okay. Well, I'll have to look at that up for a second here. But basically, Saudi Arabia is saying that they feel they're being bamboozled by the world, and that prices should be higher, and that the futures contracts are being manipulated somehow. How? They didn't really say, nor do I understand enough about it to know if they're accurate or not. But that's super interesting. And now, after increasing about 100,000 barrels per day when Biden went and dabbed MBS out in Saudi Arabia, that they came back later and they cut by that same 100,000 that they had actually increased by. Now I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I really couldn't hear Brendan at the big board, but I think that now they're looking for, like, OPEC Plus is looking for 1 million barrels a day decrease. I'm not really sure, but that is just kind of like, hey, go do your own thing. We don't really care about you. I'm talking about the U.S.-Saudi relations here because obviously that trip was supposed to spur more production. So really interesting story developing there in the Brent world. I want to point that out. Not much that I can add into that. Now let's see what Robbie 350Z. Nice, I like that car, the 350Z. Where are you getting in on Sober? To be honest with you, I'm not getting in on Sober because I can't trade. But if I wanted to, I'm looking at that dip on VWAP at $3.35. I like that level, and I may be even averaging down. So I'll have my first entry at 335 because that's VWAP, and I'll also have a second dip trade at 328 because that happens to be the 200 period moving average. But then I'm going to have a super tight stop on this one. It's going to be like at $3.24. And the reason I say that is because I don't like the break of the $0.25 here, and I also don't like the break of this support area right here that we made at 1130. If it breaks there, then I think that we may have a new trend down, or we need to reignite a new upward trend. In addition to that, this one has been a little bit volatile going into last week and the week prior. So it has had really aggressive spurts of volume to the downside where you can get blown out. So having a super tight stop here is not a bad thing. It's only about 10 cents off your initial position, and then maybe 3 pennies off your dip trade. So in terms of managing risk, I think it's a very good area to get in. If you want a lesser, I don't even want to call this a lesser risk trade because it could be more risky, is to take the break of this 351 here. So looks like we're creating a bit of a resistance level at $3.50, and then we're kind of in between that and VWAP as a range. If you want to take the break of that range up to about 375, that's also a good idea, but you're going to have your stop right below VWAP here. So that gives you about a 15-cent potential drop. So size accordingly here, or otherwise take that VWAP and 200 period EMA trade, Prad.
Yes, sir. We haven't done this all day, actually, which is the fact that we want more likes, baby. We have 2,100 votes on that Prad
And
with
it's
or
still
without beard.
59.41.
Yeah, but
We're
that
gonna have to
doesn't
ask you to grow
that
that
doesn't change the fact that I'm gonna grow it or not, though, right? Look, man, I have to take a plane in 2 months. Okay, I'm not trying to get pulled over for no reason. And the second,
man, I'm actually Middle Eastern, and
my
I'm the one with
brother
the beard.
gets pulled over all the time, all the time. Random checks all the
Can
time
I tell
from my
you,
brother.
I have never, ever in my life had trouble at the airport, and
Buddy.
I fit the profile, but I've never had trouble.
My brother
Wayne likes that.
My brother
Right,
literally
like,
gets
yeah.
pulled over once, and the TSA agent goes, "Buddy, your name is so Indian. You have Krishna in your name. What are you doing with that beard?" Exactly.
What kind of super
TSA
racism
people
is
are
that?
racist, bro.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess with these
bro, I'll
guys.
tell you the
Like
truth,
I
man.
don't want like them to randomly pull me over for no reason. Okay. Like it's better to be safe than be sorry.
Okay.
Always. It's better to be safe than
right.
sorry. Always.
right.
Look, this will grow back when I'm in India, right?
yeah.
But it's better just not to have to deal with it.
I hear you. The market making a big boy move up, guys. It's breaking that descending trend line that I had here, by not that much. But if I had to actually say, it's still trading within that 3680 to 3660 range. That 20-point range is still in play. But we had a descending trend line here that looked like it was, it looked like it was being respected for the most part. Now it actually has
What's Oxy
decidedly
doing?
broken here. So this might be a new trend to the upside, especially if we can break through that 3680, Pratt. I think that might say something about...
I'm telling you, baby, 3,700 today. I've been screaming this all day. Praxedamus only says stuff when it's important, and when it's not important, doesn't say anything. He stays quiet all day, right? So 3,600 holding ever since I mentioned it. I don't see 3,600 breaking anytime soon, but I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong on that. I actually would love to be wrong on that because that would teach me something new, and I would learn from that going forward. We're actually expecting that 3,700 to come into play. Tesla has not triggered SSR today, did it? Yeah, no, Tesla has not triggered SSR today. We haven't even broken 241 on Tesla. I think a lot of people were looking to go long 240 on Tesla today, but that never came into play, and now we're just wait patiently to see what the market will give us, the market variables that will be thrown at you. The market's telling you things all throughout the day, but it's how you perceive the information and what you read from that information that will, help you get into a long or a short. For example, there were some people today who thought Tesla is actually going to bounce off of 250. There's no way Tesla breaks 250 because the market's up 2% on the day, or at least at that moment, the market wasn't up 2%. But the market was up maybe, 0.5%, 1% at that moment.
Like that, yeah.
So market's green. People thought Tesla, with the slight miss in the delivery numbers, and the other EV companies, which is NIO, XPEV, Li Auto, all of them actually beat their numbers by year over year. So you would maybe think that, hey, Tesla's not going to break 250 today. And then you try to go long, and it doesn't work out, right? So you have to really be careful with the type of trades you're taking, because what information you are getting out of the market and how you perceive it might be two completely different
things. I agree with that. Guys, FNGR just made a big boy move through VWAP here, breaking to that 495 level. It's halted now. I think the closing trade on this one before the halt was 552. So a quick 55 or like 57 cent move on FNGR, and it was quite parabolic. I was watching it. Just didn't want to interrupt because Prad was speaking. Up 63 and almost 64% on the day now on FNGR. Really, really nice move there. Would have definitely liked to take that one long, especially through the reclaim of VWAP. You'll notice that this is one 1-minute candle, and then there's another 1-minute candle beside it. That was the one that really went super parabolic there.
What's that black line?
That's VWAP,
Okay.
and then the blue one is a 200 period moving average. Yeah, so those are my moving averages on that one. So FNGR halted to the upside, guys. Let's zoom.
So flat though, the VWAP line.
Yeah, I know, because it's been
so
doing
flat,
diddly for like a while. Let's look at the 5-minute chart on this one if we can get any levels. Okay, so it looks like high of day, guys, is at $6.21, I believe. Let me just zoom out on my other one. Yeah, $6.20 on FNGR. So still a ways away from reclaiming day's highs. Those were made about 9:45 or so, so right after the bell. Careful with this one, you know, it just halted up. I don't see the tap here on my screen. Let me see if I can pull it up on the other program. FNGR, let's see what the theoretical auction price on the open is. Right now I'm seeing 575.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, 575 on that one, so a 22-cent move up from where we're, 23-cent move, excuse me, up from where we're at the moment. Pali Barrow wants me to chat about VRT. I will in 1 second. And then, let's see.
I wanted to go long that stock today too.
Hey, VRT?
Yeah.
Boho girl saying, can you shine a light on the very sad crash that is PGY, please? Is there saving this stock? PGY, is that the one that was on the rebalance? Was it the deletion? Addition, sorry. Yeah, I traded this one. Excellent Friday afternoon close. I had this one long. Was it long?
Yes.
It was long, yeah. And I actually got out. So we have a trade here. It's called Market on Close. I actually didn't send a mock on this one. I actually got out because it was so profitable already. New York stock. Okay. Sean talks.
That's a Day Trade the World trade, buddy.
All right, my bad.
You got to join Day Trade the World to learn more about that trade.
Mum's the word from here on, I guess, right? So yeah, let's talk about that Pali Barrow. Let's switch to VRT, and I'll tell you my thoughts about that one. Yeah, so it's on this screen here. So VRT, like, look at this. So we were talking about this one ad nauseum. It's kind of pulling back a little bit now. It's broken some of the indicators that I had been pricing things off. That 50 period's been broken decisively now. But the thing is, the VWAP and the 200 period average are quite a ways away, relatively speaking, not numerically speaking, because this one is only like 30 pennies above VWAP and 25 pennies above the 200 period moving average. But the way this one moves is so slow and turtle-like that, they are far, relatively speaking, based on the day. So if you're looking for a dip trade here, I don't really see any major levels in the price action that you could take a dip trade off. So I would have to suggest perhaps taking that one off the 200 period moving average or VWAP. But I think by then, you may be talking into a completely change in trend here, because this one doesn't move that aggressively in either direction. So VRT, I think, may be done for the day. If it's not great, take it through this resistance level here at 1158 or 1160. Maybe take it to the high side, but I don't have any dip trades earmarked on this one, or none that I can see at the moment. The other one was PGY. We talked about that one. That was an addition. Not really sure what PGY has been up to today in terms of price action. Let's have a look now. PGY. So load it up here so I can bring it down for you guys. We'll bring down the scanner and the charts that come with it. So here it is. There we go.
Okay, we're back, by the way.
Eh?
Our orders are back.
Okay, awesome. So we'll get into that in a second. So here's PGY's daily. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Yeah, since the 2nd of August, PGY has really been on the downtrend. Let's put it that way. So it looks like it topped out here at $34.40, and then it's just been like one symphony of red candles to the downside, and now we're trading at, well, this is not the one that was, that was PCG.
PGC.
Yeah, PGC. PGY is different, kind of a similar sound to it. So this is not the addition. I want to take that back, guys. A mistake on my part. I don't really know anything about this stock, so from a cursory view of the daily chart, it doesn't look like it's trending in the right direction. It looks like it had a really tight range, right before, I want to say, June. And then June, all of a sudden, the range opened up and the volume kicked in. Prior to that, it had been trading in a super tight range around that 10. Oh, this is a SPAC. This has to be. Look at that. Look at the price range here. They're all at that $10 level. So this usually indicates that it was a SPAC, right? Look at this. Yeah. So this probably was, okay. Let me just have a look here what it says. Pagaya Technologies Limited is an Israel-based company. It's primarily engaged in the financial technology fintech industry. The company develops data science, machine learning, and AI technology, analytics enabling accurate real-time customer credit assessments. Okay. All right.
Fintech.
Yeah, interesting company. Nothing that I know too much about. Sorry, I can't shed any more light on there other than to say that the technicals don't look good from the perspective of the daily chart, Brad.
Yes, sir. Apple, new high day, 2.5% up to the north side today. 142 coming into play on Apple. I think I'm going to be patient and short the 143 area, which was the high from right here. Bang, the 143 high from Friday on Apple, which means Apple might have another dollar's room to the north side, but obviously that would require the S&P 500 market to take out the high a day and go towards 3,700. And I think at that moment, we'll see Apple at 143. Our orders are actually back at the moment. So I have an order to go short Tesla on the break of 241. Let's see if 241 actually breaks today. And if it does, then I think we're going to have a nice move all the way to 240 and then maybe the 239 number where the stock goes into SSR. For anyone wondering why Tesla is so weak on the day compared to the market, which is actually up 2% for the SPYs, 1.7% for the NASDAQ, why is Tesla so bearish? Well, my friend, maybe you should have signed up to the Trader TV watch list. On the Trader TV watch list, we have exactly the catalyst for the Tesla sector and for the Chinese EV sector that's that's in play today. So on our watch list right here, you will see that Tesla missed about, 10,000 cars, which to me is not that bad, right? 10,000 cars not that bad, but the market didn't like it. Year over year too, I believe they went up, right? I think I read that they went over on year over year. No, maybe I remember reading that about NIO and Li Auto and XPEP, not about Tesla. And Tesla also got a price target cuts from 153 to 187. So lots of downside move catalyst for Tesla. And they had that humanoid robot Optimus. I don't know why they didn't name him Prime or anything. Maybe they would have got sued by Marvel, right? I think it's Marvel? Optimus Prime is Marvel, right? Yeah, I think Transformers is Marvel. Yeah, you can't say Optimus Prime for sure. But yeah, here comes Tesla, man, off that negative catalyst today. 241 most likely getting ready to break in the next 10 minutes over here, honestly, with the way that the stock is trading and with the way the markets are. The market can't seem to get above 3680, but also can't seem to get below 3660. So let's see if Tesla can help us over here as the market pulls back. Maybe Tesla breaks 240, gives us that fill, then goes towards, breaks 241, gives us that fill, goes to 240, breaks that area and gives us the fill too, and then maybe goes much lower than that. All of these are obviously theories and just maybes and questions that we're throwing out there. We need the actual market to give us variables or information that coincides with our theory over there. So far though, look at Tesla struggle, continually go to the downside right now. There's a little bit of an iceberg. Okay, we got an iceberg order at 241, so 241.50. So I'm going to take an order over here, bang, bang, bang. Let's see if we can take that fill on Tesla. If 241.50 breaks, I want to be into my first tier short, and then past that 241 break, I want to be in my second tier short, and then 240, I want to be in my third tier short. And look, okay, let's see. We're back to 240, bang, 240 did break. If 241.50 is holding though, that's exactly what we don't want to see. So we're trying to read the tape over here. 241.50 holding. We're 17 cents out of the money. Let's see if it has another push down to 241.50, and we're gonna give it 5 more seconds to push back down there. If it doesn't, we're gonna punch out over here. Bang, 40-cent loss on that 241.50 break. We tried to take that iceberg order break. Didn't really work out. Now we're just gonna wait patiently for that 241 instead. Even though we gave away 40 cents over there with the amount of size we had on that break compared to the amount of size we had on the original short, that loss doesn't even matter.
Guys, we tried to get that dip trade here on FNGR a little bit higher than the halt level. Looks like we missed it by, let's see, yeah, about 5 cents. We may get filled now as we just comes crashing back down. The idea here was to sit on the bid a little bit higher than the halt level, which I use sometimes as key support levels. It looks like it came back down there, made a move all the way up to 590, so that would have been a nice 40-cent winner. Didn't get filled, so now I'm starting to wonder whether I should leave that order out there or whether the move has already been made on this particular one. I really don't feel comfortable a lot of the times taking these small cappers after the halt. It just, anything can happen, and the volume is just so sporadic on this one. I think I'm going to take out that order here, and I'll look for a new setup to start. Now that it's above VWAP, we can glean some levels. We can see some levels here that were above VWAP that we can take dips on. We can use the halt level as an interesting area for a dip after it moves away from it here. But I think the bigger story right now is the futures, to be honest with you. Now the futures are starting to move up aggressively. Prad yelling out 142 for Apple there.
There's size on there.
There's size on the bid, or ask on the ask on 142 on Apple. Looks like we're going to probably, let's see if we can actually get this, but that 3680 range that we have been stuck on the entire morning may come into play here. We're about at a 1.5 away now, about a point away from breaking that level. Let's see if we can break and stay above that level. Current high of days, 3680.25. This was a really nice flat top breakout here on the futures. You can see consolidation sideways, but with a previous move up. To me, that usually means a continuation setup where it continues to move to the upside on the flat top breakout. So I want to actually mention that quickly, but I was talking about fingers. So couple of things coming into play here. You got the small capper starting to breathe life into the movement again, as well as
142
the futures,
Apple, guys.
as well as the futures. Basically, right now moving back to the upside. We're definitely broke through that trend line, but now are we going to break through that trading range between 3680 and 3660? Quan Tran says anything can happen anytime to small cappers, not only after a halt. Yeah, definitely, I realize that, but there are levels of probability. So is it likely to, make an aggressive move during a period of consolidation or after a halt?
Oh,
to me,
and we're through.
It would be after a halt. And there we go. We just broke through that 3680 level on the futures now. So let's see, do we close above it? Yeah, we definitely closed above it. Yeah, we did close above it. So albeit it is on the 1 minute chart, but that range has been broken. So now we may test those levels that Pratt has been talking about the better part of the afternoon, that 3,700 test. Are we going to get that 3,700 test? It's on the table today, guys.
I've spoken. I've willed it into existence with mere words. It's called law of attraction. I attracted the 3,700 level into your portfolios today. You're welcome. Now let's send the stock market up to 30. It's called law of attraction, man. Stop laughing. All right. If you keep laughing about it, you're gonna unattract the law. Okay, that doesn't work. You gotta believe. You gotta conceive, and then you achieve. I'm probably putting it all wrong right now, but anyways, the market finally clearing that day's high that we were talking about. Apple breaking 142. We're long 142.03 at the moment, but we're not gonna give it even a penny's risk. If 142 goes back to the south side, you see my order I just threw out there. We're gonna get out of the trade. We already took 2 profit lots on the north side over here. Apple, which was negative on the day originally, is now positive. So let's see that 143 level that I was talking about come into play, at which point I want to flip into a short. But right now, man, the stock is really struggling. It doesn't seem like it wants to go too far to the north side, so I'm just keeping my risk to reward really tight over here. While I watch my stock, I'm gonna send you over to Brendo at the big table for sector watch.
Quick update for you guys on the S&P 500 here. A nice board to show you still, as you were saying, basically back to highs here for the overall market. It's been a while since we've seen so much green on the S&P. ILMN, Tesla down here, and Twitter, really the only 3. Oh, there's CCL as well. So 4 stocks essentially in the entire S&P 500 that are lagging an otherwise very widespread advance for the overall market right now. We're still seeing nice gains in the energy group up here, even though oil is off the highs. As I said, that OPEC meeting scheduled for Thursday canceled. That's when they were expecting that production cut to come. Material stocks having a really good day. up across the board. Not a single one in negative territory. Same story for the industrials group, top left. Same story for the tech sector, bottom left here. Every single stock in positive territory so far. So outside of a handful of laggards so far, a pretty good start to Q4. Guys, back to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. It's been a long time since I've seen that board have that much green on it, to be honest with you. So a welcome change, I guess, for some of the long-minded individuals in the chat. Guys, I forgot to mention that I'm in sober here. I'm in at $3.62, currently trading at $3.61, so a penny out of the money. I'm looking for a move back through that $3.75 area here. That is a key level of resistance that we tanked off of. My exit plan on this is the break of VWAP. That is, you know, a little bit of a risky plan, but I do plan on adding, actually not taking out through the break of 75. I do want to add through that break of 85. I'll add 75, then I'll start scalping out through the break of 85. So that kind of justifies a little bit my out on this. The only reason my out is so far from my entry is because it's really the only support level that I can glean with any true accuracy here. There doesn't seem to be much in the way of the price action to give me a proper out to the downside here. So that's why my out will be the break of 335.
This long looks trash.
So
I'm sorry.
About a 30 cent, to be honest with you. That's a lot for these small cappers. I may actually have to punch up above that. We'll see how this one trades. What's up, Prad?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that out loud for anyone who's still in the app. Well, that long looked trash. I told you I'm not giving it much risk. I only gave it 1 cent of risk under 141. 142, sorry, only gave it 1 cent of risk, and I think I saved myself some money, but I was hesitating to punch into a short over here, flip into a short by giving it that risk of high a day, 18 cents of risk past 142, give it that 18 cents of risk for a possible flush back to VWAP on Apple, but I was too hesitant and too I wasn't willing to punch that position, honestly. It might have costed me a little bit of profits on it, but you know, that's fine. At least we minimized the risk on the long side of the break. It didn't really rip too far to the north side. It went up to 142.18, and then it would stick around 142, really struggling to hold 142 on the bids. I even asked Neil as to see if he had the long. Did you have the long? You had it? But it looked trash, right? 18 cents, yeah. So it didn't really look that good. So exactly. Yeah. The market's still trying to break out to the north side. So Apple could do anything over here. It could just be that I got stop hunted. I mean, I shouldn't say stop hunted because I told you I don't want to give it too much of risk, right? So that means I stopped myself. I didn't get stop hunted. So let's rephrase that word a little bit. Apple's still trying its very hardest to continue to stay above 142 as the NASDAQ market only 0.02% away from being 2% to the north side.
Yep. All right, guys. FNGR still decidedly above that halt level that we talked about as a key level of support. It is holding above it, but I kind of feel that we're creating lower highs, so it's just, you know, a matter of time before we kind of plummet below that. That's just my instinct on it. The reason I say that is, look, you have a higher high here at 593, then a lower high 591, then the lower high there at 575 and 574, and we're getting lower lows. Like, I mean, you can draw the trend line here to be able to reflect that on the chart. Here we go. That trend line works. So will this one. So you have a downward moving channel. That's just the way I see this one, and a break to the downside of this channel looks like we may get a test of 5. So we'll see. Keep an eye on that. If you're long-minded, make sure you have a properly functioning stop, and by that I mean make sure that the stop price and the limit price have a good buffer between them. Otherwise, your stop can get blown through. And by that I mean, let's just say, for example, I have my stop at $5.48 for the break of 550, but my stop and my limit are the same, $5.48, $5.48. If the stock blows through $5.48 to the downside, you are not going to get stopped out. It'll just blow through your order unless you have a market order, okay? If you have a limit order and your limit and your stop are the same price or they're not that far away from each other, you will not have the protection of that stop. Make sure to have a bit of a buffer in between them. That's just the way I see it. Sober, we're still, we're 9 cents out of the money on this one, but it is consolidating sideways, and I do like the fact that we are making higher lows on it. I'm waiting for that break up. The volume's got to correspond, though. It's got to come in to support that move up on Sober. The other one we're looking at here is ATXI, but not as interested because it is below VWAP and it's making lower highs and lower lows. So Sober, definitely the more interesting of those two here. The last one I want to talk about before I send it back to Prad is VRT. Didn't really have an idea of where to take the long on the dip here because the chart wasn't showing me enough areas where I can find support, but this little wick ended up being that main support area. It actually ended up being factual. $11.44 was the area where it stopped and then started trending back up. Looks like we just got a test here of $11.60, but this was a slow mover, so make sure you size in accordingly here. Otherwise, you're not going to see much in the way of profits because the ranges on this one are anemic to say the least.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna try and see if I can give it the risk of high day, but like Neil mentioned, and so did I, the market's trying to keep on ripping to the north side, so it might just be the wrong trade to be short Apple over here. If this one fails, then I'm going to just gladly get back in at 143, which was the first level that I mentioned. Once again, for anyone wondering, why is Prad mentioning 143? If you go back to Friday's high on Apple right here, let me zoom into it a little bit. Friday's high on Apple, as you guys can see right here, I think it was exactly 143.11. If I can remember correctly, but if I hover my mouse over here, yeah, it looks like 143.11. So around 143, basically, that's the idea I'm looking for. I'm 7 pennies in the money on this short, but I'm not really excited just yet because I know what the market's telling me is completely different than what position I am in at the moment. UVXY is breaking the lower days or trying to break the lower days. NASDAQ is trying to break the high day or doing so successfully. S&P 500 just recently broke the high day by around 2 points or so. So the market clearly trying to push up north side. I tried a long on it, didn't really work out for me. My mentality is now flipping to a bear side. Honestly, I wanted to short Apple anyways. I wanted to short it at 143, but I'll take a short shot over here. If this shot doesn't work, then I'll go back and I'll wait at 143 for the stock to moon up to the north side and then short it when the S&P 500 is closer to 3,700 or so. We're only what, 19, not 19, less than 19. I think it's 17 points away from 3,700 on the NASDAQ futures. So still quite a bit of a ways to go up there. 30 minutes left between the show, between Sharif and myself. So if you guys have any stocks you guys want us to take a look at, any levels you guys want us to peep at, feel free to throw it in the chat, and we're here for you.
Guys, I just got long on FNGR against better judgment here at 569. I'm kind of regretting that. I've got to stop in there for the break of the 550 level at between 549 to 535. That's how much room I'm giving this one because this one can just become really parabolically minded, I guess you can, if that's even a phrase, to the downside. The reason I went long here, ooh, geez, look at that dip down, a quite aggressive dip here. Now we're going to start testing those levels. Let's see if we can bounce back up. The reason I went long here is because we made a new high on the 1 minute candle. I thought that was perhaps a trend change. I was wrong. There we go. I knew that this was going to happen. I knew that this was going to happen. This was the wrong move for me to do. I had a feeling it was going to be like a downside push, and there it is. So I should have just taken the short on this one. Anyway, an L for me, not big size. Quarter size of what I typically take on this one, so the L is out there sadly, but I have a feeling it's going to bounce to the north side here off that 50 period moving average, so I'm a little inclined to go long. Something tells me go long here. I'm going to take a quarter size at this level. I'm going to give it a super tight stop. So there, I'm long again. I'm going to give it to the break of $5.30. Let's go ahead and put that in, 529, and we'll give it to 520 on this one. What's my cost basis? 48, so I'm couple of pennies out of the money on this one. This could prove to be a mistake for me, but whatever, I'm already in it. No biggie. It looks like we're break even here still on SOBR, not doing much, consolidating sideways, but creating higher lows. That's the good thing about this one. We see decided move up. Look at this. Let me zoom out here. If we draw a trend line from this area off VWAP here, it's a very clear move upwards. But we're not really creating too much in the way of higher highs. We seem to be capped here at that $3.64 area, but definitely the higher highs are in play on this one. Let's flip back to FNGR. And I just got out for a 7-penny loss. Am I out? No, I'm not. I'm not out. Sorry, it was a mistake here. So I'm still break even on FNGR, looking for that move back up. Let's see if we can break that 570. Otherwise, I'll be out through the break of 530 on this one, Brad.
Yeah, markets trying to pull back after stopping me out, so not really happy with that one. Let's still have another order out there closer to my new stop. Let's see if I can get that fill. If not, I'm not gonna chase it. You know, I'm gonna relax and just let the stocks do what they want to do at the end of the day. Market could still keep on launching to the north side with the minor pullback in it. So I'm just trying to keep my risk to reward very tight. The 142 break didn't break and go, but it is now trying to push towards the north side with the rest of the market. So the short failed, it stopped me out, but now I'm trying to get back in it. Like I said, I'll try a couple times. If it fails, it fails. I'm not really giving back too much of my profits here by doing this. Thankfully, the Tesla trade was too big of a winner to the extent where I could take a little bit of attempts on the short side over here on Apple. But my real level where I want to short it, it's still going to be 143, guys. My real level where I want to put the most size on the short for Apple is going to be at 143 and then 145. The shorts that I'm taking right now, they're not real size. So keep that in mind. These are just testing trades. I'm trying to see what type of information will the market give me. If I throw an order, am I going to get the full size? Are they going to give me partial size? How are they trading near the high days over here? But also circling back to that book that Sharif mentioned, Trading in the Zone. You don't have to be in a trade to see what the market's doing. You could see what the market's doing for absolutely free without putting a single dollar to risk. So I'm saying that out loud for you guys, you know. I know how I'm managing my risk, but I don't know how you guys are managing your risk. But I want to help you manage it if you are blindly following me in this trade. If you're blindly following me in this trade, I am not taking real size on this position. I don't want to give back the money I made on Tesla. I'm going to keep on trying it with small size, because if 143 does come into play, that's where I want to put the real size on.
Yeah, good advice there, Prad. Be honest with you. Yeah, you know, especially if you're not too confident in the trade, but you're getting that itch, I would suggest not going in the trade at all, but definitely sizing down is a way to mitigate some losses there. Still break even on that drip trade on Finger. Obviously, our first entry into that was an L, but it's consolidating sideways here. Let's see, the volume's starting to drop off a little bit, but the tape here is, the book here is thick. A lot of size at a lot of different levels. So I'm assuming we definitely need a lot of volume to take out this size here. So keeping my eye on Finger, and then Sober just plummeted back down, breaking that moving average that we had on here. So I'm going to have to get out of this one. You know, I wanted to give myself to 336. That's where I said my stop would be the break of VWAP on this one. Now I am, let's see, I'm about 12 pennies out of the money on this one. I'm going to keep the same stop. I'm going to keep through the break of VWAP. Whatever happens, happens. I might even average in at that 340 level to give myself a better cost basis, but my out will still be the same on this one. Geez, looks like we missed a lot of the good opportunities, because all these stocks that were moving to the upside are now starting to make moves to the downside. Sucks for me, but hey, that's the way it is. Let's flip to see what the other ones are doing. ATXI still decidedly below VWAP, so not interested in that. How about VRT? VRT, yeah, kind of consolidating sideways. It's within a range now between that 1145, that 1160. It's been in that range for the better part of an hour now. So VRT looks like it's made its move, and it may start stair-stepping down. Careful with that one if you guys are long-minded into that one. Let's have a look back here quickly at FNRG, excuse me, the same thing we were talking about. And SOBR bouncing now back into that 50-period moving average, but it is below it. So that scares me a little bit. We'll see what this one does, Brad.
Yeah, apparently AMD had a monster move today, so let's go check out AMD. Wow, look at that. AMD from $63.50 to all the way up to $66, and now creating somewhat of a head and shoulders, but even though it finished that head and shoulders pattern, I believe, right? Left shoulder, right shoulder, head, and then shouldn't it go downside then?
It should go downside, but can you zoom in a little bit so we can have a better look at the pattern? Not that much. Yeah, that's a definite head and shoulders. Is that 1 minute or 5 minutes?
5
so
minute.
that's even more important because it is a 5-minute chart there. But you know that I actually, in the TA book that I was reading, it says that the head and shoulder pattern can actually be a continuation pattern to the upside, not a reversal pattern in certain cases. I don't remember what the qualifications for that would be. I'll look that up tonight and I'll have the answer tomorrow. But I know for a fact that a head and shoulders pattern can actually be a continuation setup as opposed to a reversal setup in certain circumstances.
Maybe like on stocks where there's a strong catalyst or something, maybe then,
I don't
you know.
remember.
Yeah,
I think it was like price action based.
Price action, yeah, that makes sense too. Markets continue to try to go north side over here. That 3,700 might just come into play, baby. And that means, you know, I'm going to try to stop shorting Apple near 142 and instead wait at 143 patiently. Hopefully that happens before I go to the gym, though, because if I go to the gym and it happens, then I'm going to be very upset that I'm not going to get to trade that stock properly. But yeah, AMD today, man, monster move up 4.5% on the day with 54 million shares traded. Like, come on, that's ridiculous. AMD, 54 million shares. What is the #1 volume leaderboard today? Let's go check out. New tool. I want alert window, and I want not alert window. I need actually ranking tool. How do I get that multi-strategy? Top list window. There we go. Top list window. Volume leaders. Okay, so and now we can move this box to this side. Bang. So today's volume leaders. Bang. There we go. FNGR, 53 million shares traded today. CS, which is Credit Suisse. So didn't they have like a defaulting or something going on? That stock was supposed to go to the downside today, but apparently that stock is positive for some reason. And then we have it just said AMD did a 50 million shares today, but I don't see this in the volume leaderboard. What? That's weird. Probably because it's filtering for relative volume too. So let's go check out what AMD's relative volume today is. 1.15. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything with less than 1.5. Oh no, there's one. So I'm not sure why AMD's not on this leaderboard scanner.
Yeah, interesting. So what's his name here? I just answered this person. How come I can't find them? Sam, something or another. Sam Shalson says, at Sharif, it's called demand zone when you take off from the shoulder. Okay, I actually didn't know that. I don't really remember it using that terminology. I'm going to have definitely a look at it tonight in my TA book and report to you guys tomorrow because I know for a fact that I read that, but what the conditions are under which a head and shoulders, a continuation, is not coming to me at the moment. But for the person who wrote here that it didn't break the neckline, it actually did break the neckline. I was looking at it. So it didn't break the neckline by much, but it did break the neckline. Now, FNGR, that dip trade that we had is working out now. We're in the money on this one. I've got my first profit taker, 10 cents above my entry. My entry was at 548 level. I've got 558 here as my first exit. Looking a lot better than my trade on Sober, to be honest. My $3.62 average now is 15 cents out of the money. We're trading in the mid 340s here, but looks like we've stopped a little bit in terms of the move down. I'm not moving my stop. I'm keeping it right at that 200 period and VWAP, which are converging at the moment at that $3.36, $3.35 area. That's going to be my out for the entire position. I have a profit taker a little bit below this peak right here to take profits because this is clearly going to be a resistance level, or at least I'm assuming it's going to be a resistance level. So that $3.73 area, I'm looking to take some profit off there. So continuing to watch there. I was under the impression I would get filled on FNGR, my 558. Looks like that missed me by a penny or so. So a bit of a tough one on these small cappers for now. Looks like after the trading allowances came back up that they made the majority of their moves. But hey, you play the hand that's dealt with you. That's dealt you.
Yes, sir. Beggars can't be choosers. So you always got to play whatever's dealt for you. You can't go to the dealer and be like, yeah, I don't like my hand. Take this back and give me a better hand, right? if you did that.
Hey,
And
say that again?
You can't go to the dealer at the casino and be like, yeah, I don't like this hand. Give me a
Give
new
me
hand.
another one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that doesn't
I know,
work
right?
like that. So always play the hands you're dealt. Play within the variables that you can control. Apple, man, the short is yes and no, but I am taking some size out just to be safe in case the trade doesn't work. I don't want to take the full size hit. I want to take the lesser size of a hit while I'm scalping some profits. But looks like the market might just be able to go hit that 3,700. I know I said that number out loud earlier, but I'm having this belief in my own call out. Sometimes no confidence equals no trades, and that's why I didn't have
we're close to that 3,700.
we're not too far from that 3,700 marker. And also the whole idea of, we need to hold 3,600 to be able to go to 3,700. And we did exactly that. We held 3,600, sorry, not 3,600, 3,660. And now we're pushing towards that 3,700 area on the market. And Apple very close to stop me out for my last 25% of my size that I have left over here after scalping some profits. I might just even jump out of this trade because this market wants to go north. Yeah, let's just jump out. Keep our profits. Let Apple go up to 143, and that's where, like I've been saying, I want to short 143. I want to short 143. So we'll just wait for that instead of fear of missing out the trade is making me jump into the trade earlier than I need to. So no more fear. We already made money today, and if we don't make money on this trade, it's fine. We'll come back tomorrow and we'll look for new levels and new areas to put into a trade. But there's no reason for me to diddle right here at the high day range when the market wants to keep on going higher. I'm just gonna be hands off.
Guys, ADTX making a bit of a move here. It looks like it reclaimed VWAP about an hour ago. I wasn't really aware of it, to be honest with you. Here it is. Here's the chart on this one. It is showing up on my scanner. That's why I'm talking to you guys about it. But it was below VWAP for the majority of the day here between the hours of 10:30 and 12:40. So for a couple of periods here, for a couple of hours, it was below VWAP, reclaimed VWAP, and it's reclaimed it quite nicely because now it's passed it to the upside by quite a bit. And even the retest here, you had a retest around 120, bounced right back up and actually made the high of day at that 410. So this one may be in play. The volume is a little bit suspect on this one, guys. ADTX, let me just find it quickly here. I lost it in my scanner. Where'd it go? There we go. The volume, okay, it's not bad. It's done 6.8 million shares on the day, but this one averages 7.5. So we're not even at 1 R vol at the moment. And the last 5 minutes has done, 264,000 shares. That's definitely not bad for a $4 stock, but to make newer highs, we're definitely going to need to see the volume coming in there to support. With respect to our trades, nothing has really changed. Still a couple of pennies out of the money on Finger and about 10 cents out of the money, 12 cents out of the money on SOBR. So those two trades continuing to move sideways, but Finger is scaring me more of the two, to be honest with you, because if I had to draw a trend line here on FNGR, we'll look at this. Look how clean that trend line to the bottom, to the downside is. It's holding that high trend line quite well from the bottom side. Now it looks like this one may break to the lower side, and we got that stop. I've got my stop in place, and there's a nice buffer between the stop and the limit order on that one in case it does blow through in an aggressive way. But I was looking to take profits here. Looks like I may get stopped out any minute as the volume starts coming in, and the downside move looks a lot more likely now. Let's see if we can break through that 200 period, that 50 period moving average. That'll be an interesting indicator. SOBR not doing a whole lot at the moment, guys. I've really got nothing much to report in terms of small cappers here. The market continuing to be near highs at 36.87, currently trading at 36.85, Prad.
Yes, sir. We are just enjoying the market today. I mean, gladly, we are in the money. It could have easily been in the opposite direction when systems went down. So we're enjoying it because even systems going down helped us out today. So that's always a good thing. Coin making a big move apparently. So let's go check out a Coinbase.
Oh, yeah?
Coinbase up at $66.50.
Oh, nice move there,
Yeah, big
okay.
move on Coinbase. Let's go see what the cryptocurrencies are doing in general. Here you go. Bitcoin still under 20K, but up 2.6% on the day. All of the cryptocurrencies that I track, however, are up either 1.3% or more on the day. So usually when your cryptocurrencies are on the green side, Coinbase absolutely launches itself to the north side. Looks like the Apple short was the right direction, and I checking myself out on that trade too. So a little bit of frustration on that, but that's fine. Look, I didn't really have a setup on Apple. I had a setup at 143. I did not have a setup at 142. I was just taking the high day risk short on Apple, which broke twice. It broke the high day twice. I don't know if I want to do it the third time. So because of that, I'm just going to be hands off. Either they give me my trade at 143 or I don't have a trade, period. So I'm just going to stick to that mentality, stick to that answer, and just wait patiently. That's something that I have to work on too. My patience is real low, man. I almost don't have patience, so I need to work on it. I know some of you in the chat mentioned, maybe do some meditation and all that. I do meditate, but even then, my patience is like next to zero. So I need to work on that side.
Yeah, you and I both, dude. I'll tell you the truth. Definitely trying to increase my my patience. I haven't taken the kind of actions you've taken. I haven't started meditation, even though like Wayne, the brain, and I were talking about that when I was sitting beside him.
Yeah, but I wouldn't really call it what I do meditation, because I'm sitting in the sauna room and I'm just like breathing really heavily and I'm trying not to focus on the heat. So I call that meditation.
Pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Have you ever done sauna, shower, cold shower, sauna, cold shower, sauna, cold shower?
That's how you get like hypothermia, don't you?
No, that's how you get excellent blood circulation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we did our at least not ours. I'm saying ours because Luca came one day, but the YMCA gym water is like ice cold.
Yeah,
dude. Ice cold. You literally like your hands are getting like a layer of ice over it when you're showering. But you can have hot water too.
Okay,
but like the cold water is so cold, so nice. I love it. I love cold showers.
Yeah, I know. My buddy's been trying to get me on cold showers for a long time.
You gotta do it, bro. You gotta do it.
Like anybody who knows Seinfeld knows that what Kramer said about, or George said about people taking cold showers. I'm not gonna repeat it because it's kind of like, whatever. Anyway, FNGR pulling back a little bit now. Jeez, we've only got 7 minutes left on the show. I don't know if I'll actually get filled at my 558 target here. There it goes. It goes down. I'm out. I'm stopped out of FNGR. That's 2 L's now on FNGR. I'm not going to take another one, especially since we don't have much time left on the show. I'm not going to be punching long here. It's broken all the support levels that I could glean off the chart. So let's have a look at something that is moving to the upside here and that we can make money on. Oh, there we go. Sober now coming near my entry area again with some good volume to support it. Let's see if we can get that fill near that 374 and make up for the L that we just had here on FNGR. A nice move back up. Kind of makes me feel like I should have averaged down, but I didn't because, well, I was losing on it. So Mike Crehan sends a $2 super chat and says, blonde hair Prad is the best. So can you imagine blonde hair without the beard? So maybe that'll be the new look coming back from India. Who knows? But yeah, look, did you see the votes on the poll? We've got almost 2,500 votes, 2,429, and we got
more votes than likes. Are you
that's
kidding
not
me?
acceptable.
Are you actually okay? We got about the same.
About the same. Okay, well, we should definitely have a lot more likes and votes, guys. Come on, if you can vote, you can take that 1 second to hit the like button. Help us with the YouTube algorithm. You know how it is. I don't have to teach you how YouTube works, but the more likes it gets, the more views it gets. Obviously, the more we move up in the YouTube's algorithm. So let's have a look quickly before I send it back to Prad. With VRT not doing much, how about Coin? Is Coin still moving? Yeah, Coin's still at high a day, man. So, if there wasn't 5 minutes left, maybe I'd be punching in a Coin right now.
Yeah, Apple looks like it wants to pull back, and I'm itching to punch into the trade again. But no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna fold my hands right now. I'm gonna read the tape for you guys, though, at the best of my ability. 142 broke, 142 not holding on the bids. What's going on? Or are there 100 shares or more shares? I don't want to see like these little baby prints coming in. So let me filter that out. I want to see 100 shares or more. So now are the bids chasing up? No, they're actually getting destroyed. They're getting pushed down. The shorts are in for a little while. What's that?
Destroyed.
Destroyed, yeah. I mean, not really destroyed or anything, but like, yeah, the shorts are trying to push the stock down a little bit. The S&P 500 market didn't really push up to that 3,700 area that I was expecting after the break of the high day. So now the question is, are we going to pull back all the way down to 3660 again? And if we do pull back all the way to 3660, I don't know if there's going to be enough pressure to go to 3,700. So I wanna see the 3,700 push coming in on the market before we even go down to 3,600. Like, I want to see maybe bouncing off of 3,675, this range high, and then push to 3,700. I mean, look at it. We're not that far from 3,700, right? I just want to see the test of that number, a good even dollar number, because what was it, last week we were at 3,600?
Yeah.
This week, 3,700. I think it makes sense. I still have that plan on the S&P 500 futures, baby. The S&P
3,500 too after markets on Friday. I believe.
Yeah, they went down, eh?
Yeah.
Not too far though. We hit
Where did we get to?
35.71.
Okay.
Yeah, not too far below 3,600. But yeah, like I still believe in my drawing that I have out here, and I will leave this drawing out for as long as I can because I want to see how the chart fills into
I
it.
didn't even know you could do that on TradingView. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, you just
definitely
take a
little twist
paint
to
tool
have.
and just paint, bro.
Oh, that's so that wow. Okay, nice. You got like some good dexterity there because those look like they were like not drawn in by a human being.
Oh, you thought? Oh,
Yeah,
really? Oh,
right,
let's
yeah.
go.
Hey.
I'll be honest though, I had to draw those lines like at least 5 times. I would draw it, I would delete it. I would draw it, and I would delete it.
They look good, man. FNGR continuing to make its flush down here, well past the what's it called? Why am I drawing a blank here? The halt level down, but VWAP and the 200 period are still really close at that 505. So an interesting dip trade comes into play here if you can take it off that 5. Sadly, I won't be able to do that because we've only got 3 minutes left on the show, and I'll be making my way to the gym after this to get in that workout to keep me sane, to be honest with you. But that $5 or that 505 level on FNGR is interesting. Definitely up 57% on the day, so it's on a lot of people's radars. It's number 1 on my scanner, so if I'm seeing it, other people are seeing it too. But just be careful with this one. I've been wrong on it twice, sadly. So it can cut you up. Thankfully, just small size on this one. Sober, continuing to trend sideways, not much. Still within that range, at 360 to 340 range. It hasn't broken VWAP or the 200 period average. 200 just crossed over VWAP here, so a little bit note on that. I have a dip trade set up that'll probably take off here now because we are 2 minutes away from the end of the show, so I definitely don't want to get filled on that. I'll be punching out of this one within a few seconds, Brad. Any last thoughts or words you want to convey to our viewers at this point?
I mean, I love the viewers every single day. You know it, baby. You guys are the part of the reason why I wake up every day and I come in here. And the other reason is going to be the market. Right now, Tesla trying to push back to 241. Am I really going to take the 241 break? That's the question. Tesla was at 243 on that initial push up. I think it went up to 243.50, but now we're trying to break that 241 to the south side. Tesla has yet to go SSR on the day, so that's what I'm waiting for to see if it will turn into SSR at some point. But I want to have the 241 break short, though. You think Tesla breaks 241 today? Most likely. And also, 0% chance? Oh, you're just saying from that joke. But what do you think, though? You think it breaks? Yeah, okay. Sean was trolling me about the whole Apple thing. Last time I said Apple 0% chance, it actually ended up going to 150. That stock was insane on that day, man, insane. But yeah, I'm just having to wrap my head around this trade. I'm just going to have to think about it afterwards. Guys, I had a great day today. Hopefully you guys did too. Come back tomorrow, though, 11 o'clock for Sharif and myself. Maybe Ian
No, Ian's on Wednesday.
Ian's on Wednesday, sorry. So no Ian tomorrow. But Sharif and I will be here without fail. Thank you for hitting the like. Thank you for voting on the beard or no beard one. Have fun on the closing show. Make sure you're hitting the like button on the closing show too, because it's a brand new show and the like button refreshes on that side. And have a great day on the market, baby.
Take care. See you guys
Peace out.
tomorrow.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock, and it's been a great day. What a day for the market. Bounce back to the upside in a big way. What a day for the bulls as well. Here's a look at the overall market here as we get underway. A couple hours left in pretty impressive afternoon here. 2.25% for the S&P, 2.5% right now for the Dow. A full 2% kind of a day for the NASDAQ as well. Here in Toronto, 2.7% for the TSX. Yeah, we're up 4.8% right